Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Energy Absorption Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The wind howled in front of UA High Entrance Hall. The small break of trees and stone fence gave way to a spacious path where numerous students walked side by side. Some larger than others looked brave, others looked scared. Some students vying for heroism, others just wanting the prestige of joining UA itself. Amongst the crowds of vibrantly colored children, with varying quirks and powers walked Izuku Midoriya. His coat wrapped around him tightly, his hood over the small tuft of dark green hair. The dark navy laced over his body, covering almost all inches of skin. His hands buried deep into his large pockets. However, most importantly for Izuku Midoriya's appearance, a striking factor he wore everywhere. A high face mask, rising from the base of his shirt and to the tip of his nose. Its dual-patterned gray and blue waved in the wind slightly as he stepped past the wide open glass doors. No one paid attention to the dully dressed boy. No one batted an eye at him when he completed the written exam, as he took a seat in the far corner and buried himself from the rest of them by the fabric of his coat. His answers cleanly written and smoothly pressed into the paper itself. He made not a single noise. When the teachers walked around the room to pick up each student's first entrance fee for the exam, he didn't rise to meet their eyes. He cowered under his hood at all the people. So many people. He made not a single noise. After they were finally bid to rise, he stepped into the orderly lines forming, until they dispersed from the main hall and suddenly broke away to a gaggle-formed hallway. Trying to maintain his blend of invisibility, he stood to the side, sliding along the windows. He made not a single noise. They soon opened to another hall, this one for presentations, the assembly hall. The great doors opened with a snap. Students cooed in shock at the darkened room and swiftly shuffled in. Izuku stepped forward before being pushed back. He tripped on his foot, falling again and using his arms to maintain a balance with another step back. He made not a single noise. His eyes glanced forward, looking toward the blonde cause of his momentary panic. His face scowled as their eyes met. His lips quirked into a smirk. Katsuki Bakugo, a classmate of over a decade and tormentor for just as long. Just as he regained his ability to stand, his back suddenly collided with another person. He startled out and quickly twisted around, leaving the smirking blonde to terrorize someone else. A light brown-haired girl had fallen behind him with a smile and sigh-less laugh. Her hand wrapped around the back of her neck. "I'm so sorry." Her rosy cheeks almost shone in the light that filtered from the window. As if drawn on by pen, she flustered more as he offered her a hand to stand up. She smiled, nodding a thank you as he pulled her up. "I'm so sorry, I was just looking at everything, it's so big here," she exclaimed as other students bustled past. He made not a single noise. Izuku nodded back to the girl, and she took it as a reply. Currently, Izuku was trying to find a way out of this conversation. He really didn't want to mess up. "Well, I'm Ochako Uraraka, it's nice to meet you, so sorry for bumping into you." At this moment, his quirk was the worst, because he came across as uncaring or arrogant in his mind. He couldn't even reply properly. He signed for her not to worry, however, as predicted, she didn't understand. So many rarely did. She did take an interest in his signing hands, looking down at them. "Oh, can you not hear? Wait, can you not speak?" He nodded, pointing to his mouth without lowering the woolen mask. "Well, good luck then," she smiled again. "I hope we meet again." With one last nod, Ochako Uraraka walked into the assembly hall too. Izuku soon followed her lead. He made not a single noise. The rules of the entrance exam were explained: defeat robots and gain points. There were 0-pointers too, which one should ignore, like obstacles in a game. It was easy enough to gather. Each student was given a slip of paper and sent on their way towards a battle arena. Robots were good at least, he could easily not harm people. Energy from a robot was far weaker in comparison to energy in a person. The stroll over to the arenas was the same as the walk to the assembly hall, a walk filled with him by himself, not even being able to start communication with anyone around him and drifting in his own thoughts. He couldn't even sigh, he could make no noise to show his emotion, except an exhale through his nose at the very least. Alongside the other students, he probably looked the most somber, while maybe the purple-haired boy looked a little more on edge than he did. Sadly, he couldn't see Ochako Uraraka from earlier close to him, however, he also couldn't see Bakugo, which was nice. "And begin," Present Mike cried out. Everyone looked to the hero in confusion, there hadn't even been a countdown yet. "What's wrong?" "The test started." "The die is cast." The crowds all ran ahead. He saw the boy with glasses who asked Present Mike a question in the assembly hall, and then he saw the girl from before run in. As everyone ran in, Izuku strolled in quietly, his footsteps light yet not deliberate. He needed not to run ahead, needed not to physically punch over a machine. He just had to wait. His hands balled by his sides. The last time he'd used his quirk had hurt someone, as it always did, so he tended not to practice with it. He took the bus a few times each week to that deserted forest to practice. Hopefully, enough control paid off. Students left and right all fought the robots in vibrant ways. One boy had a laser from his stomach, Glasses boy rammed into another with his speeded legs. Smoke, dust, and shrapnel rained around him. He avoided each rock and shard with relative ease, most pieces untoward him. The robots also seemed to ignore him. All the better. Totally. Made his way to the middle of the arena. 5 seconds should do it, with no elderly or young children around. 5 seconds should leave most people unharmed and the robots destroyed. He'd left enough time for others to get points too. Actually, he might break the circuits which record this. Well, hopefully they'd see enough. His index finger slowly hooked around the top of his fabric mouth protector and lowered it around his neck. His mouth twinged as the cool air met bright red scars and black scabs. The lines and cracked skin around his frontal features etched deeply into his face. He took one last inhale through his nose and opened his mouth. As soon as he breathed out, the low drone of a hum filled the air. It would be heard by everyone for at least 500 meters, he'd reckon, never having tested it before. Then it happened. A cry ruptured from the back of his burnt voice box as the world around him stilled. The robots all slowed, the air filled with rays of white, yellow, blue, and red rays of light. Energy in its simplest form all swarmed into his mouth. All fell into the sky from their circuits. Phones, a microwave, a plane, a robot. It mattered not as they all started to collapse. The energy swarmed his scarred mouth with a static feeling. He then caught in the glimpse of his eye a boy began to falter. He was a little too close to Izuku not to be affected. He saw the boy slowly fall to the ground, along with the domino noise of robots. Everyone around him started to falter, and the robots all died out. As soon as he saw the ones around him fall, he quickly closed his mouth with a gasp. His knees gave way and he fell to the ground. It shouldn't be too much to dispel later on, at least. Hopefully it wouldn't hurt. His stomach felt woozy and his throat burnt at the revelation. The crowds of students all turned to face him with a glare. They probably didn't like him stealing their thunder, energy. He imagined a few of them would feel relatively cold now, lacking of energy to keep fighting. No more robots made a sound as the klaxon, it must run on something other than energy, sounded, and the exam came to a halt. He could hope no one got hurt. Then he saw the largest robot. It seemed that klaxon didn't mean stop. He staggered his way to the forest, passing by splintered wood and thrown rocks as his stomach churned with fire. In a heap he fell to the ground, his hands gripped at his stomach, threatening to rip it open with his bare hands. With struggled and stiff muscles he managed to pull down his mask, then opened his mouth. The piercing sound of thunder broke through his lips as the invested energy dispersed around him, threatening to ruin the landscape he had nurtured to be his own. The small rock he sat on each time for lunch, an activity he always had to do in private, was flung into the air as powerful forces fluttered the leaves of the trees away. Branches fell into the fray and blew into the air, far away from Izuku. All he could do was cry out as the sound of the thunder ripped his voice box once more. The air fluttered around him in spectacular swirls. It might look pretty, but it hurt so badly. The pain soon dissipated as the energy fell into the sky and back into the universe as a whole. Izuku was left shivering on the floor, alone and in fear of his power. That zero-pointer really took it out of him. It hurt so much, but saving someone made it worth it after all. Saving someone was human. People ran from their gaze at him as the zero-pointer destroyed buildings and rubble flew into the air. A dust smoke screen fell into the open which engulfed the robot's feet. He stood staring at it. It was just energy, of course, a lot more energy than the previous ones. Help! He saw the girl from before trapped under rubble and falling from fatigue. He had done this. As always, his quirk did this, hurt people. He had to help her. He ran, his legs running and burning the pain of before. At least he could utilize some energy from before. Yet what did he do? Using his quirk too close to her would knock her out for certain, and might hospitalize her for a few days. What choice did he have? She was nice to him, and if that wasn't good enough for him, then he didn't know what was. His finger unhooked his mouth cover once more. The fabric neck fell around his own. He breathed in and screamed. The energy from the robot poured out. Its red tendrils fell into Izuku's mouth with a deafening fuzz, like he was consuming pure static. It burned away his lips, like that one time before which scarred him, and burnt the back of his throat. The robot carried on forward with sluggish movements, then slowly, with slow being the operative function, it began to stop. Its arms swiped at a building, yet had not the force to keep on moving, and it fell stuck in the concrete. Its legs gave away and tumbled over itself. Izuku stood there, frozen to the spot and transfixed at the behemoth. The light soon flickered out of its head. With a sigh, he quickly pulled up his mask and ran to the girl. She was unconscious now but still breathing, a welcomed relief if there ever was one. His fingers pressed to her forehead. She was still warm enough. With a glare in the other direction, he pressed his mouth to her forehead as he lowered his mask. To make sure no one saw, a few embers of energy fell into her skin, absorbed by her pale stature. As he parted his mouth, with another pull-up of his mask, he glared to the stone on her body and heaved it off. It took some effort and he fought back a grunt, but soon it was released from her hold. With a grin, which was only seen through moon-curved eyes, he fell to the side and lay on the rubble. Relief at saving a person as well. Those embers should save her brain activity from any damage too. He struggled home that night from the forest. His legs felt weak and kept giving way. He probably looked drunk, if he knew what looking drunk was. The moment he stumbled. Through the door his mum caught him with a grasp. "I've got you, Izu, I've got you, it's okay, Mum's here." His eyes drifted to her own caring eyes as she stumbled and helped him to the sofa. "Wait here, I'll be back with tea." She hurried to the kitchen as he fell in a heap on the sofa. He felt bad, making her worry like this. What choice did he have though? He would blow up an entire city again if he built enough energy again, something which had taken 4 counselors and a lot of media manipulation to cover up and forget. Izuku Midoriya, the perfect aspects of both his parents' quirk, and all he wishes for was to speak, to say one word. Soon his mum appeared with tea on the small coffee table and placed it down. "You didn't bleed again, did you?" she asked. A phrase for if he coughed up blood, they'd have to contact the doctor again if he did. Thankfully, he hadn't. He shook his head from side to side and signed, "Just energy release, hurt," with sluggish movements. "That's okay, that's good at least." "How did you do?" She sat on the sofa's edge. His hands moved again. "Did good, think, met a nice girl, saved her too, felt good." His movements more sluggish than before. "Well done, I'm proud of you." "Well, you're a real hero now, aren't you?" She smiled with him as she swept loose hair from his face. A nod was all his answer was, his hands too tired to sign further, and soon he fell into a sleep, his mother by his side. Izuku Midoriya, with any luck, a hero. It was a quiet day. Well, that was the standard for Izuku that Saturday morning. He had woken up later than usual. The exhaustion from the entrance exam finally settled in after the week. His limbs slowly carried him through the morning's motions as he prepared for the day. In reality, he had no plans. No one really to talk with, and certainly no plans to go to the forest for training, for he dreaded to see the destruction he caused in the light of day. So, with no plans, simply studying and television seemed to be his only bet. Well, at least it was calm. Good morning, Izu. His mum cooed from the kitchen where she slowly filled a bowl with cereal and milk. He gave a wave to her as he settled at the small table. She settled the bowl of cereal down onto the table and sat opposite him. Did you sleep okay? She looked at him with worried eyes. Slowly, he pulled down the woolen mask, his scars, burns, and tendrils of dead skin illuminated by the light of the day. With a quick motion of his mouth, he took the smallest bites of cereal possible, so as not to make any physical noise when he ate with his mouth. It had taken years of practice, and the pure hatred of eating through a straw, to finally achieve the ability to eat solid foods and foods he liked. It was still a difficult task, which took effort, but it was possible to now eat food without draining the district power grid. He gave another nod and signed with one hand, "Good, thank you," as he ate more of the cereal. "Happy to hear. You needed the rest." "I slept well as well, thank you for asking. Have any plans today?" He felt the soreness in his throat as another bite of cereal slid down it before he shook his head from side to side. He couldn't stomach much more, so wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and pulled up the high collar once more over his scarred quirk. A knock at the door broke the calm conversation. "I'll get that." His mother stood up from the table and walked over to the main door. Izuku assumed it was just a Deku, so stumbled up from the table and went to make his way to the living room. "Oh my, for Izu?" Yes, of course." His mother's distant voice sounded. "Izu, sweetie, it's for you." That was a surprise. He knew all of two people who didn't live with him. One left barely a year after his quirk had manifested, the other had been fearful and bullied him for years. Neither of which would be here at this time of the morning. Maybe it was the police again. They had called the last time to check on the damage he had caused from expelling the energy of his quirk. So he made his way over to the door, expecting no one he knew of there. He was, of course, right? At the door, the early morning light which poured through stood a very sickly-looking man. He looked more skeleton than man and certainly not a policeman with the drawn-back eyes and draping yellow garish suit. "Izuku Midoriya, I presume?" The man smiled. Even if it was clear his facial structure seemed hard to accomplish the feat, he gave the man a nod. "Perfect, I'm with All Might's Hero Agency. I'd love a moment to talk to you in private, if that would be okay?" "Of course, if it's okay with Izu, that is." His mother spoke as she stood to the side. Well, he didn't have anything better to do, and this was All Might's agency. What did they want with him though? He gave another nod and made his way to grab his jacket and shoes. They found a small bench that was secluded from the public. It was on the edge of an old park which had a wall bordering a beach trail. It was rather a peaceful place, quiet. "So, young man, I suppose you're wondering why I asked you here." Izuku nodded as his mouth formed a thin line, and his facial features narrowed too. He was probably in trouble again. "So, I saw your performance in the UA entrance exam that went to hero agencies, and I was very impressed by your performance. You know you're the top scorer." No, he didn't. He smiled though, his eyes curved upward. "First place? That was amazing. Did he have a place then? I assume you can't talk as well, can you?" He signed the signs for, "No, I can't." The small man stared at his hands. "I'm sorry, I don't know any form of sign language, I'm afraid." Not many people did. He lowered his head. "I have a pen and paper. If you could explain your quirk for me, I'd be greatly appreciative." The man held out a notebook and pen, both of which were colored with All Might colors. He supposed he couldn't keep these. So, with a delicate hand and neat handwriting, he wrote down his quirk. "It's called Endothermia. It allows me to draw energy into my mouth from any source." "By energy, you mean like electricity?" the man asked. "And anything else, heat, nuclear, electrical." The man's eyes gazed onto the paper. "So then, what about kinetic energy, energy to move, motion?" Izuku faltered for a moment. Was he in trouble? Did this man know? He doubted it. With a glance to his left and right, he slowly pulled his phone out of his pocket and opened up the internet. Quickly, he thumbed into the name of his hometown. All search results detailed the disaster that day. The day a city went dark and the cold settled in. It was said a permanent cold rested there to this day, and energy still had problems flowing there safely. He turned the phone around to the man, clicking on the first article. His eyes looked over the article on his phone. This was you? Izuku nodded, bringing up his fingers and showing the number 4. You were 4 when this happened? Another nod. And still, with this problem, you kept trying to be a hero? Izuku paused. It was very hard to read what was happening right now. He had no idea whether he was in trouble or not. He put his thumb up this time. His neck would start hurting soon. The man chuckled. Well then, that's what I needed to hear. Well see. Your performance in the entrance exam was a spectacle, young man, and this is my proposition to you. Suddenly the man stood up, and he was surrounded by steam. Izuku's first thought was that he must have had a steam quirk. That was until a larger figure started to appear out of the steam. Bulging leg muscles filled out the suits, thick fingers clenched and twisted into balled fists. Large torso muscles lined the suit too. His gaze traveled up and saw a grin, with yellow pointed hair. All Might. All Might was here with him. Right now. At this moment he wished he could let out a squeal. He signed All Might, knowing it meant little to the hero. He let out a loud laugh. You young man, embody a hero perfectly. I believe your quirk is wonderful, and the way you go around it really proves you have what it means. Would you become my student? All Might student. Someone believed in him. Someone thought he could become a hero. Tears rolled down his face. He fought back his mouth, letting out a sob as his shoulders shook. All Might believed in him. A grin plastered on Izuku's face. More people believed in him. Without thinking he wrapped All Might into a hug, despite barely making half his height. He faffed his hands around slightly before laughing. I take that as a yes, young man? Izuku nodded as tears of joy rolled down his cheeks. He had returned home to his mother shortly after his meeting with All Might, the actual All Might, and explained what had happened, excluding that the small man was All Might. Apparently that was a secret. She was as overjoyed as he was. Izuku couldn't stop. Smiling the entire day, high collar or not, most people he saw could tell. In the following days he spent some time with All Might. They trained on an old beach which was cleaned of a lot of rubbish and fly dumping, although it needed more cleaning. All Might was interested in the logic of his quirk, so he explained in further detail how it worked. He seemed pleased. They started working on physical endurance soon enough, something Izuku had worked on a little over time, to use most of the energy he absorbed in without dispelling it, as he could transfer it to his cells thankfully, if only a minimal amount. Physical exercise came easy enough, and if he ran low on energy, he could just absorb a little more energy and use that to power forward. A useful addition to his arsenal of skills. He wasn't sure about the full reasons as to why All Might trained him. Izuku couldn't even smile properly. The muscles around his mouth were damaged beyond repair, the scars too. So even the version of a smile he did was disgusting. It looked rotten, malicious, and villainous. All Might students should be able to smile, yet Izuku couldn't. Also, their quirks were wildly different. Izuku's relied upon little skill, All Might's did not, whatever his quirk may be. The time went flying by over the next week, and their training went well. All Might even learnt and caught onto a few different signings which made the job of communication that little bit easier. Young Midoriya, All Might called out as he finished his last set, I have something for you. Intrigued, Izuku made his way over to the small form of the number 1 hero as he held a brown paper bag in his hands. So, I had this custom made for you the second day we met. I hope it fits and it's your size. Izuku took the offered bag and rummaged inside and found a jumper of sorts. It was bright red and yellow with a pattern resembling that of All Might's costume. He smiled as he lifted it. The collar had been altered to be taller, like his own high collar, except for one difference. The collar was green in color, like his hair, and had an imprinted smile on it. He exhaled through his nose in a laugh and smile. His smile. I felt like, if you'll be my student, you might as well look the part, right? That was the second time Izuku hugged All Might. 2 weeks after his training under All Might had begun, which revolved around using stored energy in short bursts to increase his stamina so he could physically fight, he received a letter. His mum had scrambled to pass it to him, seeing as it was signed by UA. It had completely left his mind. He still was waiting on this. He hoped to be accepted, to prove he could be a hero to more people. The message was a small puck which displayed a hologram. The hologram was All Might. He was a teacher now? At UA? That was the first he had heard of it. Maybe he had seen him in the entrance exam live? Izuku ranked first, with 60 rescue points and a further 60 villain points, giving him a total of 120 points, scoring past Bakugo who got 74 at 2 ND place. However, his eyes first went to 4th H place. Ochako Uraraka with 23 villain points and 45 rescue points. They could be in the same class together. At least then he could apologize to her. As he emerged from his room he gave his mum a thumbs up. Well done Izu, she happily cheered as she hugged him. I am so proud of you, so very proud. He hugged her back, so very happy too. Things were finally looking up for Izuku Midoriya. Training with All Might continued after his acceptance. All Might laughed loudly and congratulated Izuku on his acceptance into UA. He had wanted to tell him for a while, but the UA board would not take kindly to that. Izuku understood, of course. He did wonder about the girl though, so he asked. There was this girl, Ochako Uraraka, the one I saved. Will she be in the same class as me? He wrote down on the notepad as All Might sipped on a bottle of cola. Ochako Uraraka, he pronounced each sound, as Izuku signed it. The name rings a bell. Oh right, that was it. Wait, can I tell you this? All Might hummed to himself as Izuku looked with pleading eyes. Oh, go on then. She came to visit us after the exam, asking about you? She did, he signed with his hands. All Might looked intently at his hands, recalling the memory of the signing. Yes, she did. She asked about the person who saved her from the robot. The boy with no voice and pretty eyes was how she described you. He laughed loudly as Izuku blushed a shade of deep red. Now, if she got into 1A, Izuku supposed that was his class. I really can't say, I'm afraid. He looked to the side as his hands signed, sloppily, yes. Another grin plastered itself on Izuku's face, underneath the faux grin of his new jumper which he liked to wear as often as possible. Izuku now had high hopes for UA going forward. Well then, we best be back off to training. Exciting prospects are ahead of us, young Midoriya. After all, my successor must train himself properly. Does what? Izuku froze as All Might strode onto the beach, talking aloud. It seemed it took him a moment to realize he wasn't beside him. Successor, he signed. All Might tilt his head. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. He grabbed the notepad, scribbling down the word, successor. Well, of course, you are. Why else would I train you? You will be the future of heroes. All Might gave a smile. I thought I was just a student? All Might read the words over once, then twice, then a third time inside. Okay then, I suppose I should come clean. Izuku lay in bed staring up at the popcorn ceiling of his room, his eyes tracing over each bump. One for all. Quirk legacies. A quirk to pass on to someone. It seemed implausible. It was also way too much for Izuku Midoriya. He couldn't do it, he'd almost broken down at the idea. It was too much for him to take on the mantle of All Might. He couldn't even control his quirk, what gave All Might. The idea he could take on One for All too? There was no way he could do it. All Might had gone mad then. That injury must have caused him to become delirious. Izuku Midoriya wanted to become a hero, but he wasn't that kind of hero. He was just Izuku Midoriya, plain, quiet. Hardly the type of person you would imagine when you said, symbol of peace. Children wouldn't hang pictures of the hero with deformities around his mouth on their walls. Newspapers wouldn't give exciting headlines to a boy who destroyed an entire town, aged the boy who couldn't even speak the language his friends spoke. He couldn't be a symbol of peace if you couldn't symbolize much yourself. So with heavy eyes, he fell to sleep, holding himself tightly, wishing to cry out his true feelings. With reflectance, a great amount of fear and anxiety, and an oozing stomach, Izuku made his way to the beach again that day. All Might was already there at the moment he arrived. It was one of their last training sessions before UA started now. Good morning, young Midoriya. All Might happily call out as his hands signed the motions for the phrase he said. Izuku didn't need to see them himself, but it helped others learn how he communicated with them, so he was thankful all the same. He gave a wave and signed, Morning All Might. Although, his heart wasn't in it for the moment. What's the matter, young Midoriya? You seem upset. Did he tell All Might? He deserved to know the boy he chose to be his successor was a coward and wimp. A boy who couldn't even look the part of a hero. Also, signing it was pointless. It would probably be pointless to try as he wouldn't understand it. Writing it down made him feel like an idiot too. He just shook his head and carried over to the recent training clearing they had formed. Young Midoriya, he turned to face All Might. I can't imagine the loneliness you've been through. However, your mental ability is just as important to heroism as your physical skill is. One has to be in the right frame of mind to stay heroic. His eyes wandered to a heap of sand, ignoring All Might's own quirk. He signed and pointed to All Might. One for all. Izuku nodded. You're worried about taking it on. It shouldn't harm your body after the fact, young Midoriya. He shook his head. Not that. What's the matter then? You can tell me. I can understand the fears of quirks all too well. With a struggled breath through his nose, Izuku brought his index finger over the high collar, his finger hooked around the faux smile and lowered it, as he showed All Might his disfigured mouth. Tentacles of burn marks spread from charred lips, and black and brown patches of burns fell around his cracked mouth to below his chin. He pointed to his mask. No smile, no hero. He signed slowly, his eyes downcast. I don't see a problem. Izuku's eyes jolted up to him. Was All Might looking away? Others had before, so it made sense. He knew how it looked. He knew it was disgusting. See are the scars and marks of someone with a heroic future. We all carry scars, young man. A scar doesn't define you. It shows a part in your life. Those scars can represent people you've saved and your growth. A smile doesn't make a hero, their actions do. A scar doesn't decide who Izuku Midoriya is, his actions do. And so far his actions define him as a hero, a promising one. Of course I can smile, I can happily declare, I am here. Yet that makes no difference between us. If you save more people, help the world become better. Then you are all the hero I am and more. Scars are just a mark on paper, an ink splodge. The words written down can forever evolve and change. Those words are read by the masses, not the small errors along the way. You are a hero, young Midoriya. Your actions define you as so, and that is far more important than a scar on your face or a mark on paper. Izuku was 100% a hugger from that point onward. Tears rolled down his face, a wobbling smile etched on cracked lips as he pressed tightly against his mentor. Izuku couldn't help but be nervous for his first day at UA. Although at times, he wondered if his mum was even more nervous. She had faffed around him, constantly making sure he had everything ready. Handkerchief? She asked. He replied with a nod. Your school bag? It was on his back. Throat medicine? His hand brought it out of his pocket, the small bottle in a light green pouch. If you have any problems, you come to me straight away. Don't worry about anything, Izu. She brought him into a hug, and he wrapped his arms around her back as he stood at the door of their apartment. The previous night he had made his way to an old bypass road and dissipated all energy he had stored up. It wasn't all that much, all things considered. He must have burnt through a lot with his training then, which was a useful way to manage it, at least. He had staggered home that night with steady legs too, a bonus if there ever was one. So, with an empty energy core, his own name for the organ within his body which stored and converted the energy, he was ready for you. I am just so proud. She ran her hands through his hair again. I believe in you, Izu, always remember that. She grinned. How much he wished to tell her he loved her. I know, I love you, he signed as she parted from her hug. She signed it back with watery eyes. The train to UA was a busy one. He had huddled himself into a corner so as to remain hidden from most of the crowds on the train. It was dangerous to be around so many people and so much electrical equipment, so he had tried his hardest to stay still. His gray woolen mask, which fit from underneath his shirt, covered his lower mouth, chin, and all the way up to his nose. The walk to UA from the train station did feel relaxing. With bright, colorful trees, clean roads, and a bright sun leading the way, of which he was thankful was so far away and in space, he was content with it all. Sometimes he wandered into the nearby meadows and wandered around the city for the entire day, without a care in the world. He still had to be careful, energy was everywhere, but sometimes he let out an exhale or sigh, even for a split second, to calm himself. However, such calm ended the moment he stepped into. It was loud and busy. Students everywhere, most of which he didn't recognize. What he was looking for was the smallest student so he could work out the longest time he could slip, by accident, if he should. The door to 1A was ahead of him. It was rather big. If everyone was this size, he wouldn't have to worry about draining a magnitude of energy from them and leading to their death. It was just a door, but it terrified him. Stop crying, Dash, the girl ahead cried out as she slumped to the ground, her weight resting on one knee. Please, you'll hurt us all. The tears fell down his face freely as he wept loudly, the room thrown into cold darkness. He couldn't stop his shoulders from shaking as sobs racked his small frame. A trail of mirages, light, and power fell into his roaring mouth. I told you, how do you expect to be a hero? That Demon Deku is villain? Bakugo fell out of the door, staggering backwards. He can't control that power, he'll kill us. He'll kill you all. He hadn't realized he had fisted his own hands until he felt his nails digging into his palms. With a quick separation he fell to ease. It was over. While his past actions defined him, his future, heroic, actions were more important. His hand rose over his mask, it was still in place. No cries, no lights flickering. He was there at you. Everyone was safe. With a heavy hand, he opened the door. The noise enveloped him very quickly. Happy conversation filled the room, except for one familiar to him. He froze as he saw him come into view. Blonde, spiked hair, a smirk on his face, legs on the table. Why did he have to be in his class? As soon as he entered the room, their eyes locked. Why, you got in? Bakugo snarled, stepping up from the table and walking over it. Excuse me, a boy with glasses tried scolding him. Shut up. This kid here is dangerous. He jumped off the desk, pushing Izuku further back into the wall. As long as he didn't make a noise, everyone would be okay. Bakugo wouldn't hurt him at a school for heroes. He grabbed onto his blazer collar. How the hell did you get here? He snarled out, encroaching on his personal space. I really think you should leave our fellow classmen alone. The glasses boy stood to the side of the exchange. I really don't think we should have borderline villains in UA. The glasses boy scoffed. I can assure you, UA is secure without villains. He is wearing the uniform of a UA student, and I do remember seeing a boy with a face mask at the entrance exam. It was so strange to see someone stick up for him. Huh? You'll remember what he looks like with that demon mask off, right, Deku? His hands rose to his mask. He wanted to stop him, he didn't want anyone to see. You must stop now before a teacher comes. Bakugo smirked. Maybe that'll be for the best, this kid ain't no hero. His hand was an inch away from his mask as another hand grabbed onto Bakugo's. Izuku was stunned as he saw slender figures wrapped around Bakugo's wrist. I think he wants to keep it on, a familiar voice sounded to the side. Like the song of spring and calming of a meadow that he enjoyed so much. Bakugo snarled, now looking at the girl. Why do you care? Brown hair? Might not want to protect him knowing what he's done. No? Well, I'm protecting him because of what he did for me. He saved me during the entrance exam. So she did remember him, that was nice. He was fighting a losing battle, no doubt, with his innate fear of Izuku himself. Fine then, just wait until you're all DMing in a coma, I warned you extras. He shoved Izuku's shoulder into the wall and stalked off. The boy with glasses followed quickly after Bakugo, shouting at him. Are you okay? Uraraka looked at him with a sweet smile. He nodded as he slowly pulled himself from the wall with a nod. She then smiled. Oh right, wait a minute. She took a step back. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Ochako Uraraka. With the words, pleasure, meet you, and Ochako Uraraka, she signed the two first words with her dominant hand, then with her name symboled her kanji and pronunciation with her lesser hand, as was standard. His mouth, if he could allow himself to, would have dropped in shock. You learnt it? A grin spread over fair lips with a nod. Yes, I had a feeling I'd meet you again, and, she laughed slightly, rubbing the back of her neck. I did ask UA to check if you would be and they said yes, so I decided to learn a little bit. I'm nothing amazing, but I can understand most of the dominant signs for simple gestures. And she did, she almost correctly signed amazing dominant signs, simple gestures, amongst a few other connectives. His eyes curved. Thank you though, really, it's nice to meet you too, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I am sorry I couldn't learn it all, it's tricky, she laughed. But it's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku Midoriya, right? She also learnt all phonic sounds too then. The door then slid open, and a strange man in a yellow sleeping bag was on the floor. What's going on here? He deadpanned, staring at them. Nothing, he motioned with his hands. The man stared as he stood up. Very well, the man slowly rose up. He had met the homeroom teacher a week previous when he visited Izuku at home to sort through numerous problems which would arise from his time here. It seemed the school was willing to accommodate him there, with a few members of staff even knowing sign language, well, the resounded quirk signing, or RQS-1, which most governments regulated for those which couldn't use their native version. Due to the lack of mouth expressions, JSL was a dead end for Izuku. Right then, sit down. The class has already begun and you're wasting time. The morning was to begin with a quirk apprehension test. A physical fitness test with the bonus of using your quirk, so a physical fitness test for Izuku. He wasn't going to be using his quirk in any area near people. His current dilemma involved getting changed. He wasn't particularly keen on removing his mask in front of everyone. Yue had altered his sports uniform slightly to include a high collar, alongside a pull-down zip. For this, however, he still had to get changed. So, with heavy reluctance, he stalked off to find a cubicle to change into. It seemed the actual changing rooms didn't compensate for those though, so he needed to find a toilet one. He shuffled into the stall and slowly got changed. He took staggering breaths through his nose as his fingers trailed down the marks on his face and chin. They fell from the bottom of his nose and down to the underneath of his chin, which met his neck. They no longer stung, they felt just cold. Like ice dripping onto your skin, raw ice against your skin cold. They were still ugly, he hated them. Scars are just a mark on paper, an ink splodge, the words ran on repeat in his head. Then his hand moved to his stomach, the burn marks which bubbled from within. It had only burnt him this way twice, as opposed to every other time when he used his quirk for his mouth, but they still hurt. The burns technically were on the inside of his stomach lining, it had just bubbled out last time he hadn't dissipated the energy quick enough. With a silent sigh held within his mouth, he brought up the high collar of his uniform. It fit well enough that it stayed up too. He gave the zip a quick pull down and up, it too worked, as he couldn't pull this collar down like the other one All Might had given him. He tied the black laces of his red shoes over and looked at the mirror of the bathroom he was in. His freckles reflected in the light and his green eyes stared back. Midoriya, a voice called out. With widened eyes, he stepped out of the washroom and into the main hall. Oh, there you are, one of the boys, Amida? Asked me to make sure you were around. She signed the words as she spoke, a few mistakes here and there but small enough that he knew what she meant. Sorry, had to get changed in private, he signed back. Of course, that makes sense, well, come on then. Mr. Aizawa is waiting for the test. She skipped up beside him and walked with him down the hallway. The test began with Bakugo throwing a ball very far, hundreds of meters in distance. It blinked out of his eyesight, and then it all went around the same. Izuku didn't have energy stores except for what was humanly normal. The first throw was meant to be him, but he arrived late, and the teacher wanted someone to use their quirk conjunction with the test to start off. So, Izuku had to work on the fact that he wasn't the most physically fit person in the world, certainly not the class, but wasn't risking using his quirk no matter what. See, getting expelled so early from UA was just upsetting. Mr. Aizawa's threat scared him. Some students didn't care, but others did. It seemed to be a confidence issue. The problem with this test was that his quirk relied on his ability to open his mouth. He didn't need to run very far, doing so made it difficult to catch his breath by his nose alone, and opening his mouth meant death for those nearby. This, amongst the general ability of the class, made him perform poorly. He had no advantage on the sprinting dash, push-ups, or sit-ups. His grip strength was higher than most, thanks to years of clenching his fists in panic. Over the course of the test, panic settled in. He might actually rank last. The last space was similar, vying between 3 people. Himself, a short boy with ball on his head, and an invisible girl. It was mainly the invisible girl he was probably competing with, which was unfair for either of them. Both their quirks didn't rely on how far a ball could be thrown, or physical strength. Invisibility was an excellent quirk, her only drawback being no one could ever see her, a fact he could relate with, and yet she could face expulsion. Had he taken on more that he could take? Was Bakugo right? He refused to let him be. He refused to be a villain. I was right. He crawled back, his legs devoid of energy, as Izuku kept crying, "He's a villain, you have to stay away from him. He'll never be a hero." A hand fell onto his shoulder. "Are you okay?" He jolted quickly around to see Uraraka. He nodded, sorry, zoned out. "It's okay," she smiled, signing the word, okay. "Mr. Aizawa is putting out the results in a moment. I wanted to make sure you're okay." The results gave him some pause. He came 2nd to last. The great boy, Mineta, came last and broke down in tears. Izuku felt bad for him, but a part of him was thankful it wasn't him. As the results came in, he saw Bakugo sneer at him from through the crowd. His eyes could kill if they were able to. No matter what Bakugo thought, he'd prove him wrong. That time was a fluke, a mistake. He had goaded him to that point. He had forced Izuku to cry. He had tried to plead with him. "You did it." Uraraka's hands met with his and raised them in the air. Her hair looked as if it floated for a second as she did so. Did she use her quirk on it? He had found through the entrance exam what her quirk was. How it worked was beyond him, though. Then, in a move of good luck for Mineta, Aizawa proclaimed that his expelling the lowest student had been a ruse, a simple lie to ensure they took the test seriously. It worked, of course, but that kind of thing worried him. The day continued as normal after that, a general curriculum breakdown. It all seemed to be to within his ability. School generally was at the very least. As long as his teachers didn't expect a direct answer from him, he was good. Of course, at Aldra and elementary school he was a victim of bullying and avoidance, but it made it safer for him. If people avoided him, there was less chance they got hurt again. Whilst he certainly didn't want that loneliness at UA, it might be needed if he lost control again. A hand grasped onto his shoulder. Midoriya, was it? He froze as he came face to face with the glasses boy. Ida, he believed Uraraka had called him. He nodded in response. "Perfect, I was inquiring about what our fellow classmate was doing to you this morning. I presume you are okay?" Another nod. "I am glad. If you have any other problems, please do come to me and tell me. I am not fond of bullies and other disorderlies." It was a nice offer. "I'm also of the understanding you cannot speak?" Izuku's mouth curved inward with another nod, 2 this time. "I learnt moving jazz." Ida's hands moved with quick speed, or as to what Izuku gathered was what he had signed. It wasn't actually legible to himself, so it was a guess, like a baby babbling their first words. He quirked an eyebrow. "I fear I made a mistake?" Izuku nodded, causing Ida to laugh. "I must apologize. The only sign language I am familiar with is that which my brother taught me." "Well, then it was a pleasure to meet you. Ida Tenya is my name." He bowed. Surely greetings came first in a conversation, not at the end? Before he could even attempt to reply, he was already speed walking off, his arms making large motions with each step. It was an amusing image. He could almost count him as his second friend at this point. That was nice. So, as he grasped onto his bag, he walked back to the train station in tranquil silence. Well, the tranquil silence lasted for a few moments before footsteps caught up to him quickly. He turned around to see no one. Did he imagine it? "Behind you," a sing-song voice called as he spun around again. Now doing a full, he came face to face with a smiling Uraraka who had crouched slightly to get behind him. A red blush fell over his cheek as he gave a rather pathetic wave. "Are you okay?" His hands fell to his chest. She smiled. Yes, I was wondering if at some point you'd be able to explain a little about your quirk. I kind of wanted to leave you my phone number, if that's okay with you, and that if you have a phone, of course, she managed to speak out through several stutters. He wondered if he'd have had a stutter if he could talk. It seemed likely. "Sounds nice. Would you like to go get something to eat then?" Now, she paled slightly, but a smile was on her lips. Izuku nodded. That was the social convention, wasn't it? They sat on a small bench near a convenience store which was slightly off the beaten path to UA. It was made of tall, slender concrete planks which towered upward, a small wooden board wrapped around the base. Only separation was for the tall black windows. The bench overlooked a small pavilion area with small flower beds surrounding it. Uraraka had opted for some machi, which he paid for, despite copious protest. For all he had to do was shake his head. "You really didn't have to buy me machi," she commented as she swallowed another bite of the treat. He'd make a mental note that she liked it for later on. Planning for the future was always appropriate, and this just seemed thankful. He also just shook his head at her complaint. He had never been able to buy a person food or anything in his life. It was more of something for him. "I'm just thankful Mr. Aizawa was lying about someone being expelled." She leant back on the table of the bench. "Could you imagine being expelled on the first day of UA? I think I'd cry." Well, he had been close. He gave another curt nod as he listened to the tweeting of birds with a soft grin on his face. "Do you think he would have expelled someone if they scored so low?" She pondered the question, or maybe she was trying to remember what he had said. With any luck she'd know enough of what he signed. "Well, I hope not," she did then. "I mean that would be unfair, right? Isn't the point of school trying to improve as a hero? If someone isn't ready from the start, then it's not their fault." He was doubly certain he'd chosen a good friend. Well, she had chosen him. His eyes curved again with a nod. "I agree. You wanted to know about my quirk?" "Oh yes, if that's okay. I was just interested. I hope that's not a problem." He nodded his head and pulled out the notepad and pen he had borrowed from All Might. This borrowing was permanent though now. He flicked through several pages of general messages, notes, and other conversations before finding his way to a clean page. Only the imprints from the last page marked the lined paper. With a somewhat shaking hand, he was resting the pad on his thigh. He drew a small stick figure, possibly going a little extra on the detailing with it, showing a female using a telekinesis quirk drawing a box towards her, with arrows and slight effects around it. She had a smile on her face. "Your mum?" He looked up to Ochako, who was staring intently at the notepad. He nodded and moved over on the paper, drawing a male stick figure, again with a little extra detail around. The man's mouth was open in a smile and spewed out fire. "That's your dad then?" she asked again. He replied with another set of curved eyes and draw the characters for mum and dad above them. With a line connecting the two previous stick figures, they met in the middle and fell onto his last stick figure. This one had a set of hair and a mask covering his neck and frowned with an open mouth. The mask was slightly see-through to accommodate this. From opposite him, a robot was broken. He was working with a single pen on his leg to draw with, and lines fell from the robot. "Oh, I get it. Your mum has a telekinesis quirk and your dad has a fire breath quirk too. So you can draw in heat from anything." He wrote down energy and circled it by the lines. "Oh, all energy, that's amazing." "It was?" He looked at her with a confused expression. She seemed to pick it up on it. "It's an amazing power, Midoriya. I can see why you scored #1 on the exam. That's so cool." She looked back to the paper. "Except, you're missing one thing." With a stretched hand she took the notepad and pen off of him. He just allowed it with wide eyes. She bit her lower lip as she scribbled something onto the paper. It was cute. Now he felt all red. She also seemed to hum as she drew on the paper. For whatever it is she was doodling down, he didn't have any guesses. It took half a minute or so before she turned the notepad back around to him, and done. On the paper was a fourth figure beside his own, a female on the floor looking up to his own. She had short hair and a smile, one which had been added to his eyes too as well. The words above his own person read, "Hero," and he had been added a small cape which fluttered behind him. "Now it's better." Izuku wasn't exactly sure as to why Uraraka kept shifting her eyes around. Maybe this was normal for her, he simply didn't know. For all he knew, it could just be normal for people. She seemed slightly flustered, but when he asked, she quickly avoided the question by commenting on a nice tree. "I have another question if that's okay?" Uraraka almost spoke in a whisper as his back leaned against a tree with a small cup of coffee in his hands. He twisted his body against the thick trunk to face her as she sat beside him, her legs spread outward, juxtaposing his own, which were pulled to his chest. He nodded in response and moved his body better so as to face her. That boy from earlier, the blonde one, why was he shouting at you? I mean, I don't want to invade your privacy or anything. She quickly added at the end. That was a question Izuku would want a proper answer to as well. Bakugo had always been estranged from Izuku when they were younger. His oldest memories involved himself, Bakugo and their parents on some kind of play event, before he had his quirk. Bakugo already had his and was very keen on showing it off. To young Izuku it was the most wonderful thing in the world. The dancing of static explosions fell over his hands that spread into the open air. He vaguely remembered their parents talking about something. Bakugo's mum seemed annoyed, but to the young Izuku, it was nothing to worry over. However, back then Bakugo hadn't been so bad, he was just kind of full of himself. That seemingly changed the moment he got his quirk. It had first started with flickering lights, and his parents complaining about headaches. They hadn't thought much of it at the time, but then Izuku complained about the burning in his stomach. From there they rushed him to the hospital when they felt his forehead. He was burning up badly and his parents were also falling asleep on their legs. The day Izuku's life changed. He had thought back then that maybe Bakugo would resemble some kindness to him, but he hadn't. From that moment, the moment Bakugo's mother explained that Izuku couldn't talk, Bakugo had held some resentment toward Izuku. It only worsened the time Bakugo had finally goaded Izuku into using his quirk at middle school. Bakugo had been one of the only people who had seen the damage done to him since the Town of Evercold incident, and then he had tried to make it worse. Firstly, he had ripped the mask from Izuku's lips and pushed him. Pushed him and pushed him. Shouted in his face to prove to everyone who he was. It had taken years, however, Izuku still had only one theory. Katsuki Bakugo was scared. He was scared of a young boy who could drain stars and knock a person unconscious by greeting them, hello. He was simply scared. However, fear wasn't something Bakugo would openly show, so said fear became anger, said anger became hate. Scared. He's scared? Of what? For this he didn't need to sign anyone, he just pointed his thumb back to himself. Well, this is me. He had insisted on walking Uraraka back home to wherever she lived, or the train station if she had to take it, but it seemed not. That's what people did in books and films at the very least, so it seemed polite. The apartment complex she lived at was tall, around twice the height of the one he lived in. Although he lived in the outer suburbs, Uraraka seemed to live more in the city than he did. Tall gray concrete walls cascade alongside rows of balconies, their accents a muted orange color. Each balcony had a small light on the roof, which was just the underside of the floor above, that shone light onto plants, small washing lines, or on one where a man smoked a cigarette. It wasn't a bad neighborhood by any stretch, it just wasn't one that heroes, nor villains frequented, so in general it was left untouched. Thank you, for this evening, it was nice to spend time with you. She smiled as the street lamp they stood under illuminated her hands, which signed, Thank you, evening and time. He smiled back, her gaze captivating his own. He had made his way back to his apartment soon after dropping Uraraka off at her own. The door opened with a hiss and soft click. Evening, Izu, his mother called out from the kitchen. With a shrug and roll of his shoulders, he removed his bag and set it down by the door with a slowly placed hand as he removed his shoes. The kitchen was enthralled with brilliant smells, mixing and swerving with one another. He sniffed again as he approached the small archway which separate the hallway and kitchen. Black Bean was his best guess. Have a good day? She asked as he stepped through the arch. The kitchen was far more modern in design than the rest of the apartment, which wasn't to say it was futuristic modern by any stretch. The floor was a plain white marble style pattern, not actually being marble of course, which felt cold under his feet. The cabinets and drawers were a muted gray in color. He nodded as she looked over her shoulder to him with a smile. That's wonderful to hear, no problems with your quirk at all. He shook his head this time and she smiled. Well, that's fabulous, dinner will be ready soon, why don't you get changed? With another nod, he made his way back out of the kitchen. The hallway leading off to his room was dark, the lights set to a muted orange hue as his feet warmed under the carpet. With a click of the light switch to his room, he made his way over to his desk. His hand ruffled into his pocket and softly grasped onto the paper which was folded neatly. A small excuse of a smile fell upon his lips as he pulled down his mask and glanced down at the small drawing. Sure, it was stupid to care so much about it, but he didn't have anything from anyone really in the world except his mother, and All Might, he supposed. However, now another item joined that group, from Uraraka. He grabbed a thumbtack and pressed it to the board above his bed. He didn't want to risk damaging the wall. It was the centerpiece of photos surrounding it. He smiled as he took a step back. The small, stick figures displayed happily. He had trimmed the paper so only to display the both of them. With a happy noise from the back of his throat, he moved to get change, catching his reflection in the mirror. What would she think if she saw his mouth? He sat at his desk in far more casual clothes with a pencil thumbing the paper. His mouth was warm under the thicker high collar he wore. He decided on a change of fashion as the warmer weather was arriving, so he'd get less time to draw this. On the paper below, his pencil smoothly glided over the pre-made lines and constructed hands. Izuku wasn't going to lie and say he knew how to deal with most social interactions, because he didn't, and because his hands shook making the signs when he lied. So, in the past, he used to draw fake situations where people were nice to him. It was childish but played a major part in keeping him sane after the incident at middle school. As everyone avoided him, he had no choice but to isolate himself further. They'd call him names, try to get a reaction out of him, then go running if he moved back at all. Thus, drawings became his main source of friends and social interaction. He'd draw his classmates with him, being friendly, being friends with him. Now though, he used that old interest and old talent and drew pictures of him and Uraraka, and Ida. He was nice too. The three of them were in one picture together, arms wrapped around each other and smiling, while his eyes curved as they looked at him. Ida held a drink. He'd have to ask what he liked to drink, and Uraraka some matcha, for he knew she liked it. He often just shaded them in with a pencil, but he made the effort this time to use color. He wasn't a pioneer with his art skills, but he wasn't bad, just not very confident. Izu, his head tilted to his door, dinner is ready. Another glance down at the picture gave him a small grin. It was looking nice. With a small push, he pulled himself out of his chair and made his way to the dining table, which was in the corner of the kitchen. You didn't have to go to the forest this evening, did you, Izu? His mum asked as he sat down opposite her and slowly pulled down the woolen mask around his neck. She placed him down a bowl of the black bean soup. He shook his head and placed his chopsticks along his bowl. Made a friend. He signed with his hands in quick motion. He could sign far quicker with his mother than anyone else, thankfully. A friend? Oh, Izu, that's wonderful. Can you tell me about them? He smiled with a nod and then spent the next 5 minutes, between mouthfuls of soup, questions by his mother and signing, explaining about a girl he had only met properly that morning. He spoke about how she had helped him stop Bakugo from hurting him, something his mother knew all about. So you went on a date on the first day? A date? He shook his head. Not a date, he signed. She smiled. It was more of a smirk. Oh, okay then, as she took another spoonful of soup with a sing-song voice. You might not be so bad. Izuku woke up slumped against his desk, his head resting on a thick sheet of paper with a hand resting under his hair. A soft hum emitted from the back of his throat as he pushed himself up. Dopey eyes stared ahead of himself for a moment. What was he doing? It took Izuku a momentary pause before he came to where he was, realizing he must have fallen asleep at his desk. A slight scowl fell over his face. He thoroughly enjoyed the comfort of his bed. His eyes, now considerably less dopey as he rubbed away the sleep, glanced down to the drawing at his desk. He smiled as his finger lowered to the smooth paper and wiped away at a few shavings of the pencil. So, he may have gone a tiny bit overboard last night in his detailing. A blatant lie, he completely went overboard. The last picture he had worked on was a piece of only himself and Uraraka. He had one with himself and Ida too at a football game stadium. The one of himself and Uraraka was a little more detailed, however. It focuses on the two of them in the middle of the page back to back and in a motion of descent. They were colored on a gray scale, however, their surroundings were not. Pouring out from behind them was a little bit of everything. Buildings, vehicles, trees, mountains, water, fireworks, robots. He may have gone a little overboard. However, it was rare he had people who actually liked him to draw. All of the students from Aldra hated him, avoided him, and were scared of him. So 2 people who endeavored to spend time with him? Yes, it was technically one day was the cause of celebration. He had made his way for breakfast with ample time that morning. His mother had already been awake, ready for work roughly at the same time he was ready for UA too. Did you sleep okay? A curt nod fell from him as he struggled to straighten his tie in the mirror with steady hands, especially keen to make sure he resembled some form of apparel for the day following. The class schedule had them doing heroics training, which, whilst what he expected to learn in a hero course, was kind of an unknown to him. Whatever heroics was, it did sound fun at the very least, which was always a bonus in any situation. Do you need to dispel any energy? His eyes glanced over to her as she looked at him with a slightly worried gaze. He offered a resemblance of a smile and shook his head. He was doing a rather splendid job of keeping his mouth shut and not using his quirk. Even better, will you be okay to leave by yourself? I have to get to work early this morning. She quickly clasped onto a black messenger bag. He gave another nod as she wrapped around her arms to him for a hug. That's my special man. I'm sure today will go brilliant. She pressed a kiss to his temple, ruffling his hair slightly. I'll see you this evening then. Anything you want for dinner in particular? With another shake of his head, his mother smiled. Okay then, I'll surprise you. She laughed softly. You have a good day. I'll see you this evening. Oh, and that Mr. Yagi had something he wanted to speak to you about when you get to UA. And now the apartment grew quiet, grew cold, grew empty. He fumbled with his pockets as he quickly sought out his throat medicine. He may have grown a slight dependence on the substance. It wasn't so much an addiction, as it was just a soothing syrup, more so a comfort. A child wasn't addicted to their favorite blanket, but there was a dependence, a comfort to sleeping with it. The same applied to Izuku. Well, he didn't sleep with the throat syrup, of course. However, there was a comfort to it, the same as his mask. He glanced back to his reflection, his tie now straightened. Well, hopefully today would be a good day. Also, what did All Might want? And why was he talking to his mother? Young Midoriya. All Might happily greet him as he stepped foot into the small office. It was more of a teacher's lounge really, but the placard on the front door listed it as an office. Trying to communicate with the lady at the reception had been difficult, so he had ended up writing down the question for her after a few minutes of back and forth. He gave a curt nod as he glanced at the office. Tall walls of a muted red were interlaced with picture frames of different faculty members. He recognized a few from some heroes he had seen the previous day. Some he didn't know though, so they must have retired a while ago. At the center of the room was an L-shaped red settee that surrounded a small coffee table, a table consisting of a small tea set. Izuku shuffled beside it and took a seat at the smaller length of the L. So, young Midoriya, today's lesson will be taught by myself. He looked at All Might with eager eyes. A lesson taught by All Might? That was amazing, being taught by All Might himself, forgetting he was All Might's private student at this moment. However, I wanted to make sure it was okay with you. It's a battle trials lesson, you see, heroics fighting. Now, we can completely understand if you don't think you're ready to be using your quirk around others. Truth be told, we should have sorted you out a private entrance exam, which I can only apologize for. So, are you up for it? If not, we can easily accommodate some rescue training for you whilst I teach the rest of the class. Izuku paused in thought for a moment. His eyes wandered to the tall windows opposing him. They looked out onto expansive fields and tracks. The only break of plain green was a small tree line before hitting a tall wall of a battle arena. The problem was that he wanted to learn these kinds of lessons. He couldn't hide away forever, but then, at the same time, people could get hurt. However, they'd always get hurt. That was just a matter of his quirk. Learning control at the moment seemed like the best motivator for the problem, and he had self-control. Surely, whoever he was to combat or be near was sensible enough to quickly vacate the area. Looking back to All Might with a new determination, his eyes lit up, and he gave a shake of his head with a practiced grin. He was going to be a hero, and a hero took no shortcuts. Oh, and your mother and I had this prepared for you. All Might pulled out a briefcase by his feet, an object he had completely missed. Izuku took the case with welcoming hands. Your hero suit. Why don't you get changed whilst I greet the rest of the class? All Might then pressed a hand to Izuku's shoulder with a grin. He stood in front of a tall mirror in a private changing room. It was a connective room of the support course section of UA, which was extremely noisy. The costume, he loved it. The teal green that covered his body in matching trousers and jacket. A red belt was wrapped around his waist that matched his face mask. It was red too, with a large grin painted on it. It was another fabric design, yet far thicker than usual, and stood upright by itself fully. A zip could be pulled horizontally across too for access to his mouth, as the mask seemed not to be able to be pulled down. His hands rested on his knuckles slightly. They exposed under pads to his palm and fingers, but the top was protected by a plastic casing. A small smile spread on curved eyes. He looked like a hero, an actual hero. Glee overcame his mind as he looked back at the mirror. Izuku Midoriya, the silent hero. You ready, kid? The voice startled him as he quickly set his bag to the side and pressed open the door. Standing on the other side of the door was the support course teacher, Power Loader. He seemed kind of lackluster with energy, and he hadn't even used his quirk yet. Not bad, really. He poked at Izuku's arm. He just narrowed his eyes at the hero. Sorry. Well then you'll be at Arena B, or do they go by Beta by now? Can never remember. He scratched the metallic skull over his head as he stalked back off to the door. Good luck, kid, and if any problems arise with that costume, do feel free to ask yours truly. I want to get a look at that one, it's good quality. Power Loader soon turned left as Izuku turned right down a lighter hallway which led towards the battle arenas. He wondered what other people's costumes would look like. He could draw some of those too. That sounded like fun. With a silent gait, the usual, he made his way outside and into the plains of UA. The long grass fields plowed forward, carrying whispers of the wind amongst them, soft leaf rustles, and voices of people far away. It reminded him of the meadow he liked to frequent. Except UA was far more plain. He soon made his way to Arena Beta, although it was empty. He aimlessly wandered around, wondering if he was at the wrong place. There you are, young Midoriya. A voice caught his attention as he twisted around to see All Might walk into the small street he found himself standing in. He was hoisting a box underneath his arm and carrying a clipboard under the other arm. The others are still changing into their costumes, so we will have to wait upon their arrival. However, your costume looks well. All Might placed the box and clipboard onto the ground and grinned at Izuku's costume. Does it fit okay? He gave a polite nod as he outstretched his arms. All Might chuckled with a grin. Wonderful, your mother and I were worried that the sizing may be slightly off. How did you contact my mum? He signed, his eyes narrowed slightly. All Might gave another laugh. Yes, the costume took some time to make. We had it planned just after the entrance exam. That didn't answer his question at all. It took another 5 minutes until everyone arrived, with varying costumes and designs. He smiled as he made his way into the conversing crowd. I love your costume. Uraraka was behind him, causing Izuku to spin around. He offered an eye grin as he pushed his thumb up. I like yours too. It's okay, she sheepishly grinned. They made it a little too tight from what I was asking though. Her eyes moved to her arms, which she raised in front of her. Izuku didn't think so. He thought it looked nice and practical too. After the gathering of students all mulling over their hero costume, and a few asking him where he was and receiving an answer they didn't understand, they soon all stood around All Might as he explained the lesson. It was a heroics lesson using a basis of a battle trail. That much he knew. Students were to be paired up and would face off in those pairs as heroes or villains. He waited in eager anticipation as he was selected to be a part of Pair A. Soon after, Uraraka was also chosen to be a part of Pair A. So the pair was himself and Uraraka. That made things so much easier. He had been increasingly worried about working with anyone else, for there would certainly be a communication barrier, and that wasn't to say he could flawlessly communicate with Uraraka. She still wasn't perfect with sign language. She was just the best out of the class, so he could simplify the phrases and speak to her. It still amazed him she had gone through the effort of learning it. It's like fate, she happily declared, although as Izuku took a passing glance to All Might he wondered if he had planned this to happen, rigged it ever so slightly to pair him up with Uraraka. He mentally thanked his mentor. He smiled in response to Uraraka's excitement, feeling such excitement the very same. It had been pleasant to spend time with her last night, so more time with people who were nice to him was always a welcomed event. Such pleasant thoughts ended the moment the teams were paired to fight. Team A, himself and Uraraka, versus Team D, Ida and Bakugo. Fighting Bakugo made him break out into a cold sweat, and made his mind run at 100 miles per hour. Could he do it? Was it possible for him to fight Bakugo? They were both scared of each other, of course. Bakugo's fear came first. He wasn't going to chicken out though. This was the perfect opportunity. Prove to Bakugo that he could be a hero. This was his opportunity, the start of his journey. Izuku could do it, he could be a hero, All Might said so, his mother said so, and Uraraka said so. And hopefully soon, Bakugo would say so too. Start. Indoor anti-personnel battle training. All Might's voice was powerful over the speakers as Izuku and Ochako swarmed the front of the building. He was rapidly signing words but guessed Ochako might miss half of the words. Long plan short, he was detailing to stay weary of Bakugo. So, he's always been afraid of your quirk? She asked, twisting a leaf in her hands. His eyes returned to the grass beneath his feet and gave a nod in response. I can't even begin to imagine how that felt, for those around you to be scared of you. His eyes met hers and she moved her body around to face and took his hands in her own. I promise you, together, we'll make sure everyone knows you're a hero. I'll need some help myself too. After all, we can be heroes together. Izuku may have only just met Uraraka, but, for such a small instant, it was like she was something he had missed his entire life. Someone to believe in him, to make him feel better with no bias. Someone to care. Someone to further himself. The kick from the hallway corner caused Izuku to freeze, pushing himself back and stepping in front of Uraraka on instinct. A sneak attack. With a pounce forward, Bakugo grabbed onto Izuku's shoulder, throwing forward as he stepped between himself and Uraraka. Get out of here now. Bakugo had his back to Uraraka as Izuku fell to the ground in a heap. And no, she shouted back whilst Izuku staggered up like a newborn animal. His gaze met hers with a nod. Midoriya dash. Bakugo snarled again as he stood up. Izuku's hand slowly rose to his mask zip, pulling it open ever so slightly but not enough to reveal his face. I'll be okay, just go, he signed again to Uraraka. Waited in a pause before running past him. Good luck, she whispered as she dashed ahead. Bakugo smirked as he took a step forward. Meanwhile, Izuku lowered the mask opening to provide access to his mouth fully. Now you're all alone, with no one to help you, just a lonely villain, he smirked with evil intention. He could prove Bakugo wrong though, he knew he could, but he had to prove him wrong. Go on then, use that delegate quirk. Show everyone what you can do. He waited, biding his time. The best method to beat Bakugo like this was small bursts of his quirk made the best bet to neutralize the explosions. Of course, he'd have to time it right and make sure to end it quickly, otherwise prolonged exposure to his quirks and effects could knock him out. That wouldn't be a great way to convey his point. Maybe Bakugo realized he wouldn't attack first. Maybe he grew impatient. Either way, with a grunt forward, his hand, sparked with explosions, drove to his face. His fist clenched as it dove forward, just as Izuku was able to dodge it. Coming alongside the fist, he opened his mouth and for the tiniest second made a small sound. It was nothing more than a monotonous hum at the back of his throat for a split second, but the lights overhead flickered violently, the explosion fell in a second and Bakugo stumbled forward as Izuku fell to the side. A bubbling sensation fell down his throat. Demon nerd, Bakugo grumbled as he twisted back around with a dash forward. What next became a spectacle of tiny noises, Bakugo shouting, and Izuku dodging. Punches through left and right as Izuku dodged up and down. With each move of his fist, with each jab of his arm, Bakugo got even angrier. His eyes were a fiery blaze, despite the fatigue already plaguing him. Izuku's own body began to burn too soon. His throat was a static drowning sensation. Stop dodging and fight back. He threw a punch left. You really think anyone cares about you? You only got into UA as a FING pity party? You think any of these extras care about you? They're scared, they've been dim and told to keep you in check. Izuku tried to tune out the words, the doubts cementing in his mind. Bakugo, please desist from these insults, that is not the purpose of the exercise, All Might's voice blared over the loudspeakers. Bakugo snarled as he ignored the message and took a stance ahead of him. Your own demon mum doesn't even care for you, you ruined her life, because you're a villain, with a disgusting quirk and even more disgusting face. His words caught Izuku off guard completely, phasing him frozen. It wasn't true. Bakugo didn't know anything, yet at that moment, Bakugo was mirroring in his words so many of those which plagued his mind. Plagued his worries and anxieties. The split break of thought gave Bakugo the opportunity. Izuku caught the move at the last second as Bakugo clicked off the clips on his gauntlets. The grenade stored sweat fired, point blank, at Izuku directly. The following explosion rocked the very hallway and sent Izuku hurtling back, tearing through his main costume. Searing pain shot through him, and a cry fell from his lips as a plethora of energy fell into his open mouth before he crashed back. That's it. Go on, show everyone, show them what you really are. Bakugo, that is enough, decease now. All Might's second warning went ignored by the blonde once more. Bakugo stalked forward with a smirk. Just like how you almost killed those kids at middle school, you'll do the same here because that's what villains do. It's up to me, a hero, to stop monsters like you. He pushed forward, leveling another punch to Izuku with an explosion. Just as Izuku startled back before he could even stand, Bakugo grabbed onto his shoulder, and his knee shot into his torso, again and again and again. Worthless. Fing. Villainous. He shouted insult with each hit of his knee. The assault was too much as Izuku cried out, watching in innate fear as Bakugo fell dizzy, yet continued the assault. His knee once again met with Izuku's torso in searing pain, forcing Izuku to stagger back further, a foul taste reaching the back of his throat from the previous abuse. That's all you are. Bakugo cried out, a DMN quota to fill in a minority report, just plain FING funding. He placed a hand on the wall for support. Do you truly believe anyone, and I mean anyone, believes you can be a hero? You worthless, villainous B3D. Izuku's legs strained as he stood up again, his stomach burning too. Just as his legs mounted his body, Bakugo sent a fist straight to Izuku's face, causing him to cough out again, and more energy drained into Izuku's body. Just as he fell back, Bakugo grasped onto Izuku's mask and ripped it off. Now let them all see the face of a villain. Hands quickly fell over his face as he fell back to the floor after another kick. His breath fell out of his mouth in increasing gasps, causing Bakugo to falter. Yes, go on. Show them all what you really are. He fell to the wall again, his hand barely supporting his weight. A disgusting, scarred villain who can only hurt people. You think you can save anyone? He spoke through muffled gasps. The saddest fact was Izuku could end this at any moment. It would take one word and this would be over. He'd be safe. But then, Bakugo would get hurt, he'd be even more scared, and he didn't want that. He could end it so quickly, but it cost him his very goal to do so, so he had to endure the assault, the pain. Bakugo! I have said enough, cease now. All Might's voice fell through the louder speakers. You think they actually care for you, Deku? He charged again, his leg kicking Izuku in the under the chin, hurtling him back again. Izuku's hand stayed wrapped around his mouth. It seemed Bakugo was now completely ignoring All Might. Fresh tears rolled down his face as he glared up at Bakugo, who fell to the wall in a slump, yet still awake, somehow. I've seen you do it before, only I know. Only I am a hero here. I'll sacrifice myself to prove it. You will never be a hero. You will never be anything more than what you are now, a villain, on the floor at my legs. Cowering in fear, because you're too weak, too pathetic to control your quirk. A grin spread across Bakugo's face, which looked glassy through tears as he staggered forward. And now everyone will see who you really are. At the moment he took another step forward, two figures appeared ahead of Izuku. He gulped as he cowered in his arms, only catching a glimpse of Uraraka and Ida. That is enough, Bakugo, Ida declared as Izuku buried himself further into himself. How can you say that? Bakugo shouted, look at what he's done. The effects are already working on you two nerds. He's a danger. No, he's not, you provoked him. Uraraka shouted back. You can't keep attacking people, he didn't even fight back. Bakugo scoffed. And look what he's done already. Now move out of my way or I move you both. You would hurt a fellow hero? I thought your morals were to protect people? Ida spoke aloud. Izuku rose his eyes nervously to look at the scene. Ida was standing ahead of all three of them, Uraraka crouched by him with a hand on his shoulder. It was numb after the punch from Bakugo. You aren't a fellow hero, he tensed his legs. You're just a diamond extra, now move damn it. He jumped forward. Just as Ida's body moved to a side angle, a blur shot past them both. In a mirage of red, yellow, and blue, Bakugo went flying with a loud shock wave. That is enough. The trial is over. All Might's voice boomed with anger as he stood ahead of them whilst a crashing sound rattled the building as Bakugo fell into a heap with a cage of rumble surrounding him. Izuku had never heard such anger, such fierce commands. It wasn't like All Might at all, it was kind of scary. Was this how villains felt? How that man who gave All Might his injuries felt? Young Ida, please call in Recovery Girl for us. All Might direct Ida as he crouched down to Izuku. Izuku wrapped himself smaller. Sir? Uraraka asked. It is okay, young Uraraka. Please make sure you are well enough. If so, please make your way to the command center. I shall take young Midoriya to Recovery Girl. Uraraka seemed to motion for a second before walking off, leaving only All Might and himself in the hallway of rubble. Young Midoriya, can you hear me? He asked. Izuku nodded his head, which was wrapped by his arms tightly, trying his hardest not to make any noise or cry anymore. I'm going to pick you up, okay? Large hands slowly fell under his trembling form and slowly rose him off the ground. A sniffling, weak frame fell into his arms. A soft hum and beep filled the room as Izuku surrounded himself with the thin sheets of the small hospital bed. He had failed again, failed to prove who he was going to be, failed to prove how good a hero he would become. All Might had left soon after Recovery Girl had made her way to his bedside to return to 1A. He'll be okay? All Might frantically asked the elderly women as Izuku groaned on the bed, his throat burning in pain and stomach bubbling. Yes, he'll be fine. Hopefully, his body will use up that energy for stamina to heal himself, then you get rid of that and heal him. I can only do so much though, Toshinori, for radiation and heat burns, she coolly remarked beside him. All Might gulped. They aren't bad though? Not as bad as what he's already faced. Besides, you're a tough young one, aren't you? She looked at him. It had been a few minutes since Recovery Girl had left him alone in the bed, so in that time he had retreated into the cocoon of blankets. Would they kick him out now? From UA? For inciting violence? He didn't mean for it to end like that, it wasn't his choice. Here you go, kid. A soft heap fell on his bed. He slowly looked up to Recovery Girl, grasping the bed sheets over his mouth and neck, although she might have already seen them. On the corner of the gray sheets were a small set of clothes, the same physical education ones he had worn the previous day. He slowly rose his gaze to hers as she gestured to the clothes. Can't stay in your costume now, can you? He nodded in response as she turned to leave. I'll give you some privacy, get changed and rest. I'll check on you again soon. She closed the curtain back over and, after waiting half a minute, he crawled out of the hospital bed and shuffled over to the clothing. The entire front of his hero costume was torn. Would All Might be mad? He removed the strays of fabric and tears of plastic and slowly pulled it down his body, noting the red marking along the burns on his stomach. His old costume fell at his feet below him and spooled around his feet. With quick movements, he quickly fixated his trousers on, sorely pulling them up each leg with a halted effort. He felt smaller at that moment, as his hands ran down the marks on his face. They trailed down below his chin and onto his neck. He felt weak. With a lean over, he grabbed onto the shirt, pulled it over his head and straightened it out with a hiss as it passed his arms. An adjustment of his collar and he was at least dressed enough to look suitable to anyone who passed. As there was nothing else to do, he fell back onto the frame of the bed, the thin mattress compressing under his weight. He rose his hands into his lap and slowly rasped them over one another. A wave of nausea passed over him. Probably not a good sign. It was around half an hour later when the class bell rang. You sit down, young man. Recovery Girl's voice called from across the room. He had made no plans to move in any way. It was also a little after the only noise Izuku had heard for the entire half an hour that the door ahead of them burst open. Izuku? A familiar voice called to him. Izuku quickly turned around to the voice of his mother. First curtain on the right, Recovery Girl called out again. As soon as she had finished speaking, his mother was already there, wrapping Izuku in a hug, her arms tightening around him. She smoothed her hand over his hair. "Are you okay?" she muttered into his ear. He was able to relinquish a nod as he was kept in a tight barrier from the world. "So then, young Midoriya?" Izuku peered over his mother's shoulder and saw All Might standing there. "If it's any comfort, you did technically pass the last test, congratulations." Another faint nod allowed him to answer, or at least give a semblance of a reply to All Might. "So then, he's to come home?" His mother pulled away, sitting beside Izuku on the bed, looking to All Might. "Yes, if it's best for the two of you, young Midoriya may return home for the day. We understand what happened can be stressful, and we promise, we will get this sorted out. I am so sorry I wasn't there sooner." He didn't want All Might blaming himself for this at all. That wasn't fair. "Thank you," Izuku looked up to his mother, "for looking after my boy." "It's no problem at all, honestly. There is no need to thank me. Young Midoriya is an excellent pupil to teach, and UA wishes to help him in any way they can." He stood at the entrance of his bedroom door with a solemn expression. His body was healed for all intents and purposes, but his mind still reeled from Bakugo. A disgusting, scarred villain who can only hurt people. You think you can save anyone? You really think anyone cares about you? You only got into UA as a FING pity party? You think any of these extras care about you? They're scared. They've been dim and told to keep you in check. They weren't true, his words, they weren't. So why did he believe them so much? Why did they make sense, align with his own worries? Why was he listening? Did they truly want to be his friends? Were they scared? Were they all scared? His mother's life. Did he ruin it? Was he that much of a burden? His father was already gone because of him. His birth ruined his parents' marriage, so Bakugo's words weren't far off. In a haze he stumbled into his room, slowly sitting down on his bed. Burden, disgusting, scarred. Burden, disgusting, scarred. He was more than those things, than those words. He had to be. They couldn't define him, they couldn't choose what he became, but if it was his actions that spoke words, why did Bakugo still fear him? How could he prove to Bakugo that he wasn't a villain, a grotesque villain who hurt people? His hand crawled over his bed and grasped onto a pillow. It snaked its way back to Izuku and he wrapped his body around it, the pillow staying at his chest. It was around 10 minutes later that his mother made her way into his room, knocking at his door first, and settled beside him, passing him a cup of warm tea. "Izu, do you need anything, sweetie?" His gaze cast down. "Am I a burden?" He signed with slow hands, although they were slightly pushed into the pillow. "A burden? Of course, you're not, Izu, look at me." His eyes rose lazily to her. "You are my son, and I love you. You would never burden me. I love you and would do anything for you. Everything I do is out of love. I'll always be by your side." She wrapped her arms around him. "You rest up. If we need to, I'll take you to the forest later on. Does that sound okay? Remember, Izu, I love you. Nothing you can do or will ever do will make me change that." He nodded softly as his mind slowly came to calm. Izuku couldn't remember when he fell asleep. It must have been very quick as he could only remember his mother leaving. With tired limbs, he pushed himself up from his bed, noting that he'd fallen asleep atop his bed covers and was still wearing his jacket, feeling the comforting feeling of his mask around his mouth. As soon as he sat up, voices startled him. He couldn't make out who it was, however, undoubtedly one was his mother. He listened carefully, unable to tell who it was. There seemed to be 3 voices though if he could hear correctly. Which hopefully he could. With steady steps he made his way to the mirror, making sure he looked in a state of apparel. He smoothed his hands over his hair and corrected his mask. He should probably change out of the school sports uniform. He quickly made his way over to his wardrobe, grasping onto an already matching outfit, a pastime from when he last got bored. Quick hands made work of quickly changing his outfit, adjusting the high collar once more so to properly cover his face, not intent on giving anyone a chance to see it that day. Although he was curious about who was there, his mother rarely had visitors. After all, his worst worries were someone from UA, and that he was in trouble. Did he hurt Bakugo too much? He hadn't meant to, after all, he just didn't want to get hurt himself. And to prove to Bakugo that he could be a hero. Look how that had turned out. Awfully, with a lot of injuries and worries. Way to go, Izuku. He pushed open the door slowly, opening it without a squeak as he strained his ears to hear who was talking. Still nothing. Was his hearing going? Maybe. Not great. Muffled voices soon filled his ears as he stood ahead of the living room. Then the familiarity hit him. Surely not. Why were they here? And how long had he been asleep? His hand faltered at the door handle, his lips pursing and pouting to stay closed. Why was he nervous? It would be fine, he wasn't in trouble, so why feel nervous? You really think anyone cares about you? You only got into UA as a FING pity party? You think any of these extras care about you? They're scared, they've been dim and told to keep you in check. Bakugo was lying, of course, he had to be. It wouldn't go that far, would they? But then again he'd make friends that quickly easily, but would Uraraka and Ida? That would explain how Uraraka knew sign language. She was taught it by someone from UA to get close to him. No, he mentally scolded himself. He was overthinking this. Bakugo was just trying to get under his skin. With a newfound determination, he twisted the handle down and walked into the room. Seated around the table, 3 figures all turned to face him. He felt red at the attention. He gave a kind of pathetic wave. Izu, sweetie. Izuku, you're back. Ah, Midoriya, welcome back. Wait, did Uraraka just call him Izuku? That felt nice, it felt right weirdly. He gave another nod with an awkward expression. Your friends came to visit once school was over. I've just been entertaining them whilst we waited for you, his mother smiled. Slowly, Izuku took a seat next to his mother, thankful for the 4-person table they had. He offered a smile to his friends as his mother suddenly sat up. I'll get some more tea. As soon as his mother left, both of them leaned forward. Are you okay? No one was allowed to see you after the heroics lesson. We were all so worried. Everyone in 1A was. They were? He felt fine, all things considered, well, physically anyway. I'm fine. Recovery girl helped me get better, used the energy to heal me. What does a radio have to do with this? Ida asked. Both himself and Uraraka turned to face him with equally puzzled expressions. I am correct to believe I understood him wrong? Uraraka giggled. Yes, just a little bit. He said that recovery girl dash. She looked to him and he gave a nod. Help me, also using the, she signed, energy as well. He gave another nod as Uraraka proudly smiled. Ida then presumed to pull out a notepad and write something down. Although, Izuku did have one immediate question. How did you know where I live? He looked to Uraraka. Ida might get confused again. Oh, well, you see. Please, Mr. Aizawa, can't we at least check to see if he's okay? She pestered their teacher alongside Ida. The lesson had carried on and yet, no word on Bakugo or Midoriya had been given to them. She'd probably punch Bakugo if she so ever saw him again. You are both rather adamant about seeing another student you've met all but 3 times before. He spun his chair from the front desk, glancing up at them. Besides, he's not at UA anymore. What? What do you mean? Surely Midoriya hasn't left UA? Ida asked with a worried expression. A mask she wore in the same sense. Oh no, you misunderstand me, he's simply gone home, went so soon after recovery girl dubbed him well enough. Well, that was a relief. Well, is there any way we can visit him there? She asked. Mr. Aizawa pursed his lips. Again, you met him 2 days ago. Is there? She ignored his remark. It is against regulation to give students another student's address or personal information. She went to protest but stopped. However, I store all information on students on the form here on my desk and I'm long overdue for another coffee. He smirked slightly. Do be well behaved, no rooting at all. Mr. Aizawa then slid out of his chair, pushing it back, and made his way over to the door, taking a step out now. It seems our attempts were for naught. Ida solemnly spoke. It felt more of a monologue to himself. What do you mean? It is against regulation for us to look up student information, we will have to await tomorrow. She sighed with a roll of her eyes as she scrambled to the desk, ignoring the complaints of Ida behind her who she feared might faint if she took too long. Then she saw his name, perfect. Izuku was surprised they went through so much effort for him, it seemed too much for him. He turned a muted shade of red from their consideration, giving a faint, thank you, sign that even Ida understood. It neared half an hour of them being there when Ida had to head home. Thank you so much for visiting, you are welcome any time. His mother wished him well. Ida bowed so straight that Izuku hoped he could get back up. It was a pleasure for you to allow me to enter your home with so little courtesy from myself, he quickly spoke. Oh, it was nothing really, I'm just happy Izu has people to care for him, so thank you Ida. With that exchange and a little more, Ida left for home, something to do with his brother coming back home. Will you be staying for dinner, Uraraka? I don't want to impose dash, she shyly replied. It's not a problem at all, if you want to stay for dinner, it's perfectly fine, you're our guest. His mother smiled at Uraraka. She played with her fingers. Well, if it's okay with you both. Of course it is, his mother replied as Izuku nodded his head adamantly. Izu, why don't you show Ochako your room, I'll call you when dinner is ready. He gave a smile as he ushered Uraraka to follow, namely by taking her hand which was followed me an audible eep, for some reason. He didn't know why she did that, and when he turned back she had fallen a shade of pink. As he approached his room he quickly opened the door, kind of unsure of what he did next. Did he walk in first? Maybe that would look rude, but if he walked in afterwards it might look like he was trapping her inside. Maybe she didn't want to go in, maybe they should sit in the hallway. No, that was dumb. He should just ask her, right? He paused in motion and looked at her, just kind of stared. Izuku? He nodded, expecting some kind of intelligent response. Do you not want me to go in? He shook his head. Right, so you do want me to go in? He nodded his head. Why did you stop then? She giggled. He shrugged his shoulders, not really sure what he planned to accomplish anyway. It took some time, mainly because Izuku kept ushering Uraraka to walk on forward before him and then they'd fumbled over their own feet. He left his door open, after staring at it for 30 seconds deciding on what to do with it. Would closing it feel rude? These drawings dash. Oh no. He scrambled forward, forgetting all courtesy he had been following beforehand, as Uraraka looked over the drawings on his desk. He had completely forgotten they were there. They're really good. She held one up to the light from his open window. Mimicking her so often, he turned a shade of red. You drew these? She turned to him, holding a drawing of the three of them. He nodded faintly and averted his eyes, biting the side of his cheek. Could you teach me? He perked up at her comment. That sounded nice. The rest of the evening before dinner was spent, sitting on the same chair, his hand guiding hers over the paper and drawing together. During the entire time, Izuku forgot about the words Bakugo had said. For, at that moment, he was happy for the company, no matter the reason or cause. When she smiled or laughed or when she bobbed her head, Izuku realized he really liked having friends. He liked being around her, and that was good enough for him. Katsuki growled as he awoke in a frenzy. His body on high alert, that DMNFING villain? Where was he? It took him a short moment, fueled by anger, to realize where he was. Well, where he wasn't was the better descriptive. For he was no longer at Battleground Beta, but instead, in some kind of enclosed room. The walls were a hue of yellow that made up panelings. The door, despite almost merging into the walls, was clearly visible due to its subtle jut-out and handle latch. Behind him, in the room was a small bed with clean gray sheets. He did not need to take a nap or sleep, but he realized this room was at least something proper, and not the confines of his mind or something like that. He sprinted to the door opposite the bed. Hey! Let me out, he shouted, banging on the door, which turned out to be wooden. What had happened? His memory was hazy, he was fighting and winning. Then those two extras got in his way, the same as yesterday. Who did they think they were? DMN extras protecting that shitty villain. Then he loudly growled in anger, smacking himself on the forehead. Remember, stupid. Remember. Then it occurred to him. He had been punched. That was it, someone had sent him flying through a goddamn FNG wall. Thankfully, due to the explosion he had built up from preparing to attack Four Eyes, he simply blasted against the wall, so he must have fallen asleep after that, well knocked out. So, that begged the question, why was he in this shitty room? Well, time to return to the no doubt fruitless endeavor of banging on the door. It was around half an hour later that someone finally arrived. Who the hell did they think they were? You're awake. The door fell open, causing Katsuki to shuffle backwards. It was the DMN homeroom teacher. What was his name? No Azino. Oh wait, he didn't care. Right I am, what the hell am I doing here? He demanded to know. The teacher stared at him for a moment. Was that disgust in his gaze? What was his DMN problem? They should be thanking him. Follow me please, his teacher commanded of him. What was his iffy problem? They walked in complete silence for several corridors, and it was safe to say Katsuki was kind of lost. In both the physical sense, every DMN corridor looked the same, and for the fact, what had he done wrong? Maybe this was just some kind of precaution, a standard procedure for heroic students. Honestly, all he was doing was what a hero would do. He'd sacrifice himself to save the nerd, but how did he punch him so hard? Some kind of new move? He didn't see Round Face or Glasses move, so he had to have been the DMN villain. Oh well, injuries came standard with the job, no doubt. He could endure them well enough. It took them some further time, with no comment from the shaggy black-haired teacher before he stopped at a door. He spoke but a single word, and strange, it was like he was being shunned by the man. For reasons Katsuki knew not. With a glare and slight snarl from the back of his throat, Katsuki headed to the door. It was an oaken brown and looked the exact same as every other day in the DMN school, except for the placard which read, Principal. Congratulations from the principal, they must really have hated him there and wanted him gone. Deserves them right to thank him, idiots, for letting him into UA at all. He slugged open the door handle, pushing the door open with a confident gait. Katsuki Bakugo, the most heroic student of 1A. It seemed about right, his prowess must have saved hundreds back at shitty Aldra. Just another accolade to add to his collection. Who was going to thank him next, All Might? He smirked at the thought. Do come in and please shut the door. The chair of the principal was faced away from Katsuki, not the most welcome for a hero. Oh well, they'd learn manners soon enough. To look up to their betters. He shut the door behind him, giving a passing glare to the shitty teacher who brought him here. The principal's office was pretty gloomy. As in, the lights were dim, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Ahead of him was a large white desk. It seemed to be made of wood with a sheen coating over it, but Katsuki couldn't be sure, and in all honesty, he didn't care. Please, take a seat. He eyed the two leather round chairs, blue in color. He took the left one, no particular reason in mind. His legs parted slightly, taking up the entire space of the chair, and he slouched ever so slightly. He had some questions he'd like to ask, mainly, why the hell he was locked in that room. So, then, Mr. Bakugo, could you please retell me the events of yours and Izuku Midoriya's alteration earlier today? The chair spun around, showing the principal. It was a rat or maybe a bear or a dog. Rodent seems generally fitting. The rodent's hands fell onto the table, sliding over to a teacup, a part of a larger tea set on the desk. Where do I start? He smiled. Wherever you may wish, whatever is relevant will do. The rodent sipped on its tea with its beady eyes focused on him. Now, whilst this was a rodent, it was A, talking to him, and B, the principal of UA. So, surely it was intelligent. Best phrase himself carefully, he knew how these sorts worked. Well, I'd say it's when he got his quirk. That's the moment I realized he was a villain. The rodent leaned forward with a nod. I knew something like that. It existed to kill, to hurt others. I mean, that's no hero. I took it upon myself to save others, to protect them from this villain. Because that's what he'd be, a demon villain. He carefully phrased himself as he guided the rat through the many heroics of his childhood. Saving his friends from the villain, showing the world he truly was. How he made that villain kneel, how he protected other people. So, What did he actually do for him to be a villain? Losing control of your quirk isn't villainous. The rat spoke aloud and Katsuki stared. What was it implying? That he was in the wrong here? No, there was no way. The teachers of Aldera praised him. The kids revered him as their protector. The boy who kept the cold away. The fear Izuku held was outshone by himself. By his way of protecting those, of making sure he remembered who he was. A villain. Protocol C-16, Article 14 of the HPSC states the unknowing or accidental use of a quirk is not villainous and those who do so cannot be charged with it as such. He pushed over a piece of paper. So, how are Mr. Midoriya's actions villainous? If he was a hero, he'd go into hiding, live in the DMN wilderness, not around people. What followed after was a back and forth between a highly intelligent creature and a DMN rodent. This rat-like menace was actually on the nerd's side. He was siding with the villain. What had UA become where they sided with villains? Heroes don't hurt ordinary people. He leaned forward, a blanket statement over everything. The rat smiled. And what determines that Mr. Midoriya isn't an ordinary person? To me, he sounds like an ordinary boy who got into a heroics course. So, by your own definition, you are a villain, are you not? What? How dare he? How dare that demon creature say that to him? You weren't there, you can't decide that on what he is or isn't. The police aren't there for every crime. And that's how villains like him escape. So you want to become a vigilante? No. But if a hero has to breach what the system wants, then so DMN well be it. The rat laughed. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Bakugo, the Board of Investors wants you expelled for this ordeal. They want to expel? They wanted to expel him? His ears rang and his mouth went dry. Expelled? Expelled from UA. However, I don't think that's right. I feel like you still have a future, he looked to the rat. Just not in the heroics course. Katsuki idly walked into the heart of the city. He passed by criminals and vigilantes. Drags and thieving. His mind hadn't really pieced the puzzle together yet, it was still reeling from the rat. How was he getting punished for this? Tall gray buildings surrounded him as dark clouds gathered beyond them. Sound of breaking glass shattered from a window somewhere above him, a woman crying in the alley to his left. The roads were littered with rubbish, it was a crap hole. However, if he kept himself to himself, he'd be able to clear his head at least. Oi oi, hey there kid, some man appeared from behind an alley. Katsuki, with his hands buried in his pockets, stared at him. Never mind, to the piece. He wore a zipped-up jacket and navy cargo trousers. In his hand he wielded the most pathetic knife he'd ever seen. His face was more circle than face, with sweat falling from his piggy features. His hair only sporting a few glimpses of hair. He lazily stared at him. What? He tilted his head to the side. Haha, you're pretty young to be out here on your own, you know? Oh brilliant, he was some kind of budget option criminal. Katsuki sighed as he cracked his fingers, one by one. You look pretty fing ugly, so fit right in around here. Hee hee, you got a mouth on ya, not bad. His voice was basically a snort. Katsuki had already dubbed him Pig. You know what, I'll let you keep your wallet, just hand over your cash and I'll be gone. Katsuki smirked. Pig seemed to be someone who could take some serious hits. Of course, do wait a minute. He complied with fake intentions. Slowly, he opened his wallet and paused. What was the point? Why carry on? Hell, why not let this man just stab him? No, he was going to show everyone. He'd do it, no matter if they put him into mainstream education even. He scrambled the notes out of his wallet and scrunched them into one hand. You want these? He asked with a sly smirk. Yeah, that's money, kid, or are you fing stupid? Suddenly, he exploded his hand. A laugh fell from his lips as the notes turned to ash. They fell into the open air as he opened his hand. Oh no, my hand slipped. And now, oh ify hell, now you've seen my quirk, so now you'd know who I am. The man took a staggering step back as he swaggered forward, his hands exploding. A grin fell over his face. Such fun. He leapt forward, his hands wrapped in explosions and hit the man in the face, and then again. Then his torso, his stomach, his arm, back to his face. Over and over. And he laughed as he did it. His stress dispelled away quickly. He stumbled home that night with an expression of nothingness. He now felt nothing. An improvement, if anything, over his previous mood. He was being punished for something that wasn't his fault. His punishment was also pretty FNG dumb. The support course. Basically, UA wanted to make the best student they'd ever get into a FING guinea pig. On top of that, he'd been banned from any exercises for combat or cross-class activities. What a demon joke. It got worse and worse. His mother had berated him the moment he got in. He simply ignored her. He didn't care what she had to say. She was another extra who was on the villain's side. She always had been, and it really effing set him off that his mother would side with a villain. It seemed so many were. If he were an idiot, he'd think it was a conspiracy. He lay in bed that night with no thoughts, nothing. He felt empty. It wasn't fair, he did nothing wrong. If UA had actually done something about him, then perhaps this wouldn't have happened. They'd treat him like some kind of animal, like a criminal, a villain. They'd punish those who protected others. They'd judge him and look down on him. What a joke. A knock at the door downstairs caught his attention. Only the light from the hallway illuminated his room, and said door was pushed shut. However, it couldn't close because he'd broken it. His desk was darkened, only a thin strip of light falling onto it. "Oi, brat," his mother called up from the base of the stairs. "It's for you." For him? Perhaps it was the police coming to arrest him for the beating crap out of someone who'd mug a kid. Probably with this fed-up system. He spat complaints as he grabbed his jacket from his bedpost. He grumbled as the light from the hallway blinded him slightly. Thing. Slowly, making his way downstairs, he looked to the door. He glared at his mother as he stepped outside. "Coming to arrest me?" he slyly remarked as he shut it behind him. The cold evening air greeted him alongside the chirping of insects. "Well, I have no reason to, unless you give me one." His eyes looked to the man before him. He wore a neatly tailored black suit. His face was overcast by a shadow from a tree. He wasn't police then. He stanced himself. "Who are you?" "That doesn't matter. What matters is who I represent and what we can do for you." Intrigued, Katsuki asked for more. "Who do you represent? What do you know of the HPSC?" He ate breakfast with a leveled gaze whilst listening to the radio's song in their kitchen. The sunlight poured from the open window by the oven, where pots bubbled and filled the room with varying smells of wonder. It was at times like this that Izuku felt the most immersed in the real world. The smell of food, the birds squawking. The sunlight as it spread across the colorful tablecloth, the feeling of the cool metal on his hands. The knocking at the door. It was all peaceful. He looked over to the door and then his mother. "I'm not expecting anyone," she commented before setting down her shoulder bag. "You keep eating, sweetie. I'll be back in a moment." He nodded and returned to look at his bowl. He had finished anyway. With a steady hand, he pulled his mask back up around his face and headed to the kitchen sink, appreciating the warm water as it covered his hands. Another sense he enjoyed. Being quiet all your life did allow you to enjoy these moments in their entirety. Sure, he'd rather be able to speak and lose such thoughts for those senses, but he was always looking for a silver lining. They were just getting rarer and rarer nowadays. Truthfully, he was just finding ways to distract himself from the day ahead. It was entirely possible that Bakugo would want revenge, or the rest of the class would now agree with him. All in all, it was safe to say his levels of anxiety were at their peak. Well, actually, they were far from his peak. So, he looked out of the window at the tall tree and how its leaves rustled in the wind. "How pretty." "Izuku, it's for you," he heard his mother call from the hallway. For him. Was it Bakugo? No, it probably wasn't. His mum knew what Bakugo was like. She wouldn't him there. So maybe it was All Might? He was guessing to stall himself further. In a half-haze, he made his way to the front door, passing by the sofa. "Hey Izuku," the girl gave him a wave. He blinked in response, looking at the open door where Uraraka stood. Wait, why was she here? Did she leave something behind yesterday? He didn't think so. He gave a wave back as his mother walked past him. "I'll leave you two alone." Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya." She smiled before looking at him. Izuku was just confused about what she had left behind last night. "I was wondering if you'd like to walk to school together?" Oh, that made sense, he supposed. I thought you had forgotten something. She rubbed the back of her neck, averting her eyes. No, just wanted to see you. Only if you wanted to or anything. I realize I could have messaged you now I think of it, she nervously chuckled. Did you want to walk together? How he could refuse? Well, he probably could, but he didn't want to. He nodded his head as he leaned over to grab his bag. As they soon approached Yuita joined them too, waiting at the turning to cross a road, where the signaling light was already blaring. Izuku wondered if he had been waiting for them. Midoriya, isn't it a most pleasant morning? He cheerfully called to him as he approached. Fancy seeing you here. He wanted to comment it was very likely they'd see each other, on the way to the same school from the only route there, but held his tongue, held his fingers. Mainly, because he doubted Ito would understand what he was trying to say. So, instead, he gave him a nod as he carried on walking. Truthfully, Izuku wasn't sure why they were both here. From what he could tell, they left earlier than him to get to you. Ida certainly did, and to get to Uraraka's apartment, it was a half-an-hour walk in the wrong direction. Ochako was the translator, were enthralled in conversation as they approached the gates of UA, where a large group of journalists stood around eagerly pouncing onto students as they walked past. I wonder what they want? Uraraka asked. Izuku found himself quickly securing his mask and pulling it as high as it would go to cover all the way up to his nose and neck. Not letting any camera see anything for the press to remark on. Scarred face boy destroys town, injuring heroes. A mass murderer in the making. Horror strikes seaside town. He shook his head. No, they were gone. They had been hidden, the chance of someone having one of those was slim nowadays. Not even Bakugo had found one of those. Oh, now he was thinking of Bakugo again. Wonderful. More worries for him to mule over. His day got even better. Are you okay? He flinched slightly as Uraraka's hand fell onto his shoulder. He stiffened slightly. Okay, he sloppily signed. His fingers felt cramped at the moment, and his muscles betray him. Are you sure? We can wait for them to leave. I'm sure Mr. Aizawa won't mind. She glanced at him. It seemed the press's latest victim was Mineta, the boy with what looked like grapes for hair, who enjoyed the attention from a female who spoke to him. A nod of his head, also stiff, was his answer. It was better to get it over with. Well, that was what he kept telling himself. Truthfully, he felt as if his throat was about to close and seize up, and his eyes were about to turn bloodshot red with fire. His mind slowly fell into raw emotions. An unprocessed static rang in his ears and the cold numbness at the back of his head. Was it just him, or were those cameras getting increasingly louder? And those birds and that person breathing? His breathing felt heavy, it felt difficult. No, he was fine. He was fine. There was nothing wrong, they weren't here for him, not this time. What if they were here for him? Yesterday has happened, someone had told the press, Bakugo told them? They were interviewing his classmates for information on him. He quickly looked around behind him, praying no one was there. No one. Was he safe? No, maybe that's why Uraraka and Ida had arrived, to make he went to UA today, making sure the press had a chance to speak to him, to interrogate him, corner him, shame him. You really think anyone cares about you? You only got into UA as a FING pity party? You think any of these extras care about you? They're scared. They've been dim and told to keep you in check. It made sense what Bakugo had said. For all his faults, of which there were many, he was attentive to his surroundings. Maybe it was obvious. Was Izuku's own stupidity to blame this time? Had he allowed this to happen, then that would have meant Bakugo had given him a chance. And because he was so against Bakugo he had ignored it, a subtle hint. Now it made sense. It all made sense. He took a cautionary step back as the center section of his vision seemed to vanish. He could only see out of the corner of his eye. Izuku! Why was she calling him that? Wait, she'd do that last night, had she? His memory was barely tangible right now. Why did she call him that then yesterday? Was it to lure him in? Another step back. Excuse me. A loud voice caught his attention, however, his vision was too blurry to see anything. You're preventing my students from entering. A teacher, which one? Their homeroom teacher if he remembered correctly. He paused as sounds drowned out in his ears. What was he thinking? He was being an idiot. Logical options and innate fears battled in his mind. Kid. It didn't make sense for Yue to trap him. Kid. And Uraraka and Ida were nice to him, they wouldn't have bothered coming around last night if they didn't have honest intentions. Midoriya? Also, Bakugo always lied, he'd always try to get people to turn on him. Izuku, what's wrong? He shook his head as he snapped to the voices. He looked around and was greeted by a group of nervous-looking faces. And pale white walls. What? His eyes glanced at the navy blue carpet and the posters of hygiene. The paneled ceiling and long lights on the tall ceilings. He was inside, he couldn't even remember getting there. Nothing, he quickly signed, looking to Uraraka. You can tell us if something's wrong, the press are gone. Mr. Aizawa scared them off. She smiled at him, her hand over his. Well, I more advised them to leave UA property alone and then reset the security system than scared them, Mr. Aizawa countered. Izuku just watched them both in a confused state. How had he gotten into UA? I have to go prepare for today's lesson, stay with him please, and if he needs to go to Recovery Girl just come back afterwards, I don't mind either way. So, he spent the next 5 minutes alongside Ida and Uraraka in relative silence trying to calm himself down. Slowly, he pieced together the same conclusion he came to the previous night, so what if they were meant to be keeping an eye on him? He liked them being around. After the 5 minutes were over, Uraraka's hand left his own, he missed its warmth. He was just being stupid, So, yesterday's battle trails went a little over the top. Mr. Aizawa stood at the front of the class talking to them all. No one had said anything to Izuku as he walked in, although Izuku had noticed Bakugo was nowhere to be seen. There were only 19 students there. Where was he? Now, I won't make any specific comments, but as a general notice, everyone in this room has the potential to be a hero. It's why we chose you from the entrance exam. You and Class 1B were not the top 40 scorers. You were the ones with the most potential, the most amount of drive to become heroes. That is why you were chosen. If you have a problem with it, do us all a favor and leave, as that means I chose poorly. Mr. Aizawa's stern threat was met with absolute silence. You'd be able to hear a pin drop if one had a pin to drop. Excellent, now on to homeroom business. I am sorry for the sudden announcement, but today you'll pick a class president. That was surprisingly normal to do. It was expected. UA was still a normal school, but it felt odd considering all the heroics lesson they had done yesterday. Well, most of them had done yesterday. Izuku had pathetically failed. Hands rose across the room as students all leaned forward, trampling past Izuku who just scooted away from the group of students. Midoriya, correct? He looked to a girl who was standing beside him. He couldn't remember her name. She had long black hair and onyx eyes with a stern gaze. Nope, he didn't have a clue of her name. He nodded his head as he looked at her. Okay, I thought I heard your name right. I just wanted to say, yesterday, you did really well. Most of the class agrees. If you wanted to go for class president, I'm sure most of the class would vote you. Izuku was completely shocked. People generally were impressed with him? For what? What did he do to deserve that kind of respect? Get beaten up? Cling to the floor in tears like a pathetic wimp? However, he didn't want class president either way. That wasn't something he'd want to do. Firstly, he could talk to 3 people in that room at the moment, and one of them often made mistakes. He internally apologized to Ida, and the rest of the class wouldn't understand a thing. So, instead he pointed to Ida and Uraraka, a few seats away. You think Ida and Uraraka should be class president? She asked with a caring tone. She seemed nice. He nodded. Okay then, thank you. I think I'll agree for them. From there, Ida proposed the idea of a vote, of which everyone agreed, even if Ida posed it like they were set to vote in the next president of the United States, despite clearly being in a Japanese classroom. Izuku looked to the board with raised eyes, happy with the results. 6 votes to Uraraka, 5 votes to Ida, 4 to himself. He had asked people not to vote for him. He supposed they didn't understand, and another 4 votes for Yaoyorozu, the girl who had asked him if he wanted to become class president. So, with a gleeful acknowledgement, Uraraka and Ida became class president and vice class president apiece. He felt kind of proud they had become class president. Sure, his word, signing and pointing probably hadn't meant much, but he did wonder who listened. And who voted for him. Such thoughts didn't matter as he walked away from the group of children as they approached the canteen. "We'll see you later, Izuku." Uraraka waved to him as she stood beside Ida with a bright smile on her face. "Yes, do enjoy your lunch. We shall endeavor to speak to you later. Apparently we have another announcement later this afternoon. Keep haste," he cheerfully exclaimed. His arms moved like a robot. He was probably trying to sign something. Izuku just didn't know what. He gave a nod as he left down the hallway towards All Might's office, his eyes lingering on Uraraka's smile longer than Ida's as he walked away. The office happened to be the lounge-style area he had been in the day earlier. The hallways leading there felt more cramped than the expansive ones which ran along the classrooms. They had more turns, more pictures and side lights. "Come on. Where are you?" A voice caught his attention. He gave an intrigued look as a pink-haired girl ran around the corner before stopping directly in front of his face. "Oh, hello," she cheerfully smiled. Her hair was a wild tangled pink which was pulled back by a pair of large goggles. They had different frames, and what looked like handles coming off of them. Her uniform was also certainly not up to standard. A black tank top and black overalls which she tied around her waist. She was a little shorter than Izuku, but due to her close proximity, it was harder to tell, as Izuku also walked with a slight slouch, a habit to make himself look a little smaller. He gave a small wave to her with a confused look, basically to convey why she was there. "Have you seen my babies here at all?" "For what? Did she lose her child?" "Wait, she had a child? Who took a child with them to you?" Cautiously, he shook his head. He had no clue what her child even looked like. Was it a literal child? "Dimin. Say, can you help me look? You aren't busy, are you?" Well, he did want his lunch, but he didn't mind helping. So he shook his head. "Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really don't want Power Loader telling me off again. It was only one time it exploded, you get me right." No, he did not get her. They had spent the last 10 minutes looking for her baby, which he now gathered wasn't an actual child, due to the fact it could apparently explode. Also, she seemed to have a lot of these babies because the entire time she had been talking. If that was about her baby, calling out to said baby or other babies. On occasion, she had asked him if he wanted a baby, which she then passed as her advertising her services. All in all, Izuku was thoroughly confused. However, his freedom was earned when he found a small metallic ball on the floor. It had claws left on 4 opposing angles. He picked it up and stared at the copper surface. He didn't know what it was, but it was heavy. He sat up from where he had crouched down. It had rolled behind a large trophy and he had only caught a glimpse of it as it shimmered from the sun. With a tap on her shoulder, the pink-haired girl quickly span around. "Hello," she shouted as she came face to face with him. Slowly, he rose the small object, glancing to his side as a way to confirm if it was her baby. A grin spread over her face as she looked to it. "You found it. Quiet. You are now my favorite student here." "Oh, that was nice. Another friend. Quiet. If you ever need support gear, you can ask me, May Hatsum, the best inventor in our school." Oh, she was from the support course. Class 1H, if he remembered correctly, was the support course class. Wait, were there others? He hadn't really looked into them before. "Now I won't get punished. Thank you so much. So, do you want to see what it does?" He didn't know. She did mention explosions earlier. But he had spent 10 minutes looking for the baby, so why not? He nodded his head again. "Perfect. Okay then, prepare to be amazed." She pushed one of the legs into the ball. It made a clicking noise as a cog started to turn inside. He waited in anticipation as they both crowded the small ball she held in her palm. Around 30 seconds later it did nothing. Maybe it's not working. "Oh well, next time we meet I shall show you this baby." Quiet. Wait, was he quiet? Well, he was quiet, but was he quiet? With that she made a dash down the corridor and disappeared around the corner, muttering about how she was going to be late for her stuff. Izuku nodded to himself as he turned around. "Oh, one last thing. Quiet. Do you know where classroom 1A is? I got lost and made my way here." He just wanted to eat his lunch. And why did she want to go there? With a now rumbling stomach thanks to his lack of ability to say no to Hatsum, he was back at 1A. I see. This is so much closer to the main entrance of the school. That's a relief, I suppose. He hadn't been told why they were at 1A yet. "Shall we go in?" she grinned. He couldn't exactly speak to her, she didn't know sign language. He had asked, and she thought he was playing some game called charades. He was not. She opened the door in an exaggerated fashion. "Hello 1A, she exclaimed to an empty classroom. It's empty." Well, it was lunch. Suddenly a loud blaring caught his attention. It rang throughout the entire school. It was obnoxiously loud and hurt his ears in equal measure. It caught Hatsum's attention as her eyes, which he only realized now had small lines in them, a quirk no doubt, drifted to a speaker in the classroom. "Security level 3 has been breached. A security threat? All students please evacuate in an orderly manner." "That doesn't sound good," Hatsum commented as the blaring rang again. It was really loud. He was half tempted to use his quirk on the speakers to shut the thing up. However, the urge to possibly hospitalize people was overwritten by the fear of a break-in. Someone had gotten into UA? That also meant everyone was in the canteen still, everyone with the main exception of himself and Hatsum. "Do you know where the exits are? We weren't told on our first day?" she asked him. He shook his head again, for he wasn't told on his first day either. "Well then, I suggest we stay in here?" "Stay in the classroom?" He raised an eyebrow. "Oh my sweet quiet, think about it. Whoever has invaded the school will probably go after the large group of students, not the two of us in the classroom. I'll even be leaving my babies behind, my poor innocent babies." She then went on a tangent about her babies and how they'd be defenseless and any would-be villain would revel at a chance to use them. Now, he didn't doubt she was good, but the last one had done nothing, highly the aim of a high-profile villain attack. "Hey, I don't suppose you're good at cards?" She pulled out a pack of Hanafuda cards from her overall pockets. Well, they had the time. Eventually, the alarm stopped blaring, and the distant shouting calmed down. And he and Hatsum had remained in the classroom. He had wanted to go find Uraraka and Ida, but Hatsum assured him it was wise to stay here. Well, she'd more pulled the card that she'd need protecting due to her intelligence being too much of a risk to be stolen, so he had become her bodyguard. As such, he was no duty bound to protect her during the attack. With heavy reluctance, he had agreed to stay behind and protect her by losing at the game badly. The door soon opened and his and Hatsum's attention was pulled to the students at hand. "Oh hey Midoriya," a red-haired boy waved to him, "and an odd-looking girl I've never met," he commented as he looked at Hatsum. "You have a name?" She looked at him. Well, obviously he did. "Yeah, he's Midoriya, like our class mascot." "Mascot? When did that happen?" Today was just fraught with questions. How did he become a mascot? "I see, I think I prefer quiet actually, suits you better. Wasn't it just a descriptive term of him really?" "Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm your new classmate." "Oh, that's why she was here?" The final confirmation of it was nice at least. Izuku liked her at least, a large improvement from Bakugo. That was probably the announcement for later. His hands shook as he rattled through the files, slipping past the barrier, by decaying, may have been a little extreme, but when obstacles got in your way, your power move was always the best play. And the other NPCs around him didn't care, they were too busy with fear. Hero Society was laughable. He had already grabbed the timetable file, noting the symbol of pieces lessons to teach which excited him beyond belief, a boss level. As a precaution, he looked through the files of the class he'd be teaching, 1A. First years, low-level rookies in the grand schemes of things. One file took his attention though. Izuku Midoriya was a file with a lot of blacked-out text. The text that wasn't painted a very sad picture, a picture all too familiar to him. Mistakes with his quirk, hurting people. Fear and judgment from those around him. How did this kid stay a hero? He sounded like someone Sensei would have taken in a heartbeat. He was just like him. He looked back to the sad eyes of the green-haired boy and his mask. It made him feel a little sad too. He shouldn't be here, he wasn't a hero. He was like him. Izuku waved bye to the three of his friends. Hatsum had tagged along as himself and Uraraka spent the evening in town again. She seemed to get on well with Uraraka. Ida seemed a little hesitant of her. Mainly because in her first 5 minutes as an official member of 1A she had caused an explosion. "Ah, it works. See quiet, I told you I'd get it working." Hatsum cheerfully decreed as she held out the now opened ball which puffed out some smoke signals. He didn't actually see a purpose to the device. As she cheerfully laughed over how her baby was alive, Ms. Midnight came up behind her. Hatsum, he spoke in a dead tone, could we please leave the trinkets for after class or when they're needed? This is very important. I had to show quiet my new baby, she grinned, her eyes looking like they flashed with the tilt of her head. Midnight sighed. Put it away now. Hatsum grumbled something under her breath as she dropped the small orb into her pocket. Ms. Midnight seemed satisfied and moved back to the front of the class. And now, due to the historical prowess of the possibility dash. Pissed quiet? Hey. She leant over in her desk to his, as they sat next to each other. This did make Izuku realize that if Bakugo had still been there, he would have been there instead. He much preferred Hatsum, in the single afternoon he'd known her. He looked at her and leant over too as she passed him a slip of paper. Ms. Hatsum, could we please leave Midoriya alone? Do stop distracting the lesson or you'll be spending the next lunch with me. A lunch with you, teacher? I could hardly refuse, she grinned with a sparkle. Ms. Midnight sighed as the class all stared at Hatsum. He still liked her, she was fun. According to Ida, she was a bad influence on himself and those around her might be drawn to accomplish acts which wouldn't be defined as heroics. Uraraka liked her simply because she was nice to them. Although, she still refused to call them by their names. He was quiet. Ida became rulebook. Uraraka was float, as she accidentally used her quirk on a pen in class and Hatsum found that funny. All in all, though, Hatsum was nice, and that was good enough for Izuku. It felt like he had 3 real friends, and that was a great feeling for him. Real friends, and being around them made him forget about Bakugo. It made him happy. Out with your friends again? His mum asked after he had set his bag down in the hallway and made his way to the kitchen. He nodded with a trying grin as he pulled down his mask. The fresh air, despite being in his kitchen, was refreshing on his lower face, especially when he passed by the open window where a soft breeze fell through the open glass door. Pleasant. That's wonderful to hear. Uraraka and Ida again? He turned back around with another nod. Yes, and a new girl dash. Wait, he never learned how to write her name, he'd have to spell it out then. He signed the me and I. Hatsum, his hands moved like cutting through butter with smooth direction. That's wonderful, I'm so happy to hear you've been making friends. Really, Izuku, I'm so proud. She smiled at him and he smiled back. Their dinner was spent with Izuku regaling the tales of the day, how an alarm had been triggered but it was only members of the press. He omitted the experience he had early in the morning with the press so as not to worry her. The stories of Hatsum did amuse his mother. She did comment that Hatsum reminded his mum of how she used to act in high school, which did surprise Izuku that they'd be similar. Then he spoke of the evening he and his friends had spent. All in all, it had been a good day, but one thing still weighed on Izuku's mind. Where was Bakugo? He had walked to UA alongside Uraraka again, who had come to pick him up. They then met Ida who waited at the same place, except this time, he was arguing with Hatsum. No, the rules exist to be followed, maintained and used as reference. Wrong. I am not wrong, and just stating that I am wrong is an entirely useless defense dash. Wrong, Hatsum said again before she saw the two of them arrive. Quiet, she cheered, and float, wait, you two live near each other? Not really, Uraraka replied. I just make my way over in the mornings. Hatsum smirked as she raised her eyebrows. Oh, you do you? Izuku didn't get what was wrong with that, but Uraraka turned a bright red at the suggestion. No, I mean, maybe I dash. He was confused by this. What was wrong with that? Soon after, the 4 of them made their way to UA. There had been news of a few villain attacks that morning. It seemed to be a busy day to be a hero. Hatsum currently regaled ideas of different support gear options for them. Strangely, she was yet to ask about his mask. Although, she did suggest the idea of a device that could give him pre-recorded messages to speak to people, which sounded like a good idea. There was no press at the gates today. The stern warning they'd apparently received yesterday must have been enough to scare them off. Aha, young Midoriya. He was ambushed by All Might as he walked through the front entrance of UA. He smiled as he looked at his mentor, not having seen him since 2 days ago. Where had he been? All Might. the group cheerfully declared. Young Uraraka and young Ida, a pleasure to see you both again. He looked to Hatsum, and young Dash, he probably didn't know her name, he signed the pronunciation of her name discreetly beside his bag. Isumi, young Hatsum, it's a pleasure to see you all. That was kind of obvious. They all seemed happy at it though. May I borrow young Midoriya from you? It's for urgent hero business. All Might beamed. Of course, Uraraka replied. We'll see you later, Izuku. Do stay safe, Midoriya. Please don't damage my crash dummy. They all had varying levels of ways to say bye to him. Wait, what did Hatsum mean by being a crash dummy? All Might laughed as he watched his friends all disappear around the corner. It's nice to see you making friends. Your mum did say you had made a few. When did he speak to his mum? Anyway, we have important business to deal with now, young Midoriya. What kind of business? He signed, intrigued by All Might's words. All Might look up and down the hallway and then crouch down to Izuku's ear. One for all. He was led through the school towards where a group of offices where they'd pass a few teachers grabbing coffee and other such things, like complaining about a student or a class they'd be teaching. Now, we'll be with the principal for this too, don't worry, for he does know about what's going on. So you can talk, sign freely. Izuku did want to tell All Might it didn't matter to say, talk, it worked all the same and was just a normal phrase people used. Well, they soon approached the door to the principal's office. It was tall, foreboding, and was basically like every other door in UA. After you, All Might gestured to him. Izuku complied by entering the room and was greeted with the heavy smell of freshly brewed tea. Seated on a settee was a small white bear-looking creature. He had small black beady eyes, and his paws sat on the table. From what Izuku had heard, this was the principal. Greetings, Izuku Midoriya, I presume. Izuku nodded as he was followed in by All Might. This is Principal Nizu, he'll be with us just whilst we go through this whole procedure. At that moment, it occurred to Izuku that he didn't actually know how he'd receive one for all. Was it going to be a display of lights, perhaps a blood ritual, a contract to sign? Maybe the spirits of the dead would bless the power onto him. Let me explain how it'll happen. He sat beside All Might and opposite the principal with a confused gaze. He was to eat All Might's hair. Not as exciting as he thought it would be, but it worked well enough, he supposed. We'll sadly be a little late to this morning's lesson, All Might spoke. He had also deflated himself into his smaller form, although as both himself and Mr. Nizu knew, Izuku knew that it was okay. A shame he'd missed the lesson though, it had become a recurring theme. So, young Midoriya, do you accept? It was a big ask, and Izuku's self-worth was wavering. To take after All Might wasn't just a big ask, it was an investment. All Might only had one chance to choose a successor, and for that single chance, he had chosen Izuku. Yet, still, Izuku got nervous even seeing the press. He was scared of losing his mask, he wasn't even honest with his friends, and he had hurt people. But, All Might, the world's #1 hero, is the man people cheered on in the streets. He believed in him. His mum had always believed in him. Ida believed in him. Hatsum believed in him. Uraraka believed in him. People were starting to change around him, he wasn't worthless. Yet still he was scared. Midoriya, if I may, the principal spoke, I can understand how you might be scared, worried about your own worth, but can I tell you something? Izuku nodded his head. I have seen so many students pass through these halls. I've overseen the teaching of some of the most amazing heroes this country has to offer, and you are one of them. You push forward no matter the obstacle, you have gone through things many cannot imagine, and yet, look. Here you sit, at UA High, a hero in training. He smiled, you're an amazing student, and you'll be an amazing hero, I'm sure of it. Now, looking to All Might, Izuku nodded his head. He'd do it. He'd take on one for all and show everyone he could be a hero. Ochako sighed as she looked out of the bus window. Izuku still wasn't here. Where was he? All Might had borrowed him, but then nothing else. Mr. Aizawa didn't know where he was either. Well, he did, he wasn't telling them. So, you and quiet, Hatsum grinned beside her, sneaking up behind her chair. How did she even get there? What's going on there? No, nothing, she stuttered, turning slightly pink. So, Okay, she was kind of fond of Izuku, he was just very nice and caring. And a small part of her felt drawn to him in a way. Maybe it was when they first met, maybe it was him saving her or her saving him. She didn't know, but he was so nice to be around. And maybe, no, she wasn't going there. It was Hatsume's nature of phrasing that led her there. Really? Well then, I mean he's kind of cute. What? She looked to Mei, who shamelessly grinned. Just saying he's kind of cute, right? Mysterious too with the whole mask ordeal. He's elusive, double right. I'm not talking about it. She huffed, looking away, not disagreeing with Hatsume in the slightest. Eventually, they arrived at what was the USJ. It was huge. The unforeseen simulation joint was a massive dome structure for rescue training. Something Ochako wanted to pursue, so she was extra eager to participate here. She was still a little upset that Izuku wasn't going to be here, also because 13 was here, a hero she looked up to immensely. Mr. Aizawa? She rose her hand and he cast his eyes over to her. Will Izuku be joining us? Midoriya is held up with All Might, so he did know. He'll be joining us a little later in the lesson. Then the alarms blared and a black portal opened. Ochako looked down with wide eyes at the figures that emerge. Well, feel anything different? All Might asked Izuku as he tried to keep the hair in his stomach. He really wanted to throw up. He shook his head. He felt very much the same as before he ate the hair, except he now had the taste of said hair in his mouth. It wasn't pleasant. So, Midoriya, could you please explain a little bit more about your quirk to me? I'm interested to learn more, so we can provide better lessons and situations for you. Izuku nodded as he looked to All Might and signed for some paper. He nodded and slid him over some so he could explain in drawings. After some thinking, Izuku had been able to come up with a good analogy for how to describe his quirk's limitations. It took a stone and a surface of water. The noises that came from his mouth were like stone. The longer he made a noise, the higher the stone was, the louder the noise, and the larger the stone was. It worked as closer to the impact of when the stone dropped into the water, the ripples it created were larger, and slowly got smaller as they spread out. So a tiny stone, dropped from very low. Basically, he whispered something very quickly or an exhale, and it created a small ripple close to him and spread out from there. So it would draw in little energy. Now, a large stone dropped from a high height, him screaming from the top of his lungs, created a massive splash and ripple and then spread out further. And even more than the tiny stone. The splash and ripples resemble the energy being drawn in. I see, that does make sense. Now then, the center of the draw-in would happen to be your mouth, not the center of your body? The principal asked. Izuku nodded his head and took the pencil in his hands. If something was directly back to back with him, they'd barely be affected by the energy drained. His own body couldn't drain his own energy, so they were protected by himself. It seemed that explaining this was enough for both of them to understand, as Izuku did doubt All Might understood fully. And then, you have to expel that energy from your body? He nodded again, explaining, while writing, that it was stored in a pseudo-style organ between his lungs and stomach. It couldn't really properly store the energy, and he'd had surgery on it 3 times in the past by a healing quirk after accidents and general use. Then, when he couldn't carry any more energy, which the telltale sign was the intense burning in his stomach, he had to remove it. There were 2 ways of doing so. Firstly, his body could slowly convert the energy for its own needs. Healing from Recovery Girl and energy to run further were obvious signs. However, that rarely was enough and he'd have to basically puke it up. It would just expel from his throat. Due to the high influx of energy pouring out of his mouth, nothing got back in. The principal seemed happy with the explanation. Thank you, Midoriya, for taking the time to explain that to me. Well, why don't you make your way to class? I'll have Midnight escort you there shortly. I just want to have a word with All Might. He nodded and gave his thanks. Do keep us updated for when One for All starts to take effect. Just make sure not to injure yourself. Where is he? She watched the man covered in hands complained, scratching at his neck. Where is he? Where is he? He threw a tantrum. It's him or All Might. I don't care about the rest of these NPCs. Was he on about Izuku? She could barely stand. They'd escaped the water enclosure and tried to make their way to Aizawa, but he was on the floor, not moving. She dreaded to think about what had happened to him. "Girl," he looked at her, "where is the boy with green hair? I need him." "He was here for Izuku." "Why though? What did Izuku have to do with this villain?" "You don't tell him anything, Uraraka," Sue pleaded, hanging onto the side of her with a limp. No, she could bluff until Izuku arrived. He wanted Izuku. She could have him and then sign his own death warrant. I know who you want," she staggered up. His eyes shot around to her, the hands standing firm. "Izuku Midoriya? You know him?" He almost grinned. She had to keep her cool, but she was terrified of those eyes. They terrified her, but they looked familiar. Where though? Where had she seen that look, that crazed and scared gaze? "Why? Yes, I know Izuku," she boasted, "and if you don't let us live, he'll stop. He'll beat you." She tried to maintain his piercing gaze. Then it dawned on her, the look in his eyes. That scared, scarred, terrified and childish look. The way they darted around, protected him. It was the same look that Izuku had had yesterday morning. Who was this man? And why did his eyes look just like Izuku's? What the hell? Midnight commented as the bike slid to a halt, sliding sideways along the road to the USJ at a now 90 degrees angle from how they rode. He peered at the building as well, broken glass, a black cloud. Shouting and fighting. He was pretty sure this was meant to be for rescue training. "Kids, stay here. I'm going to get help, just wait here." "No, Sheet, what do I do?" She was clearly confused about what to do. "No, you get help, I'll go in." "Yes, kid, run to All Might and the principal." She looked to him and quickly leapt off the bike, throwing her helmet onto the floor, poor thing, and attached her mask on, dashing into the building, tearing off a section of her costume. Izuku stood there, picking up her helmet which fell to the floor. He had gotten changed into the school's sports uniform, the one with the high collar anyway. His hero costume was being repaired still. Hatsum would enjoy doing that. Another loud explosion rocked the large dome structure. He couldn't just run away, he should help. He was a hero. After wiping Midnight's biking helmet with his sleeve, and removing the goggles she had given him, he set both of them down onto the bike and ran off towards the USJ. Strange pain in his stomach caused him to wince slightly. The shouting, explosions and general sounds of fighting increased as he crashed through the door. Then he was met with carnage. What greeted his eyes wasn't that of what he expected. It would have seemed that the USJ was meant to be split into several different sections. However, the view that he saw looked like a war zone. A metallic tower had crumbled and crashed down onto a building. Said building was on fire and a layer of smoke fell around it. A boat had been split in half too, which was off to the side nearer the center. Rubble, smoke, broken railings and shattered glass littered the floor. And then, it was the center of the area which caught his attention. It was a circular stone-slabbed area littered with bodies he didn't recognize. Criminals. His ears rang as a loud blast to his side threw him to the side. He shook the haze off of himself when he suddenly heard shouting, "Midoriya?" Ida shouted, sprinting past and out of the door. For he couldn't say anything, he only hoped he could be of help in there instead. Staggering up, he glanced around and made his way to the stairs. He noted a group of students fighting at the base with a man who looked like shadows for a face. No, it wasn't a shadow, it was a void-like smoke. Izuku ran forward, tilting his body sideways to clamber down the stairs quicker. He suddenly found himself exhaling through his mouth, noting the flames, which lisped towards him and a man staggering to the side and leveling onto a fallen slab of concrete. That strange pain in his stomach returning once more. Midoriya? He heard someone else shout, although he didn't actually know who was calling him. Nor could he see, as the moment he looked to the side, another explosion blocked his view and sent him tumbled downwards and hit his head harshly against a jagged step. He cried out and brought his hands around his head as he fell down the steep incline and towards the base with a worrying pace. Slowly, he felt energy swirl in his stomach and static suffocate his throat. He could barely breathe. Another loud cry fell from his lips as barreled towards the bottom of the steps, bouncing off of a metal railing and tumbling to a halt. He breathed heavy, noting the swirling lightning funneling into his mouth. His mask had fallen down as he rolled down the stairs. He staggered up, his knees hurting and his arm bending a slightly wrong way. That wasn't great. "Chew, quiet," he heard a girl cry out. And an arm wrapped around his, and lift him up as he pulled his mask back up. "How did you get here?" He met the worried look of Hatsum. Her hair was covered in soot and gravel. A trail of blood trickled from her forehead. "Where?" I don't understand," she gasped as she suddenly flinched loudly. Izuku looked down in shock at the metal shard in her side. It pressed through her torn hero costume, which was basically just her normal outfit with padding on the shoulders and knees and a lot of support gear on top, and trickled blood. She was hurt. His friend was hurt. What had happened? He took his weight off of her and took her own, carrying her over to a small incline where a metal plating had created a cover of sorts. "Midoriya," she spoke loudly, "please be careful. I can't have my favorite crash dummy getting hurt now, can I?" She tried to offer a smile but winced as she pressed her side. Izuku gave a nod and slowly rose back up, ignoring the throbbing sensation where his arm jutted out slightly. He looked over back to the center of the dome as he clambered over a pile of rubble, noting the bodies and strange bird creature which stood before a smaller man. He was covered in hands, on his back, on his arms, and covering his face. Beside him was a larger man who nodded to the creature beside him. At his feet, he froze. At his feet was Uraraka. She wasn't moving. He felt his nose flare, he felt his muscles burn. He needed one for all, he needed it now. The bird creature then looked at him. It staggered slightly and then leapt. That couldn't be good. He went to start running over to dodge out the way and get Hatsum out of danger. His plan was kind of non-existent. He couldn't take it head-on with so many people around. Just as he made his way down the slope, a sudden impact caught him off guard, sending him flying through the air. He tried to grasp onto a metal railing but fell forward. Further, his wrist shattering against the harsh metal, hitting the ground. He cried out at the impact, again, before he caught a glimpse of sunlight bursting through the ceiling above. How did it get to his side? Then a shadow quickly covered the light. It had bulging eyes, an exposed brain and beak. A monster. It squawked, or maybe it was in his head, as its fist drove into Izuku with a cry out. Izuku screamed in pain as he was crushed into the ground. It then threw another punch with a screech. And another, and another. He felt a bone snap, a muscle tear from his skin as he fought back. Izuku scrambled his arms against the creature. He kicked at its legs, yet it was no good. The thing didn't move. How had it not been drained of energy yet? Surely most things around him were now knocked out. Then, a punch leveled against his head and it all went dark. What do we do? It hasn't fused with his body yet. There's nothing we can do. Let me please, we can't let him die. Voices surrounded him in an eager fashion. Izuku couldn't see anything. It was as if he was blind. Was he falling? Floating? In water? He couldn't tell. All his senses felt numb. His body didn't ache or move to him. Was he dead? Was this death? This couldn't be where it ended, surely not. He had only just made friends. All Might trusted him with one for all. His mother would be left alone. His new friends. He couldn't be dead. He couldn't. Then what do you suppose? Let the kid fizzle out and join us. Yagi can still move it on again. It's not properly fused yet. You'd let a kid die? What other choice do we have? Well, there is one choice. No way. Why not? He'll die. Izuku didn't know who was talking. Were they men, women, or other such? He couldn't make them out. They sounded like static. What were they talking about too? One for all? A strange glow of orange surrounded his eyes. It fluttered like fire and then electricity. Then heat and light. Strange. You really want to do this? We don't know if it'll work. And if it does work, we save his life? If it fails, One for All is lost forever. You really want to wager all this on this boy? I do. Are we in agreement? A collective of 5 yes and 2 no's filled his ears from different voices, in equally spread out positions. Izuku was confused. He felt no pain, no comfort, nothing. No sense worked or gave him information. Where was he? The electricity in front of him snapped into two segments, tying a knot before the light faded once more. His eyes burst open, an orange glow wrapped around his arms as he watched his wrists sparkle for a short second, the glow burning away at his sports uniform, but he found he didn't care at that moment. It bubbled up from his skin and tore away with a coating of red and consolidated around his arm. Was this one for all? The creature tried to punch him again, but Izuku rolled out the way, his legs burnt with the same orange lightning as he hit a pile of rocks with incredible speed. He didn't know what came over him at that moment as he scrambled upwards. His legs then felt as if they were covered in a liquid. Popping sounds filled his body and a heat fell through his arm, running directly towards the beaked creature. His legs danced with lightning, and his stomach's burning felt less. Was he using his own energy? The one in his core? His leg connected with the creature and set both of them flying back. He didn't relent for a moment, using his hands to push himself up, with the same burning lightning chipping away at his skin. He was angled again to hit the monster, however, dust suddenly filled the air, the creature disappearing in a split second, and Izuku passed through where it had once been, standing in the settling air. "What the hell are you thinking? Are you trying to kill him?" a scratching voice screamed. Izuku noticed him as the man who stood above Ochako's body. He felt more anger fill his body. "He's one of us, don't hurt him." One of us? That villain thought he was like them. He hurt Ochako. He hurt his friends. He hurt Ochako. That's all he thought, over and over and over and over. It repeated in his mind like a clock. Tick, he hurt his friends. Tock, he hurt Ochako. Tick-tock, tick-tock. His friends. His Ochako. He hurt them. He was a villain, a monster. His friends. His Ochako. With a determination beyond any other, with a goal beyond his own body, beyond his own mind, he charged forward. He screamed out as he leapt through the air, lighting dancing around his chest, his arms, and his legs. He charged forward, a punch angled straight to his face. He sent the villain straight to the ground. "Tamura!" he heard someone shout out as they both tumbled into the floor. Izuku was up first, his hand dashing around the villain's hand, crushing it into the ground as the lightning crackled further. The man beneath him cried out as they slid over the harsh surface. Stop it! I'm not trying to hurt you," he begged as Izuku fell forward and tumbled forward. He twisted back as a snarl fell from his lips, as he sprinted ahead and stood up, as did the handman with an outstretched hand. Izuku dashed forward and then they stopped. The man's hand came dangerously close to Izuku's face. It hovered, just close enough that he could feel the breaths from his nose hit him back in the face. His lips were parted, ready to use his quirk on the man. It was a stalemate. The lightning that sparkled through his skin and burnt his uniform slowly fizzled away into dull senses. Izuku didn't know this man's quirk fully, but it clearly worked off of using his hand and killed a person. Fingers were his best guess, like Ochako's quirk did. That meant this man could win the fight by just moving his hand forward. At the same time, Izuku just had to utter a few words and this man was dead too. He had already taken a lot of his energy if the swaying was anything to go by. "I'm not here to hurt you," he spoke, pushing his pinky finger behind his ring finger, his hand remaining in the same position. "I want to talk to you." He spoke calmly. "I wanted to meet you, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku was still angry over him hurting Ochako, his fists balled. "Your friend, the girl, she's not hurt, I promise you." He looked at Izuku through the 2 layers of hands between them. "She's just asleep." His eyes pierced back to his, staring intently. A mirror of the same eyes, of the same fear. "Look, this is a perfect stalemate. I cannot harm you as your quirk would work just as quick, and you can't do that as you'll hurt a lot of other people here, am I right?" Izuku maintained his guess, his mouth slowly came to a close. "Look, I just want to talk, how about this?" He cleared his throat. "Maintain a retreat, Kurigori, everyone leaves now." "Tamura?" a voice called out in response. "Do it now, I have what I came for now." His eyes looked over to the man with a black cloud around his face, his hand maintained in front of Izuku. "The symbol of peace can wait." "Very well then." The man spoke with a clean and authoritarian discretion. Suddenly he saw black puffs of flames open up everywhere. Izuku was thoroughly confused. "See, I only want to talk to you." the man said again. Izuku looked back at him, generally curious about what this man wanted. I'd appreciate it if you could signal for your classmates to retire back to the main campus. I'm sure you also don't want them to see your face, am I right? He didn't like how close the man was to the truth. Slowly his hand to his right signed a signal for leave and then retreat. Hopefully, someone understood. Thank you. Now, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, and you? There was a high doubt he wouldn't understand what Izuku was signing. However, he had already said his name, so he did know anyway. Still, he signed the kanji for his name with his dominant hand as Shigaraki stared at it, and then he signed the syllables for it too. Thank you, I sadly cannot understand your language. Now, if it may please you, we'll wait for both of our forces to retreat. We'll make this easier. They both stood there, slowly as the groups slowly made their way out of the USJ. Kid! Midnight was behind him now, having made her way to him after beating a villain. He kept his eyes and face towards Shigaraki, his signing for her to retreat, before simply making a gesture for her to leave. Retreat? A thumbs up was his reply. Are you sure? We wouldn't be able to get to you in time if we're far away enough. He knew that, but he had the suspicion that Shigaraki wasn't planning to hurt him. He hadn't been rude so far. There was a weird side of Izuku that felt like Shigaraki cared, that he actually wanted to talk to him. It took some time for the heroes, as the other heroes soon arrived, to come to collect the injured, the fighting coming to an end. And the entire time, Izuku and Shigaraki stood in silence, his hands still raised at their eyes still staring. Izuku had heard Hatsum call something over to him, but he didn't know what it was. All Might had also arrived, but no one had let him get close enough to Izuku. No one had gotten close enough. At that moment, in their intense stalemate, it was just Shigaraki and Izuku. No one else mattered, as two quirks so powerful they could kill with a single word or touch stand ready to start a war unlike any other. Then silence. The smoke flung in small circles as it drifted into the sky, and light poured in from a shattered window, showering them with its rays. They stood amongst the rubble, amongst shrapnel and destruction. Just him and Shigaraki. The perfect stalemate. Slowly, his spare hand rose, removing the hand which covered his face, setting it beside him, and maintaining his other hand in front of him. They fear you, don't they? Shigaraki broke the silence as they were left alone. Izuku was shocked by his statement, but he couldn't disagree. It was true, so he nodded in response. They look at your scars and they don't see heroism, they see suffering, a dark side, a fact they don't want to see, am I right? He spoke aloud. He was right again. Izuku shifted on his feet nervously, and then Shigaraki's second hand raised and pointed to his face and down to his broken mask. You hide these scars. Why? To adhere to hero society and to fit in? Another truth is he couldn't let people see him. They'd be scared of him, abhor him. You know, you didn't choose this quirk, this danger to yourself, and yet others will look at you like you did chose such a fate. They'll abhor you, they'll fear you, hate you, bully you. He got riled up as he spoke, anger fell from spits from his mouth and his mannerisms got more intense. Because, he paused, you're just like me, Izuku Midoriya? Izuku froze, contemplating what he was saying. He wasn't like a villain, he wasn't, but then, how had everything he'd said been correct so far? A quirk they hate you for, and you've hurt people, they've run from you, ridiculed you. It's happened to me too, he spoke softer, his head dropping slightly. Why do you stand here, on the opposite side of me? Why not beside me? Why don't you wish to see hero society fall? See it burn down, his anger irked again. He was clearly an emotional man, and then it occurred to Izuku, so was he. Because, it's the trend of powerful quirks, of flashy lights and grins that have made them hate you. You realize it, don't you? He asked, his eyes pleading for an answer he knew he'd not receive. You realize how we're the same, how we both are on the same side of the same coin. I look at your scars and I don't hate them, or hate you. I don't blame you for any pain that's suffered around you. I see a scared boy, I see myself. Izuku wanted to argue back, he wanted to tell him that he was wrong. But that was a lie to himself, and both of them knew it. Everything Shigaraki had said had been true so far. Down to the last word. You don't want to join me, I understand that not yet at least. This was Shigaraki's first fault. Izuku would never join him. He didn't care what he went through, he attacked Yue and hurt his friends. That was what made them different. The world may hate Izuku Midoriya, but Izuku Midoriya did not hate the world. But you cannot hide forever, and people will always judge you for these scars, they will always define you. Your friends may tell you false truths, but I will not. He sighed. It might be harsh to hear, Izuku Midoriya, but it's the truth I promise to tell. Izuku felt his stomach burn. He hadn't dispelled enough energy and it was burning through him at a rate beyond that he could even remember. His arms also felt heavy, they stung with pain. And when that day comes, when the world defines you because of something you can't control, please, come and find me. I understand how it feels, and going to the wrong person can change your life for the worst, for I understand you, and so little people truly can understand you. Shigaraki then stepped back. The shadow opened up behind him. Good luck, we're kind of like brothers, wouldn't you agree? Stay safe, Izuku Midoriya. I'm sorry for any of your friends' injuries. Suddenly he was gone. Izuku was left alone in the dome structure and then the pain overtook his body. He fell to the floor shaking, his arms screamed out and then the dams burst. Burning molten energy poured out of his mouth. It coursed and burnt through his veins. Then, the floor around him was painted in orange light, and Izuku cried out with the sound of thunder and static. And the taste of blood and sight of black. Mei staggered back from the man with a knife. He had a malicious grin etched on his face under his mop of black hair, acne and pale skin. Oh my, what a cute thing we have here, he snarled with a grin. Her hands fumbled in her pockets, aimlessly grabbing for something to save her. What you gonna do to me? Here? Hell, I'm only 17, we could make it work, what do you say? She wished she could punch square in the jaw sounded like a way to relieve stress. He would totally deserve it. Gonna introduce yourself? She found it, oh how she prayed this would work today. On her final day in testing the remnants of her babies before she joined 1A as their official support engineer liaison, she had been working on something with a little more of a blast behind it. For entirely recreational purposes, however, it seemed to come in handy at the moment. So, hopefully, this one worked. After all, she no longer had Power Loader telling her not what to do. She exhaled as the pervert, the name for this freak, slowly approached Timur with a disgusting grin on his face. She threw the ball to the side, it curved in front of her, it did nothing, perfect. Pervert caught the ball with a laugh. That's the best you got? Wow, that was just sad dash, he slyly remarked as an explosion rocked. The USJ, she stared up as debris and concrete fell into the open air. That couldn't be good, some people are just so prone to explosions and violence, now where were we? Right, so then I dash. And then, a smirk fell over her face as the orb went up in smoke. Boom. Pervert squealed out, not very manly, as he fell back. Sheet. He had a potty mouth too, hardly desirable. She wasn't all that into folk who swore all the time. Dinging beach. The smoke soon cleaned and his one acne and pale face was now rippled with black smog and slight burns, along with a large cut under his eye. He pulled a knife out of his pocket, his hand shaking violently as he rose it up. You know, it's fine if you want to play coy, I'll just cut you up into pieces, then I'll use those pie pieces for whatever I want. He cackled with startled breaths. What do you say, girlie? I can use those pieces of you and keep you around for dash. He cackled again before a punch leveled straight into his jaw. Mei watched in shock as a red-haired blur ran across her vision. Yo, shut up man, you demon pervert. What was his name? She couldn't recall as she watched Pervert collapse into a pile of rocks and his head crash loudly on a sheet of metal. She winced at the contact as Rocky, he had a rock-style quirk. She was thinking of names on the fly here. Punched into him again. Was his costume always shirtless? He flung his back as he stood there for a moment. His hands were downcast and muscle-taut and slightly red, the way his legs tensed forced his calves on edge. Well then dash, he muttered. Hey there, he looked at her and waved before leaping off of the metal surface. You okay inventing girl? She looked up to his outstretched hand and grasped onto it as he pulled her up. Man, what a freak, seriously uncool. Now standing up she looked at his bruised and bloodied face. Ouch. He deserves worse than that, freak. Well, you couldn't stand up to the might that was Rocky. Rocky? That is right. My latest test subject. She grinned. He took a step back. Test subject? A glisten fell over her crisscrossed eyes before another explosion rocked the building they were in. May was sent crashing over the room, a sharp pain embedded in her side. She staggered out of the building, each step winced with her. She held onto her shirt's torso in pain, her hand dripping with blood. She had to get help. Rocky was fine and told her to run as he held off the enemy. A sigh fell from her panting lips as she hobbled out of the zone they had been in. She then caught the look of a boy falling from an explosion. Quiet. May cried out as she fell to the floor, pushing herself up with heaving arms. The pain in her side rang with every run. Chew quiet. He was in a heap on the floor, she noticed as he pulled his mask up, looking away from her. Now, May wasn't one to really care what people thought or wanted, she'd do as she pleased. However, Quiet's mask was important and she respected that. She'd only known him a day, but he was polite and liked his friends, so he deserved that respect. So, how did he get here and what was he going to do? Chuckle. She stood facing the man. He was really scary up close. The hands which covered his body and the way his hair shagged against the battering air. They had escaped the trap which had been the water zone. Ochako had hoped to find her friends, any of them, but none were to be found. Hatsum had been teleported away before she'd be even able to say her name, and Ida had been left behind. The struggle to escape from the water zone had been immense. She was ever thankful for Tsu at that very moment. Mineta, not so much. You know my brother? His brother? Izuku had a brother? I know Izuku. The man smiled. Well, if you could call it a smile, it was covered mostly by the severed hand and he didn't seem used to the expression. You call my brother by his given name, so you are close. Perfect. Tell me about him, please, he eagerly asked. She glanced to the side. The bird-like creature stared at her and squawked. It looked nervous, on edge. Like it could sense something she couldn't. I won't tell you anything, she firmly stuttered, trying to match his gaze. He began to frown. You wish to prevent me from knowing knowledge about my brother? He is my sworn ally. You're just an NPC, a nobody. You don't even rank. Now she was just confused. What was this about NPCs? How do I even know he's your brother? You're a villain who wants to kill All Might. Why would I tell you about Izuku? The man snarled. I was trying to be polite to you, as you are friends with my brother, but it appears I have been too lax. He stepped forward and he rose his fingers. Ochako took a step back before bumping into the bird creature as its head twitched anxiously. When she tilted her head back to the hand-man, his hand, the actual one, was right in front of her face. She gasped in shock and her breath stilled. My quirk can destroy your entire body when all 5 of my fingers touch, so I'll ask you kindly once more, tell me about my brother. She averted her eyes. No, she mumbled under her breath. Play that again for me. And she stared at him. No, I won't tell you anything about him or where he is. He'll save me, and if not then at least won't be near you. He groaned, throwing his head back. Your bravado would be far more commendable if it wasn't so annoying. His fingers twitched before they touched her face. She stammered as his cold talons pressed onto her face. One last chance, tell me about my brother. Was this really it for her? Would she actually die right now? She didn't want to, she still had to help her parents, and she still had to become a hero. Would this man mark himself a killer? Maybe he already was one? She didn't want to die. Wait, a cry fell behind her. Why, you want to know about a Midoriya, right? Ochako froze as she heard Mineta shout. Don't talk, Tsu whispered with a croak. He can't talk and has a super powerful quirk, right? That's him. She was still frozen to the spot as the man's fingers peeled away from her face. Now, that's what I was talking about, thank you. She saw him grin to her side before a hand swiftly met the back of her neck. And soon after, she fell into darkness. Now, tell me about my brother. A hand carrying her to the floor. Tenya. His eyes shook as he watched 13's costume get torn apart. A pro hero, down? It was unheard of. It couldn't be happening. A villain attack at such a prestigious school was an assault on its people and the very foundation of the class. And now, with Uraraka gone, it was up to him, as vice-class president, to save those around him. To rally those to his cause to break through and get help from the heroes. If there was one fact he was pleased with, it was that Midoriya wasn't here. Midoriya was powerful, but with his limited knowledge of his fellow hero in training, he would be faced with an impossible choice should he be here. With strict permission from his teachers, Tenya had scoured the videos, looking for how to make conversation with others. He had seen Midoriya and was intrigued. Whatever his quirk was, it was dangerous, and to use it was without prejudice. And that made for a debate for any hero. If Midoriya was here, Tenya wagered the fight would end in a matter of 5 seconds if the green-haired boy decided so. But that came at the cost of everyone being injured, not just the villains. However, he wasn't here right now. Tenya and the rest of Class 1A were. So, it was up to them, up to him to break past this villain and get the help they needed. At first, he hadn't wanted to go. He should have stayed with his fellow classmen. They were his allies, and to protect them was his duty. However, it did make sense to get help. That job relied on him and him alone. It was a worthwhile goal. The villain, though, had been brutal. It had taken many of them, and the fall of 13, who he was increasingly worried for, to finally get past the villain. His legs had never carried him so fast. The engines burnt and his calves felt like they must explode from the pressure. Once upon a time, the stairs might have felt like a steep incline, but this was his goal, his aim, to save his friends. And, just as he sprinted past the door, he saw the boy. "Midoriya?" he shouted as he zoomed past and barreled out of the door. The outside world of the USJ was far quieter than the inside. His legs marched on, pushing themselves further and strides stronger. He glanced to his side at a parked motorcycle, curious as to who it was. Strange that it was left to the side. It wasn't there before. Had that been how Midoriya had arrived? Impressive that he could ride a bike. Now, it was time to get the heroes to help. Midnight. She dashed inside the building, her sleeve already torn to her left arm. Quiet Kid could get help quickly. They'd need it. Generally speaking, the kid was an enigma. A quirk which could render any hero in a coma within a space of 10 seconds, and he was so timid. Hell, it was kind of cute. He was like a small puppy, still clinging to the closest larger dog's leg. Of course, forcing the kid into whatever mosh pit this was a bad idea in general. Sure, he could end whatever was going on here by simply announcing his name. However, the guilt he'd face over hospitalizing all of his friends might be too much for him to handle. She was thankful she hadn't seen the purple-haired kid he'd knocked out during the entrance exam. She pushed forward into the building before a black cloud covered her in a split second. "What the hell?" she shouted before she was falling through the air into a building. Brilliant! Now she was far from the actual action. At the last minute, she was able to control her landing, rolling to a stop on the harsh concrete. She should have taken this part of training more seriously. Hey! Another one appeared through here. So then, this was their plan? Villains who split up the heroes to fight other villains. Interesting she'd give them that. However, if these villains were to fight the brats of 1A, she would wager she'd be able to defeat them with relative ease. She stood up, acknowledging her surroundings. A shattered wall behind her where the voices had come from and the sound of approaching footsteps, easy enough to follow. The room she stood in was amiss with flames. The concrete room with its square windows looked out over onto a street of fire, and the doors on either side ran along the building. Also noting she was on the first floor, there was a drop from the windows, and the shattered wall behind her had a ramp of rubble. Interesting once more. "Hey, there kid, howaboo whoa," she faced the group of men typical, that barreled through the door. Well, if it isn't our lucky day, fellas," the man with pig-like features snorted. He looked horrid and fresh out of a fight. The bruises and burns on his face looked like he had just received them. Also, he was extremely ugly. She'd seen ugly, but he really took the cake there. His round face, crooked snout-looking nose, bloated cheeks and beads of sweat fell from his head. What a pig! Midnight? Well, that's far better than some school kids. Can't stand them young, not a DMN pervert. another man commented, with tall black hair and tan skin. His eyes were like spiders, as in he had 8 of them. His arms also thick with fur and hair. She would bet he had another 4 arms somewhere. I like them either way, but midnight. He bit his bottom lip, his teeth slightly black. Now that's something I like the sound of. She sighed as she began the allure of her quirk. The brat wasn't the only hero around here who could knock someone out with ease. It had taken her some serious time before she made her way out of the fire zone. She was relieved that the green-haired kid had gotten help, evidenced by the appearance of Power Loader. There's something going on in the center, he commented as she got close. What do you mean? She glanced beyond the edge of fire towards the center. It seems that green-haired boy with the mask has kind of made himself and the leader here hostage, the both of them. Her eyes widened as she looked at the mechanical hero again before darting off towards the center. She jumped over the piles of rubble and concrete, shot through the blasts of dust and smoke, and danced through the rays of light before finally making her way to the center area. She noted the heroes were retreating around her. Kid, she asked, coming up behind the green-haired boy. Ahead of him was a man covered with hands, with shaggy aqua-colored hair who maintained a stare with the green-haired kid. His hands started to sign motions. She knew only what was needed for combat, and this word she knew all too well. Retreat. She had to double-check she knew what he was asking. He would be here, alone, with this villain. No one could get to him. At closer inspection, she saw the blood was dripped from his arms and stained his trouser legs. A tear in his lower leg shows a long line of burns which center on a line of blood seeping from long cuts in his skin. What had done that? He shot a shaking thumb up. It shook as he rose the digit. It, too, was covered in blood. Blood she guessed was his own. Are you sure? We wouldn't be able to get to you in time if we're far away enough. She needed him to know what he was asking. She could probably knock both of them out now. Had half a mind to at that very moment. But with the other boys' raised fingers, they'd have to be quick. And she didn't want to join in this stalemate. The kid nodded and she sighed, stupidly self-sacrificial kid. However, the other man, well, more a boy, seemed somewhat indifferent to hurting him. For a man who organized a villain attack on UA, he had awfully kind eyes. Slowly, she stepped back, picking up the girl who lay on the floor beside them both. Her soft breathing confirmed she was alive and was covered in no injuries. All the better. All Might. He ran at a grueling pace. He ran cursing his body that it couldn't reach the levels he once could, that his body couldn't save him sooner. Young Midoriya was in danger. His pupil, his successor, was in the line of fire. His mind ran with horrible thoughts about the boy. Izuku Midoriya was everything Yagi wanted to find. The boy was caring, in touch with emotions, and willing to give his all. He was someone he would have happily called a son. Everything he had learnt about young Midoriya made him feel closer to the boy than before. And if there was one thing Yagi would do, it was to give that boy the time to shine, to smile to the world, for him to shout in his own way that he was there. So he wasn't going to let some villains attack the boy, or the rest of his class, not on his watch. Not ever. As he approached the USJ from young Ida's pleas, he noted the chaos outside, and then the students filtering out of the building sporting all kinds of injuries. Is everyone okay? He asked, running up to the pink-skinned girl. He leaned onto the girl with earphone jacks. Nothing we won't survive, she grinned. But not everyone is here yet. They're still looking, she commented. He gave a nod. I see. You wait here until someone arrives to help you. The police will be on their way. No, we've been told to clear the area, the other girl said. Why? Apparently, there's a worry that Midoriya, I think, will have to use his quirk, so we've been told to clear the area. We're waiting on transport out. His worries took over again as he looked through the doors to the USJ. I see. Thank you, he replied as he dashed inside, nervously looking around the place. Where was the kid? He looked anxiously around, almost slamming down the stairs. All Might, he heard someone call out. Looking to his left, he saw young Midoriya's new friend. The pink-haired girl. How had he forgotten her name already? What was it? Young Handsome. He took a wagering guess. To remember the names of the rest of 1A, he had stared at the class roster for a good hour, taking tests to remember them, so he wasn't familiar with the new girl's name. It's Midoriya." She staggered from where she leaned against a pile of rocks. "He went to help float, but hasn't come back. Please make sure he's okay." She winced as she staggered again. He took a step beside her, offering his arm. "I will find young Midoriya. First though, I have to help you as well. Come on, I'll get you out." It hadn't taken him long to get the young inventor to the other teachers at the entrance of the USJ. He watched on as students all evacuated the area. It seemed they were leaving in an orderly fashion, yet the nerves on display were more than obvious to the number one hero. He was about to step foot back in before he was stopped by an outstretched hand. "We are to leave now," he looked to the R-rated hero. "Young Midoriya is still inside," he pointed through the doors. "We cannot just leave him. There are other students unaccounted for as well. We are only missing the invisible girl. There were reports she had made a break for it and escaped earlier. We'll have scanners out for her, but Midoriya stays inside." He stammered. "What? Why would you leave him with all the villains?" he demanded to know, anxiously passing glances to the door and his fellow teacher. "He's offered himself as a hostage. Only he and the leader of the group are left now. There is nothing we can do." She looked back through the door as well. "Sadly, it's in his hands to fix this now." Yagi stammered, his throat running dry as he looked into the USA Dome. Desperately he wanted to dash in there, save young Midoriya, punch the villain, and maybe go have some tea or something. What he didn't want to do was leave him alone. He could only hope One for All helped him. So, her feet hurt from the loss of her shoes, an unfortunate loss as now her feet hurt and were speckled with stones that kept stabbing into them. They'd be sore for weeks. Her gloves were also forsaken earlier. The rest of her costume worked with her invisibility, with the gloves and shoes needed to show where she was, but now, with the lack of shoes and gloves, no one could see her. She was so thankful for that notice of how actually have clothing on and stay invisible. And now, she had the unfortunate case of being separated from her teammates and then spending the entire time sneaking around or taking out those she could. It was nerve-wracking, but she was getting it done. And then, finally, she saw someone. It was the quiet boy. The class had learnt, after the ordeal with the battle training, that his name was Izuku Midoriya. He was polite, quiet, reserved, and apparently, a nice person to be around. She just hadn't had time to speak to him. Mainly the language barrier between them did that. His other friends might have been able to speak to him, but the only person who seemed to understand him, except the teachers, was Uraraka. She'd have to speak to him at some point. However, opposite him, was someone who she didn't recognize. Untidy clothes, shaggy tinted hairs covering his body, he was totally a villain. What was Midoriya doing there though? She had to sneak past them. Maybe she could give Midoriya a signal she was there somehow, without alerting the villain. Slowly, she descended the barrier which surrounded them both, stepping into the center, noting the scattered bodies around. You realize how we're the same, how we both are on the same side of the same coin. I look at your scars and I don't hate them or hate you. I don't blame you for any pain that's suffered around you. I see a scared boy, I see myself. The man spoke to Midoriya as she sneaked up behind them. Now, Midoriya didn't say anything, but she noticed the clenching of his fist and the blood that fell from his fingers. How injured was he? You don't want to join me, I understand that, not yet at least. Wait, was Midoriya joining the villains now? No way. But, you cannot hide forever and people will always judge you for these scars, they will always define you. Your friends may tell you false truths but I will not. The man spoke again, and Toru noticed he didn't seem very harsh, he sounded caring. He sighed, it might be harsh to hear, Izuku Midoriya, but it's the truth I promised to tell. This wasn't her place though, she shouldn't be listening to this. Midoriya seemed to be safe, she didn't know what he'd been through, but she had to have faith in him. However, now more than ever, she was intrigued by the boy. Next time they met, she'd make a promise to say hello, and possibly even befriend him. So, she scampered around quietly, making her way back towards the door of the USJ. And then, the roar of thunder ripped through the open air. She froze as the hairs on her neck stood on end. Toru looked back to the center of the USJ where lights of orange were thundering around, crackling into the open air. And within the noise of thunder, within the light show, she heard the sound of crying. A soft mewl of whimpering. Midoriya, she quietly hushed. I need to perform the surgery now. A faint distant voice was shouting, or perhaps whispering. Izuku was entirely unsure as he drifted through a void of sorts. He felt drenched in a thick and heavy liquid. It kind of stung. The entire hospital is at risk if you do that. Another voice. This one was a softer female-sounding voice, possibly younger than the man from before. How strange. What do you expect me to do? The man from earlier called back, slightly louder than earlier. His lung will collapse and stomach rupture if I don't remove it now. Remove what? What were they talking about? His answers fell quiet as pain stabbed his neck and was thrown back into darkness. The scarring along his arms needs this adhesive. He awoke again in the same void to the strange voice. It'll burn away his nerves otherwise. His stomach felt like a bottomless pit. You apply that adhesive and they don't heal. Simple as, another man replied. His breathing was staggered and howling. They were closer than before, and the liquid hurt more. It burnt at his skin. He wanted to swim away from it. His chest has already lost those nerves and the healing isn't complete. We have to make a choice. Attempt to heal the scars, or save his nerves. We can't have both. What were they on about? Whose scars were they saving? A sigh. I vote the nerves. The kid can deal with more scars. Maybe it'll replicate the wrist healing. Me too. The nerves are important and there is a slim chance. Nerves it is. Then he was thrown back into darkness. Izuku, it's me, Ochako, he woke to another voice. A familiar one this time around. I'm not to be here, none of us is, but Hatsum is currently creating a diversion. I do think I heard an explosion. She spoke in a hushed voice. It's been 2 days since the USJ attack. Mr. Aizawa and 13 will be okay, so that's good, but we're all worried about you. Wait, had he been injured? He had never even gotten to the USJ, had he? I heard what you did for us and I'm sorry I tried to stop him, but he was, no, it's not about me. I just she sighed. I really wish I could see you, but this curtain is in the way. I'm not sure if you can hear me at all, but thank you so much, you saved everyone. I knew you could be a hero, so after this, I think they called it a quirk awakening, so I hope you're better after that. Sunlight poured through the breezy window and spread over him like a blanket. A humming and whirring of a helicopter rattled outside the window, draining out the sound of birds as it flew on overheard. Scent of flowers, fresh and like spring, filled the room too, a mixture from both outside the open window and in the red vase beside him. Its ceramic patterns whirled into squares and spirals. It sat upon a bedside table. It was white and had a brown coating over the top. Beside it was a mixture of machines, all turned off. To the front of the machines was a small metallic tower, a pole with a small bag attached to it, filled with liquids that fell into another tube. His eyes followed the tube as it curved around into his arm. Those were the first things that appeared to him as his senses came to properly once more. It was an odd sensation. It felt as if he had been submerged in a bath for a long while. The pleasant scenes soon were replaced with a strange static sense over his body that was strange. Now, what had happened to lead him here? Had he had another elapse? It was possible, the last time he lost his memory like this that had happened. He did feel a whirling sensation in his stomach, but it felt weird, heavier, stronger, older. The energy felt like it had been there his entire life, like the beating of his heart. No, it felt older than him. How was he even sensing this? What had happened? He slowly sat up, his muscles heading to his call. Izuku, a voice called out. He tilted his head slowly and saw his mother. Oh, Izuku, sweetie, she cried as she wrapped him in a hug. His body felt like it made a scarping or crunching sound as he was quickly brought into her arms. You're okay now, you're okay. He was okay? He was okay. He was okay. It took some time after he had woken up, and a few tests by the doctors before he was allowed to finally sit up properly. He looked around the room. There was All Might, in his shorter form, and his mother. Alongside them was Recovery Girl and 2 other doctors. He had been asking the entire time what happened and got no answers. Now, 3 hours later, they finally decided to answer his call. Now, what we're about to tell you might be very shocking, so we'll be taking this slowly. Firstly, we've had to have performed surgery on you. He had gathered as much from the stitches across his stomach and to the front of his chest. He had freaked out when he saw them and then told not to take any other bandages off, so he hadn't seen his arms yet. Now, these operations were ones which we had to take, ones to save your life. However, they don't come without risk. The man kept a professional gaze. However, he kept stealing glances at Izuku's torso, which worried Izuku immensely. We can't be sure what exactly happened to you during the attack on your school. He still had no memory of whatever this attack was though. You know, you didn't choose this quirk, this danger to yourself, and yet others will look at you like you did choose such a fate. They'll abhor you. They'll fear you, hate you, bully you. Now, our main guess is that you had a quirk awakening. It seems, somehow, your body is literally producing energy. Well, it's more siphoning it off of something in your Potentia ferrocactus that we aren't sure of. It could be linking to an opposing energy field. Your body could literally just be generating your respiration into energy. Potentia ferrocactus, right? That had been the actual name for his organ. He'd totally forgotten. It had been so long since he'd last called that. Now, due to this change in your quirks and latent ability, it would seem that the energy shattered your Potentia ferrocactus, and it traveled directly through your body. So, that would be the cause of the damage. Wait, if his energy core was damaged, then what was in his body right now? Now, the rootus energy in your body broke down the muscle, skin, vessels, and other fibers within your body. However, it also has seemed to heal those very same injuries to a degree where you'd live. So, it expelled itself through the closest available conductive material, your blood and nerve endings. His eyes shot down to glance at the bandages around his arms. So, we had to make a choice, to either save the nerve endings or the skin above the blood vessels which burst open. We chose the nerve endings. This quirk awakening didn't make much sense, but a certain quirk did. One for all. Had he taken one for all that day? If so, why did it do this? It didn't make sense. Now, the energy siphoning from your Potentia ferrocactus is still spooling outward, at a slower pace. Thankfully, we can offer no help there except for you to dispel it with the usual way you go around the problem. He nodded and paused, taking the information in for a moment. A hand moved to just below his ribcage. His breath stammered as he felt the heat radiating off of it. He clenched his eyes shut, inhaling through his nose. I want to know the damage to my body, he signed with steady hands. One of them was bandaged at the wrist, halting some movement. Izuku, that isn't such a good idea so soon, his mother pleaded. He shook his head. Please? His eyes looked to the doctors ahead of him, and then to the guilty face of All Might. Then the main doctor sighed, his head hung low. Of course, it is your right to know. Izuku looked over the report again. It had been the 15th time he'd scanned the words, the diagrams of his body, hoping something would change, but nothing ever did. The words never changed. Collapsed left lung, metallic plating enforcement, minor self-healing. Ruptured stomach, metallic plating enforcement, minor self-healing. Torn trachea, replaced with bioplastic in midsection. Ruptured Potentia ferrocactus, natural healing. Nerve damage and blood scarring on chest and back, healed blood scarring, burns remain, no senses on chest. Nerve damage and blood scarring on both arms, healed nerve damage, scars remain, burns remain. Radiation decay detected within mouth region, no treatment available. Burst appendix, removed. Decayed fingernails, removed. Decayed. Retina, no treatment, complete self-healing. Burns spread over mouth and neck regions, all nerve endings completely burnt and beyond repair, skin on facial region stretched to the lower nose, burns increasingly spread further. Advisory precautions, continued treatment going forward weekly, quirk counseling, no further usage of quirk and to leave UA heroics course. Accompanied by the words were diagrams of his body. They showed the red regions of burns on his body, the black regions of radiation decay, and the blue regions of skin tearing. From his shoulders to his palms, his nose to his neck to his chest. It was covered in horrible colors. He wanted to cry so hard. He wanted to scream. He wanted to tear off his skin, what remained of it. He wanted to grab his fist and rip out the organ within his body and crush it in his bare hands. Izuku stammered another breath. No, he was overreacting. He should be counting his blessings. He was alive, and he still had almost a full physical ability. And he should be happy he had a new possible power, right? He pushed the report to the side, burying it under a meal pamphlet, and gazed his eyes towards his hands. Thankfully, the doctors had returned him with a proper facial mask, which surrounded his entire neck and lower face. So, at least he wasn't hiding away from everyone who walked in. The doctors had finally given him some time to himself, without the constant tests and rebandaging of his body. It was humiliating to be so weak, so dependent, so needing their help. And in a display of more saddening news, he'd slowly regained some snippets of his memory. He'd been talking to some man who was covered in hands, so, with his own internal prejudice, he'd assumed the man had been a villain, so they likely thought. That perception of the man was completely overruled in a second of gaining the words he'd said back. This man seemed to be a friend of his. Now, he didn't know how he'd gained another friend so quickly, but he was intrigued to see him again. He seemed to have faced the same problems he had, so that must have been where the friendship had begun. However, how had he gotten into Yue? And the doctors did mention a villain attack, so did the man get involved with that somehow? All in all, he desperately wanted answers there, mainly to take his mind off of the report sitting right beside him. Mr. Midoriya? Someone called from the door. He looked over and saw a nurse. She wore the standard white nurse's attire. Her yellow hair was tied to the side and fell down her shoulder in wisps. He nodded as she pushed open the door fully. "You have a few friends to see you." She looked back through the door. Miss Uraraka, Hatsum, and Mr. Ida. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5 p.m. School must have been over perhaps, or was it a weekend? He hadn't actually checked. Although he did light up at the mention of his friends being here, they were all okay. The last memory he had of Ochako was her talking to him. He couldn't remember the other two during the whole day. He nodded once more to accept them to come in, excited to see them. "Midoriya, you're well." "Izuku." "Quiet, you're alive." He smiled as he watched his friends fall over each other and pile into the room, almost tripping over each other, one at a time. The nurse hissed at them, but it seemingly went unnoticed as they were already at the side of his bed with large grins. "Are you okay? How are you holding up? Did you win?" They all asked over one another with an eagerness Izuku wasn't used to. Was this normal for people in a hospital? "Do not surround the patient like this," the same nurse from before chastised them. "Please have some restraint dash." "Ah, so sorry dash." He watched Ida bow and apologize. He then quickly turned back around to Izuku at his bedside, smiling. "Hi," he signed with eager eyes, looking at his friends. "Hi, that's all you have to say? We thought you died, you idiot." Hatsum shouted, hitting him over the head with a smile and laugh. "Do not hit the patient." Hatsum frowned, grumbling under her breath about the nurse. "Are you feeling any better? We really wanted to see you earlier, but we weren't allowed. Everyone is so worried." His smile met Uraraka's. She was okay. That was a relief. "You're okay?" He signed cheerfully. "Me." He nodded. I, Izuku," she smiled back with a tear in her eye. Had he done something wrong? The train was empty at the late hour. It barreled along the country tracks with relative silence. Its gray walls and once bright red seats are now a muted color from the years of travel and lack of upkeep. Izuku's eyes were downcast as they stare at a light bulb which kept flickering. His mask stayed tightly wrapped around his neck and mouth. It muffled his breathing and felt as if he would suffocate at a moment's notice. His ears noted the train's motion, but he ignored it, his mind empty, like a void. A swirling in his stomach lurched as the train made a stop. "Please depart safely and mind the gap." The autonomous voice spoke loudly as Izuku stood up, wrapping his jacket around himself. A faux barrier from the real world, a fabrication of safety. The breeze of the country immediately hit him as he stepped onto the platform, watching the train doors slide shut and then slowly zoom off into the distance, back towards the city. Plains of dark grass spread out in the distance as the tall scrapers of the sky towered the distance. The fashioned lights lit up the landscape as the city stood tall in the distance. Behind him, the thick trees and mountains spread out further than the city, overpowering the senses. He sighed, picking up his phone and checking the time. glancing down at his lock screen and a text too. Chuckle. Hope you're feeling better soon. I'll bring you up some matcha when I next visit you. With a saddened frown, he clicked the phone off fully, holding down the power switch before sliding it back into his pocket. He made his way off of the station platform with a limping gait, his hands holding onto his stomach. Over the course of the day, and his conversation with his friends, he'd gotten snippets back from that day. There had been a bird creature, it attacked him. Then his body got covered in energy, he could remember the bleeding, the pain, the torment, the drive to punch it. And then, there was Tamura Shigaraki. A man he was still not sure who he was. The words he said seemed to make sense to him, they resonated with him. A man who didn't flinch at his scars, but instead related to them. Was that why he carried those hands? As a burden. A reminder. His feet carried him along a gravel path, the dark landscape a mystery to him now as he trekked along the wilderness, familiar with the route through. Eventually, he saw the sign of splintered trees and burnt ground. His energy release from the entrance exam. Then he remembered the doctor's notes and recommendations. To leave the hero course. To give up his goal and his drive to do better. To prove to others who he was. Misery became his guidance as he clambered over a fractured rock. Entwining further into the thickness of the forest. Into the fray of his mistakes. As he got closer to the trees, he felt his body tense further, the pain settling in, the light dimming slowly. A crack of a twig, a stumble of dirt, a tweet of a bird, a gust of wind. The further in he got, the more deranged the terrain got, the thicker the splinters, the burns, the charring. This was him. This was the power of Izuku Midoriya. The trees, dead. The small rabbit's body, dead. The leaves on the ground, burnt. Dead. Destroyed. Dead. Scarred. He made his way to the eye of the fray, the moment when he had unleashed the energy from the entrance exam. The shattered rock and gap of trees made way for him. He fell to the large boulder, his arm pressed onto the ragged surface. The bandages entwined underneath his fingers. The medical white gave way to reddened skin. He grimaced and looked away, his breath clawing at his throat. His eyes tear away at the tree line, threatening to spill over. Slowly, his gaze returned to the white BLNDFLD around his arm, the armor protecting him. His hair was flowing in the wind and his eyes squinted as the moonlight shone on the white fabric, slowly peeling away the layer of his new skin. The fabric ripped off in small hesitation, the bubbled skin and black slowly uncovered under the light. Black lines of char rippled and danced between flaked white and brown. His breath stammered as he followed the lines up his arm as the bandages came undone. A tremble of his arms slowly spread over his neck into his head, his eyes trained, focused, staring down at the skin. It rippled along fresh cuts, scars and stitches. Blackened lines of would-be rot, trails of radiated decay and burns. The burns. Everywhere, covering all over his arms, up his sleeve. Crying fell from his mouth, a whimper escaping him. His fingers brushed over the skin as the cries spilt from his mouth, and tears fell from his face. He ripped the other bandage off his other arm, revealing more. He howled and screamed as he stared down at the scarred body. Disgusting. Scarred. He screamed, his head tilted back as he wept into the night, pouring out heat from his mouth that burnt his throat. The bile of energy ripped through into the open air and flickered with fire. Blue and orange swirled together as Izuku's small form shook and wept. Then, a roar of fire ripped through the night sky, shooting into the sky as lines of blue electricity surrounded it and funneled upwards. The sky was bathed in blue and orange. And Izuku cried himself into a small ball, flickers of fire fell from his mouth, the light showed unnoticed as he cried, muffled tears and silent weeps. The black lines over his body buzzed a soft hue of green. Okay then, this ointment should prevent the irritation from your skin, apply it after you've showered every time. The doctor's office was a modern affair in a small surgery. The wall was painted plain white, and a gap for a window looked out over the car park on one-way glass. The doctor's desk sat in the corner of the room with an old-looking laptop connected to a printer, beside it a small table with a few different plants Izuku didn't recognize. nor care that much for. He hated being here. It had been a week since the hospital had begrudgingly let him leave, but that wasn't without 3 trips to the doctors. He hated being here. It was a reminder of what his long sleeves concealed. Now, we've had a breakthrough in the quirk awakening situation. His eyes moved from the wandering they did to the doctor. It would seem that the energy you expelled earlier last week is directly linked to what is currently being created in your body. Now, reports of the incident at UA had you cover your arm in energy, correct? He nodded his head cautiously, remembering the sensation of his skin breaking open as an orange glow covered his arm. I'd like you to replicate that dash. He violently shook his head. He wasn't ever going to do that again, ever. Please listen to me. What you did at UA was what we believe to be an extremely high percentage of release, probably linked to the quirk awakening and attack on your body. If you release a short amount of energy, it should simply transfer through the pores of your skin, like sweat. It won't cause any scars. With another shake of his head, okay then, the doctor agreed. Whenever you're ready, do try for us. You may need some energy in your potentia phorocactus for it to work. Our guess is the energy stored there is transferred to the needed body parts, and then used to create such strengths from your body. However, high usage of it, like your base quirk, can cause damage, as your muscles don't have a latent protection from that kind of power. Of course, if everyone kept mentioning a quirk awakening, he knew what it really was. One for all. Somehow, one for all had given him the power to save his life, and then save his friends. One for all gave him that power. Without it, he wondered if he would have died. Well then, have you had time to visit the quirk counseling? He sighed with a nod of his head. That's good. Please keep visiting him, it is for the best. However, as you are adamant about staying at you are cleared to return. His eyes shot up, and under evaluation from the healthcare team there, in coordination with us. He nodded eagerly with glee, finally able to go back to UA. He hadn't been cleared to return, or if he able was going to be allowed, and now he had confirmation, some good news at last. A welcomed relief. Go on then, and thank you Mr. Midoriya. We understand how difficult this must be, but going through the correct avenues is for the best for you. With a bow, he dashed out of the door into the welcoming lobby. His mother perked up as he stepped out of the office into the narrow hallway, anxiously waiting for his mood as he left the office. He put a thumbs up to her and she smiled, bustling her way over to him. Oh, Izuku, good news? He shook his head. Back to you, he signed happily. Is that for the best? He nodded again. I'm so happy for you Izuku. Izuku? Midoriya? You moron, he's not in ta. His friends all stammered to stare at him as he sat at the table in the cafeteria. He gave a pathetic wave as they all glared to look at him. You're alive. Hatsum cheered as if she hadn't seen him a couple of days ago. So, what's the verdict? Ochako asked nervously. Verdict? Ida inquired afterwards. Izuku had only told Ochako about the fact that every medical advice and counseling advice was for him to leave UA. However, he was rather stubborn, to many people's upset and dismay. Slowly, as if he were to build up suspense, he rose a thumb. Ochako grinned whilst the other two looked over in confusement. Yo, Midoriya's back. Kirishima suddenly cried out as 1A quickly hoarded the table. And in the ensuing madness, Izuku caught the solitary figure on the other side of the cafeteria, by himself, mingled with the rest of the support course. Katsuki Bakugo. Now, please remember to bring the homework sheet in tomorrow. Without delay, I won't accept sloppiness, Mr. Aizawa droned at the front of the class. He had been sent a pack of notes of all their classes by Ochako the last couple of days, as she visited him at his apartment. And Machi, quite often, she brought over him Machi too. The class, with bows, thank yous and conversations soon all left to leave the classroom. That was, until Izuku felt a tug on his arm, and a non-existent face come close to his own. Midoriya, she whispered. It was the invisible girl. He hadn't recalled speaking to her before. He nodded as his friends walked on ahead, Hatsum turning around to face him. Crash. Test? With a quick response of 5 gloved fingers, which he saw Hatsum take a quick glance at, she nodded and Izuku followed the invisible girl down the other side of the corridor. They paused, a little past 1A at the turning of the hallway. The tall gray walls and gleaming windows show the setting sun in the faraway distance as the orange lit up trees. I heard you dash. He quirked a brow in a confused gaze. When he signed. If she understood what he signed, he didn't know, but she replied anyway. At the man with you, the hand villain. Izuku listened intently. If she had heard what he had said, perhaps she could show on some light on what his potential friend had spoken of. He smiled at her, a quirking of his eyes only visible to her, and she took a cautious step back. He stopped, dazed at her reaction, tilting his head to the side. Never mind, and she dashed off the hallway, running past the corner down a flight of stairs. Izuku was left alone, standing dazed. Izuku! Ochako came up behind him. He turned back to her. Sorry, the invisible girl wanted to talk. Oh, Toru. Was that her name then? You missed my amazing display of how stuck-up rule book was. He went beet red. Hatsum laughed loudly. Her laughter bounced off of the small enclosure they all sat around. The small natural flora that they sat around was within the constrictions of a large street. Tall white buildings sat up beside him, all covered in business flyers and hustling of noodle stores, a vegetable store, and a CRT shop. Izuku had his shirt, long-sleeved, rolled down and cuffed at his wrists, and his mask, a gray and black gradient, sat around his neck. His blazer was on the floor beside his feet. Hatsum had her tie loosened around her neck and sleeves rolled up, with some oil stain on her shirt, seemingly from the morning when he had been with the doctors. Ida was still pristine and could honestly walk into school this morning with his uniform. Ochako's skirt was slightly ruffled at the base and rolled down her legs, her shoes cleaned with a speck of mud and a scuff from when she had fallen earlier. Her shirt was buttoned up and had minimal creases. Her hair bobbed atop her shoulders and around her neck. She smiled as she listened to Hatsum's story, with a glint in her eyes. Her rosy cheeks were shadowed by the tree above them. It was a clear violation of the rules. Ida retorted, a cup noddle in his hand, of which he had looked at warily when given it, before eagerly slurping it at first taste. Hatsum had got him one too, but he had sealed it away in his bag when handed, with a polite nod of thanks. Ochako was half eating hers, sharing glances with him every so often with a blush and smile. Well, I think Hatsum shouldn't have done that, but it wasn't bad either to tell a teacher dash. Thank you. Hatsum cheered. She still agreed with me, Ida grumbled. Izuku was still thoroughly confused about what was going on. Besides, how are all of you planning on the sports festival? The sports festival? Hatsum and Ochako glared at Ida, who staggered back, like a scared seahorse. He sighed. You haven't told him yet, have you? No, you idiot. We haven't told Izuku yet. Told him what? Told me what? He signed. Ochako waringly smiled. So, Mr. Aizawa, thought it might be best if we spoke to you about, perhaps, maybe not entirely dash. Mr. Aizawa doesn't want you to participate in the sports festival. Hatsum shouted out what Ochako couldn't finish. Hatsum! She shrugged. Better to rip off the plaster. Izuku's head lowered, and his shoulders sagged. Great. How was that fair? He had tried to save everyone. It wasn't his fault, and now they forced him not to compete in school fairs. What was next? Ban him from physical education. It was absurd. He had fought the past fortnight to get back and stay in the hero course. He had to prove himself, to All Might, who he still hadn't spoken to yet, to his mother, his friends, Bakugo, everyone. Why would they not want him to compete? Why? You see, Aizu, the thing is, she sighed, Mr. Aizawa is worried about the use of your quirk during the festival. It's entirely possible you could keep your face mask on, that's not a problem, but if you used your quirk, you could, possibly, hurt people. He phased the noise out as they spoke, the same old excuse, the same old line. Dangerous. Painful. People could die. You will never be anything more than what you are now, a villain, on the floor at my legs. Cowering in fear, because you're too weak, too pathetic to control your quirk. A grin spread across Bakugo's face, which looked glassy through tears as he staggered forward. And now everyone will see who you really are. Had Bakugo really been right? He noted his breathing getting erratic, and arms itching with a burn. With a quick motion he walked off. Midoriya dash, he heard Ida call out, and a faint, Izuku dash from Ochako. Before he was gone. His legs were tucked underneath him as he watched the city's busy landscape pass by below him. The lights of cars and the honking of trucks. The young children smiling, the sparse hero passing by. Izuku, sweetie? He heard a voice behind him. He slowed and turned his head around to see his mother. Sweetheart, it's time for dinner. Did you want to wait for a little longer? A slow nod was all he answered. Perhaps I could sit with you? She asked. Izuku slowly nodded, before looking back to the city. You know, Izu, I'm so proud of you, you're doing so well dash, she spoke after a small silence fell in between them. But, sweetie, you don't have to push yourself so much, you can take time. That doesn't make you worth any less than anyone else. You are still amazing, and still doing amazing things. You don't have to prove yourself dash. He listened quietly as the wind whipped past them. You are an amazing person, you strive so much for your friends, no matter what happens to you, I just want you to know you, still being here with me, still striding forward, even the tiniest piece, each day, is enough. He took in her words, looking out beyond the scope of the city. Also, a package arrived for you earlier, I'm not sure who it's from though, I don't recognize the handwriting. In his mother's hand was a brown envelope, large enough to contain a book, or perhaps an old DVD case. He took the brown packaging with a nod of gratitude as his mother sat up. I'll serve dinner shortly, Izuku. Then he was alone again on the rooftop, his legs dangling through the metal railing. His fingers sliced through the tape as he removed a glove, trying to ignore the way his body reacted to the cool air, like a stinging nettle or needle. He tried to ignore how he stared at the scare that ran down his skin. He slid open the disc, pulling out a note with it. Dear brother, I hope all is well and your health has regenerated. I can only guess how much these things hurt for you. I've been thinking of you, and hope you're okay. How is your throat and your mother? Anyway, getting off that side quest. I've sent you this game. I'm not sure which systems you're familiar with or games you often play, or even if you play them, which you totally should. I think it's relatively peaceful, a fun relaxation game for quiet evenings. If you ever need me, you'll know where to find me when you finish the game. I left a little clue at the end. Do enjoy, my brother. Shiggy. A video game? Brother? Shiggy? He sat down at the edge of his bed, the note and game box in his hands. Having finished dinner, he made himself a drink and settled in his room. His mask was on the bed beside him. The crumpled covers surrounded him like a nest, snakes draped around him. A question lingered on his mind. Why didn't Shiggy want to meet him? It made little sense to him. He still only remembers snippets of the mysterious man now named Shiggy, and he knew the police were searching for him too. They had interviewed him for such. So why didn't he want to meet him in person? Was Shiggy in trouble? Or perhaps an unwilling criminal? Maybe he had a secret identity? All sorts of theories racked Izuku's mind, some far more believable than most. All in all, he wanted to see Shiggy, which must be his name. So, his hands clicked open the game disc, slipping it out of the case, fumbling it into the disk drive, by his bedside table, and leaning back on his ruffled sheets. The dark outside circling. So, the little sheet is back then? Katsuki shouted loudly as he walked into the tall yellow-walled room. The drab foam walls rode high with no windows, only black lines of connection and gray marks of explosions. I don't run UA agent, the man in black replied, looking over at Katsuki from a rack of weights. The sleeves of his suit riled up his forearms. He scoffed. So, what is the plan then? All in time, agent. For now, it is for you to keep an eye on him, to keep an eye on UA. I'm not without action. Until the suspect acts in any suspicious manner, we can do nothing dash. His quirk is suspicious enough. The man sighed, turning back fully to face Bakugo with a smirk. His blackened eyes cast down at him. Agent, you wish to train today? Katsuki snarled. That was our agreement. He cackled softly. Very well then, very well, begin. The man's hands rose up from his torso, angled towards the ceiling with palms outstretched. Katsuki, as he ran forward, closing the distance with the man in an instant, his explosive fist aimed straight at the man's face, whose own hands brought up and redirected it beside his face. The explosion missed its mark. He kicked his legs idly over the seawall, his red shoes bashing against the worn concrete as the sun cascaded through the sky. The beach's sand swirled in the slight wind, whipping up and around in circular motions. The waves further on crashed with rocks and driftwood. They swirled the air with a salty taste and sharp texture. "Kid." The voice broke the silence, only disturbed by the thick washing of the ocean cleanly. It held no opposition or hatred, it sounded tough, strained. Izuku turned around, his clothes wrapped tightly to his body, his black mask wavering in the wind, and his eyes narrowing at the man before him. All might. It was time to show him what he could do. Earlier that day, Izuku sat with his arms out in front of him, twisting them slightly in the reflection of the mirror. The bathroom's wide glow only enhanced the coloring of the reddened skin, only rendered the scars clear and brightened the burns. He frowned as he moved a finger to trail along them, a frown pinching at his lips. It was a cruel temptation to ebb at the marks, to trace dot and line, the spiderweb of white and red, the echoes of black. His eyes returned to the mirror, glancing at his mouth, the darkened scars, opposing the white of his arms. The glare of his concentrated eyes carried down his mouth, lowering past his lips and chin, trailing along his slender neck and down his chest. The same pattern ebbed at his skin. The pattern of misery, of pain and discomfort. Of him. He felt a worrying nothing as he glared at his chest. It would make more sense to fear them, to be scared or want to slice them off, as he so often did. Yet, right now, he felt nothing. Who was there to be angry at him? Himself? What use would being angry with himself do? It was sure to make him miserable. The bird creature who haunted his memory snippets? The thing was already dead by now. All Might? The list went on, and as Izuku got further down it felt for nothing. For, he did want to be angry, it would be far easier to hate someone, anyone. And yet, he could not. And that made it worse somehow. It made him think of himself as crazy in a small way. Not to be angry, not to howl at his scars like he had that night. It made him feel less human. Less human in his appearance. Less human in his mind. "Izuku?" His mother called from the door. "Is everything okay, sweetie?" He gave 2 light taps on the door, wrapping of his hands. A quick single to imply, yes. A single knock was, no, and 3 knocks were, come in. It made things easier. "That's good, I'll have breakfast ready soon." Receding footsteps soon followed as his gaze littered from the door, back to himself. His fingers rose to his face next, smoothing over the lines of his face, before pushing up at his lips' edge. They rose and forced the malformed skin and muscles up. A smile. A horrifying smile. His blackened teeth, a result of decay from the burn, welcomed him, and his eyes sparkled with mania. The same fingers lowered a moment later. And yet, still an overwhelming amount of nothing filled him. Only dread, dread for the day to come. The slow approach of his hand with the cereal seemed to make the time pass quicker. He had received a plethora of text messages the night before, ranging from quick messages from Hatsum to questions from Ochako, all asking if he was okay. His storming off the night before hadn't done his friends any good, no doubt. He regretted it now, truly he did. But hearing those words from his friends, echoing Mr. Aizawa's words, that did nothing for his own confidence. However, he wasn't done. He was going to compete in that sports festival. Diamond the worries about that, it was what he wanted to do. It would be his goal. He did everything for everyone. That had been his life, wasn't he allowed this one thing? Prove himself, to himself. No one else, just for him, just this once. A knock at the door caught his attention, a familiar pattern, a familiar person. He already knew who it was. He had been expecting them. She had arrived every morning, even during his week's absence. Even when he had been tucked away in his room. Izuku sighed, standing up from his table and his gloved hand hovering over his mask. A split second passed as he picked it up, wrapping it around his mouth and neck. "Izuku," the door greeted happily as it opened, with Ochako on the other side. And then, at that very moment, his fears from the morning disappeared, and he offered his own smile back. "Good morning," he signed. Her bag was slung over her shoulder, the zips slightly opened with a collection of papers and plastic cases. The sun from behind him shone through the back window and landed at their feet. "Are you feeling better today?" she asked, pinning her head to the side slightly. He nodded as he leaned back and grabbed his bag. "And then, I was able to copy this one up. Well, I actually stole Ida's book after school once to copy his own. It was crazily neat. He wasn't too happy about that though." "Well, I think he wasn't dash." Ochako handed him a mountain of paper as they walked. Each sheet was varying in different subjects, with tables, graphs, structured writings and numbers on the sides. He had thought she'd given him all the work he'd missed out on over the week, but apparently not. Truthfully, he thought it was a little before, but this seemed like too much. "I could have sworn I had heroics history somewhere dash." She rifled through her bag as they walked down the busying streets. "No, not that one," she muttered, moving paper aside. "Uh-huh." She cheered as she pulled a sheet out of her bag before it was snatched from her hand. "Hey," she shouted towards the pink-haired assailant. Hatsum looked down at the sheet. "Heroics history, boring," she whined, resigning the paper back to Ochako's outstretched hand, before skipping around them to the side of Izuku. "You two take this too seriously dash. It's a hero school. For you two nerds it might be, for me it's for my support gear." She flashed a grin. Ochako sighed once more. "You're still in the heroics course dash." As the support course liaison, she sang liaison with an overpronounced lia. "How often do you even speak to the support course teacher?" Ochako replied as Izuku rescinded himself to watching this unfold. In truth, he too didn't actually know how May fitted into all this. A field support technician seemed a close bet. It seemed, from her speech once upon a time, heroism in the traditional sense wasn't her goal. And then they all died. All three looked at their pink-haired friend with a hint of skepticism. "What are you talking about?" Ida frowned. "What evidence is there for any of this? The deaths of heroes in the heroics business have fallen dramatically over the years." The plaza by UA was empty, courtesy of an early lunch break. The blue-bricked fountain threw water into the air with magnificent reflections and patterns. A gentle shower and rush of water flowed past one's ears. Tall windows overlooked the plaza from the nearby administration building, with neatly trimmed bushes along the base, covering a red brick foundation. Paths of quartz white wind around the circular fountain with an array of benches. In the further distance, Kirishima and Kaminari ran after one another like young children. Still more than being a support technician, and secondly, without the amazing talent that is people like yours truly, hero society would crumble. Support gear is my way of being a hero. All Might doesn't really use support gear, Izuku added with a raised brow. Hatsum then jolted her head to Ochako. He says that All Might doesn't use support gear, and Izuku does have a point there. "Well, he wears a costume dash," she laughed. "Not made by support technicians." She looked at him again. "Uraraka," Hatsum called out. "Yes." "What did he say this time?" Oh, that's not technically made by support technicians." She finished as Hatsum leapt for Izuku. So, in conclusion, the easiest and most efficient way to get the answer to question 2 would be with solution C, Ida declared as they passed the gates of UA. "Well, I got that answer too," Izuku did too dash. He nodded. As they passed the small collection of trees and embankments of flowers, the colors had really come into bloom. As Izuku's eyes lingered on the yellows, blues, and reds, another set of yellow and red came forth. "All Might." Ida's bowed low as his friends came to a stop. "I was wondering if I might speak with young Midoriya before classes?" he asked the group. Izuku knew the question was directed at him. It was just a polite way to address his other friends too. Truthfully, Izuku had wanted to speak to All Might for some time. He hadn't had a moment to speak with the man as of yet. It was upsetting because Izuku was positive that All Might was blaming himself and one for all for what happened to Izuku, which wasn't the case. He just needed to get the right time to tell him that. So, with a determination set out, once more, Izuku nodded his head to his hero teacher who smiled back earnestly. "That's wonderful, I'll see the rest of you in class later today dash." His friends all nodded. Ochako's hand reaching for his, her fingers laced along the fabric of his fingerless gloves and over the hem onto his bare skin, trailing until they parted with a somber expression. He followed her gait until she turned the corner with his friends, All Might standing silently beside him for a moment. Well then, young Midoriya, I was wondering if you'd like to talk, perhaps over some tea? Izuku nodded as he soon began to follow his teacher. Izuku smiled as he remembered meeting Hatsum in the very same hallway. His eyes lingered on the trophy as he closed the door behind him. All Might took a seat on the chair before him. On the table a tea set was already prepared. It looked a lot like the principal's. However, the rat principal was nowhere to be found within the confines of the room. Izuku sat down on the settee opposite where All Might had seated, and lowered his mask, noting All Might's glance at it. They sat in silence as All Might poured the tea from the pot. The trickling of the liquid and the hum of air conditioning filled the otherwise silent room. All Might sighed as he sat back down. Izuku's fingers came to embrace the cup, the padding of his gloves resting against the fine china. So, kid, All Might started, I've got to apologize first. I suppose that I've been a bit of a coward. That wasn't how Izuku had expected this to start. To say he was confused would be an understatement. I've been avoiding you for over a week because I've been too ashamed to come to terms with my failure. Izuku listened quietly as All Might spoke of how he felt he failed Izuku, how he felt responsible for not looking into One for All more, for not contacting the right people, and for hurting Izuku. Izuku contemplated as he spoke of how scared he was to see how hurt Izuku would be, but realized that he would be, in fact, hurting him more by not seeing him. And so, eventually, All Might quieted. Izuku could only watch before him as the man had the saddest eyes he thought possible on the number hero. I don't blame you, he signed, trying his hardest to smile at the hero. All Might looked physically startled at his words. What? One for All saved me. He sighed again. Without it, I could have died. Each sentence came out deliberately as he explained to All Might the story of the bird creature and how hard it had hit him. The broken bones, the darkness, the voices. He watched All Might tear up as he explained how One for All was his last defense. He explained how the quirks saved his life, fixing his bones, his sorrow. By the end, All Might was crying. Itish, he stuttered. Izuku just lowered his head to the side with a tried smile. You saved me, he signed, and the floodgates broke. All Might was then holding him tightly. Kid, thank you so much, he wept as Izuku startled. Not expecting this kind of reaction, those voices, thank you so much. Izuku frowned as he stepped into the classroom, seeing Mr. Aizawa. He seemed to pick up on the hostility, avoiding his eye line as he just nodded to his chair. Izuku had asked All Might about the decision to keep him from the sports festival. All Might was as confused as Izuku was, which meant the decision relied on Mr. Aizawa. Now, whilst Izuku wouldn't disrespect a teacher, he would happily not meet their gaze, and a cold shoulder wasn't beneath him either. He needed to prove he could control his quirk. If Mr. Aizawa wouldn't let him, he'd let himself. He could train enough, he could regulate endothermia and One for All. He always had, mostly, and he would still. No damage to his body would prevent that. Chako would help, as would Hatsum. Ida might waver but hopefully could help him. All Might too. Now, all he had to was get through today so he could meet All Might that night. It was time to test One for All. Class passed by slowly, however. The lesson soon turned to something unique with the help of Present Mike. Okay class. Today we'll be learning Morse code. The class all shared glances. It wasn't on the curriculum. Now, Morse code is most useful for secretive work and communications. However, that does not make it useless in day-to-day life, he happily exclaimed. For example, you could cheat on a test. A clearing of someone's throat stopped mid-speech. He nervously glanced at Mr. Aizawa before laughing. Speak to your friends. Izuku was pretty sure that wasn't what he meant. They were split into pairs, pairing up around the classroom and going over each letter. Izuku was paired with Ochako, who offered him a pleasant smile as they worked through the sheet. Izuku already knew a small amount of Morse code. It had been something he had begun learning once. However, life got in the way and he soon stopped. So, his advantage against Ochako was little. She tapped on the table, a sequence for Izuku to translate. It was just a string of letters. Bias. He signed with a questioned mark, a raised of your right hand. Ochako grinned with a smile. You got it, she happily called out. This isn't too tricky. She was right, it was rather easy, especially learning it with Ochako. Okay then, your turn, she smiled again. Izuku raised his hand to the table and began tapping. X. IOX. He tried a grin with a thumbs up. Just as the bell rang, a ringing familiar to him. Well then class, I'll see you after lunch. Keep up this practice in your spare time, okay? They all nodded as lunch was a welcoming meeting. Izuku passed the class in the hallway, stepping to the side as his friends stood alongside him. We'll see you later, Izuku dash, Ochako smiled. Don't be late meeting us. Hatsum shouted loudly. Have a pleasant lunch, Midoriya dash, Ida softly spoke. Each of them was so different. Izuku nodded to them as he took off towards the hallway where All Might's office was. The silence soon welcomed him, and the sounds of the hallway passed. And Izuku was alone once more. A light to the left flickered and his eyes shot right towards it. His breath startlingly caused all the other lights to flicker. His eyes straightened to the lights. Don't worry dash. A voice calmed him and hand rested on his shoulder. It wasn't you dash. Bye. Hatsum and Ida waved to the pair of them as they stood in the darkening main street. Office workers and other students passed them by with idle chatter and the air became heavy with noise. Ochako and Izuku waved back to the pair, who were bound to argue at any moment over nothing, as they took off down the street. For Izuku, home was going to be a small pit stop before he met up with All Might. It did, however, give him a perfect opportunity to speak to Ochako. Ochako, he signed, catching her eye. Yes, Izuku? She asked as she walked beside him. Her uniform was slightly scruffier than before, her bag far less full too, and his more so. Her hair had a few loose strands and her eyes settled with a sleep on the horizon. I need your help. With what? She pet her head inquisitively. He glanced around him, as if looking for Mr. Aizawa or another UA student. I want to participate in the sports festival. Could you help me train? His gloved hands signed freely. Ochako watching each movement. With me? She asked. Izuku smiled with a nod of his head. Boo, but won't Mr. Aizawa not allow that? All Might has it sorted dash, he paused. Well, he will have it sorted. Well then, I'd love to help you. She grinned with a blush, equally met with Izuku as she grasped his hand, carrying on walking down the street back home. Izuku anxiously waited on the beach seawall for All Might, his mentor and teacher, and soon-to-be first witness of his new power. He would hopefully have Ochako train with him tomorrow. He knew, eventually, he'd have to show her his scars. However, it was finding the right time. He didn't want to lose her. Kid. The voice broke the silence, only disturbed by the thick washing of the ocean cleanly. He welcomed the voice with a grin as he turned around, his clothes wrapped tightly around his body, his black mask wavering in the wind, and his eyes narrowing at the man before him. He gestured with a hand for him to follow him. They walked in silence, only the setting sun and gulls disturbing the peace, the calm of the sand and the silence of the ocean. It didn't take long for them to reach a secluded section of the beach. Okay then kid, I have a first aid kit, but please don't go too far dash, he reasoned as Izuku nodded. Izuku stood forward as he approached the waves. The rocking cradle of blue welcomed him as he removed his jacket. The sleeves slipped off of him, revealing the red long-sleeved shirt. It jostled as he undid the buttons on the cuffs, rolling it up. It didn't pass Izuku as he heard All Might gasp at the scars along his arms. All Izuku could do was stare at them, his eyes tracing over the lines. The white and black patterns teased him, offended him, and laughed at him. He pulled his gaze as quickly as he snapped to it, rolling the other sleeve up as his hair gusted in the wind. The spray of wind leapt at his trouser legs whilst Izuku removed his gloves. The fabric letting his hand course in the cold, the gloves soon stuffed in his pockets. His eyes clenched, and the orange shade of water disappeared from view. His breath quietened as his surroundings soon disappeared. Take a deep breath. He breathed in, holding it, then let it out. You are in control. He was in control as he clenched his right fist and winced at the tensing along his arm and muscles. The power of one for all exists within your body, channel it. He felt a static shock shoot through his skin, crawling underneath the dead layer of cells and within his blood vessels. He was a warming sensation akin to being wrapped in a blanket, a familiar warming sensation he'd never felt before. Now, smash. His fist smashed down onto the water's waves as his eyes shot open once more. His arm before him glowed in orange and yellow lightning. It hummed as it sparkled along the water. It then shattered the water that was. The ocean split apart from where he stood. 50 feet ahead of him and 10 feet wide, it shattered open, shooting upwards, revealing the sea floor below as it cascaded lower into the abyss. He heard All Might gasp behind him as Izuku turned back around, his fist raised and glowing orange once more. The lines of white and black glowed with a burning ember. The skin lightened alike the sun behind it. A flickering fell underneath his mask too. His skin intact and body not burnt any further, he could control his power. His power? Kid, All Might smiled. It's about time we started training for the sports festival. Izuku groaned as he fell back onto his bed. The level failed again. He had taken to trying to complete the video game every evening, and each evening was met with failure. It was fun, he could admit that, however, winning was also fun. The controller fell onto the sheets beside him, relinquished from his grasp. Izuku, dinner's ready, honey, his mother called from the end of the hallway. He sat up, glancing at the game over screen one more time before setting out his room and turning off the light on his way out. Left, and right dash, his fist connected with All Might's open palm. The Chaco to the side of them. To cover his scars and still maintain the ability to use his powers and move freely, Izuku was now the owner of a compression shirt. It snugs tightly to him and covered his entire arms and chest. It was also custom-built to come up the neck, with a mask resting over the top. At first, he had felt a little self-conscious about the shirt. It seemed too tight to his body, almost as if he was naked. However, every time he glanced down, it was still on him. They had been training for a week straight, every day after school and also during lunch break. Izuku was getting better at not having to use his quirk in a fight. It was obvious to him that to participate in the sports festival, he'd probably be competing on the level of a quirkless student. Whilst he could use one for all, Endothermia, the nickname he used for the new powers he'd acquired from One for All, to help him, without revealing his scars. It was a gamble. Firstly, he could only use it in large blasts. Secondly, too much usage did cause his arms to bleed. So, it was a problem of balancing it. He also didn't wish to hurt anyone. If he could find a way to regulate One for All, it would be great. However, that didn't seem to be the case. The key to One for All was the energy stored within him. If he absorbed energy, he could then use One for All, otherwise, it wouldn't work. The problem was, once those floodgates opened, they opened. So, he could only store a small amount in him, for a short while. Although a glaring benefit of this was he didn't have to puke up the energy as such anymore. He could sit there, letting One for All do its thing, and the energy would burn away. He had spent last night in a field by himself, his scars glowing as the pain burnt away. His arm glowed in the midnight sky, the twilight of light disappearing in the distance. The waving of grass lisped against him, burning themselves as they came close to his arm. It stung slightly. The cold air crisped against his skin as he looked to the sky. It was so clear, so dark, so distant. If his hand was to reach out, it would be no closer to the end of the distant dark than it had been originally. It made him realize how small he was, how distant he was. His goal, by the universe's standards, was so far distant that it mattered not. Even if all of humanity was all there was, it still mattered not. Humanity could never see it all, for if they did, there was always more. The darkness spread beyond, a matter Izuku would never truly know, never truly obtain. "You're doing really well, you know?" Ochako grinned as he sat beside her. In her hand she held a towel, another wrapped around her shoulder. All Might had welcomed the second student willingly, without a complaint. She had appeared, he had welcomed her, and they'd moved on. He smiled as her hands held his, an activity she had frequented more often recently. Izuku liked it. She would often slide over his fingers, her fingertips rubbing along his knuckles and softly wrapping around his fingers. He'd be the first to admit a blush fell over his face whenever she did it. Well then, young Uraraka, it is your turn. All Might turned to face them with a smile. She smiled with a nod to him as she stood up, smothering her sports skirt over her legs, her fingers trailing to leave his. Ochako took a position opposite All Might, her legs squared and arms raised. He liked her hair tied up like this. Izuku leaned back on the wooden bench that sat beside the concrete wall as the two of them trained. His head lolled to the side with a grin as the small training ground shone in the sunlight. The evening light cascaded behind him, a verge of grass and leaves flapping in the wind. Each movement of their legs kicked up sand across the pitch. An orange glow spread over them all. It was over an hour later that they soon packed up. Ochako wrapped a towel around her neck, her head leaning back. Wow, it feels like I've already improved. She looked to the sky. Everything small improvement is an improvement, young Uraraka, All Might commented. Whilst it looked like mist, Izuku noted the steam rising from his body. He didn't have long left in his larger form, that was for sure. You're right. Thank you, All Might, she nodded with a smile. Are you ready, Izuku? She asked him. He looked at her and stood up, straightening his legs with a nod and jump. Nice, well then, thank you, All Might. Thank you. Izuku bowed too, alongside Ochako as her hand linked to his. Then, with a gust of wind, All Might was gone. Man, is he fast? Ochako commented as she looked to the sky. Was that All Might? A distant voice called out. They shared a glance and quickly moved away, making sure to avoid possible questioners or other such intrigued members of the public. It didn't take them long to make their way down the staircase, covered by a trail of bushes and onto the main street, mingling into the public and right-of-way. Ochako looked behind them and forward before sighing with a grin, "We're safe." He smiled back, although it was useless as they carried on down the street. Did you want to go get some mochi? I think the recent issue of Heroes Weekly is out for sale too, Ochako asked. Izuku thought that was a splendid idea. Ochako spoke with a mouthful. That one has to be 13, she grinned as they stared down at the magazine. It was a weekly issue, where each week a questionnaire on a certain hero was released. It would also result in a prize, mainly a collectible piece of merchandise based upon the hero that the riddle and questions lured to. Ochako's current guess was 13. Ochako's guess was often 13. What about Backdraft? He looked back over the questions. Her gaze read over the questions again. I think I remember that hero. And so, the next hour was spent alongside Ochako, idly chatting away on a bench, tucked away behind a rock, beyond a park and into the distance. Level completed, the screen read as Izuku froze. He'd done it? Izuku froze for a second. Had he really done it? His eyes slowly turned to the side, glancing out of his window into the dark abyss. It was late now. His eyes then shot back to the clock in his room. 0:34, it was really late. Well done, brother. A voice suddenly broke the silence in his room. He quickly scampered close to the screen where a game avatar stood in darkness. The room behind them was pitch black. You completed the game, I knew you would. The avatar then clapped with a grin, its gray hair cascading down its shoulders. So, I promised a small clue to my whereabouts. Now, from what I know of you, brother, you're a hero fan, right? Izuku absent-mindedly nodded at the remark, well aware his system had no camera. So then, are you familiar with the hero, Backdraft? Perhaps you are, perhaps not. He knew a small amount after today. The hero made their debut where? If you know that, travel as far as the power of All Might's standard punch could send a man and you'll find me. Simple, right? He blinked once, then twice. Was that all? He could do that. Good luck, brother. I can't wait to see you again. Now, the question lying at his feet was if he should do this. Could he trust Shiggy? Was it worth taking that risk? For all Izuku knew, Shiggy seemed like a good person. He was caring, he understood Izuku, and did save him. However, they had been fighting, and his friends told him he was bad news. As did the police. Yet, Many were quick to label him a villain, label him as evil. Izuku wouldn't be hypocritical of a person due to looks and perceived actions. He had to look at their direct actions and interactions, and that led him to believe Shigi was a good person. So, it would be worth it. The next question on his mind was, when did he meet him? There was no date listed, so presumably, it didn't matter if he finished the game tonight or tomorrow. It was getting late though, and if his mother found out he was gone, she could get very worried. Izuku sighed. He'd make time tomorrow evening, somehow, at some point, and finally meet the man who kept calling him his brother. The morning passed by. All the same, Ochako arrived a little earlier than normal, so he led her inside for breakfast. They had left all the same and met their friends along the way. By all accounts, it was leading up to be a very standard day, well, besides the later adventures he had planned. Currently, he sat in the space outside a training arena, his eyes glued to Mr. Aizawa. He hadn't spoken to the teacher since the news he was against him participating in the sports festival, and as far as he was aware, All Might had made little progress with the principal on that front. Seemed to be a fruitless endeavor, so Izuku was taking matters into his own hands. Donned with the compression shirt in the colors of UA and standard jogging bottoms, Izuku was ready for his turn at the course. It was a standard obstacle course like you'd see in the military. Wooden mountains, rope bushels, and wires along tracks. He stood there, his eyes daunting on the track ahead. Izuku Midoriya, turn 1, Mr. Aizawa spoke, already on edge at the moment. He felt his eyes drawn on him, probably to remove his quirk, which wouldn't do much if Izuku's own theories bode well. Begin dash. He didn't finish the word as Izuku dashed ahead. If he could show a good physical score, then his quirk problems wouldn't faze anyone for the sports festival. It was a small step, but a decent one. Izuku currently found himself crawling through the mud, his mask hiding his mouth, thankfully. The slugging mud wrapped around his body. It felt awful. As soon as he was out of the crawling stage, he dashed upwards, using a slight push of one for all to leap further up the wooden mountain. The gasps from other students did cause a plastered smirk to fall upon his face. He was going to be the best, and the best had to take every opportunity. Recently, every morning, he tried to gather a small amount of energy, in case he needed to use one for all. It proved useful for moments like this, and the moment he was at the top he jumped forward. Izuku Midoriya, turn 1, time, 43 seconds, Mr. Aizawa droned ahead, clicking a stopwatch. Ochako cheered in the group alongside Hatsum and Ida soon after. The rest of the class all clapped. Except for the invisible girl, which Izuku found strange. Next, Mei Hatsum dash. I'm okay, she countered quickly, to Izuku's amusement. It wasn't an offer dash. Mr. Aizawa frowned as Izuku took a seat next to Ochako, her hand coming over his on the ground with a smile. He found himself blushing as he met it. His attention quickly went back to Hatsum as he saw her stand up. I'm not even training to be a hero, she grumbled. Stupid hero course dash. Izuku fell back in exhaustion. His legs ached, his arms hurt, and his head was sore. Well done, young Midoriya, that was your best yet dash. All Might grinned above him, offering a hand. He grasped his hand as he pulled him up. He tried to offer a smile as he looked to his mentor. Now then, both of you have improved. I know young Midoriya has other commitments, however, I'm free to continue our training Uraraka, if you'd so need be. She nodded as she walked over. Yeah, I won't have much else to do without Izuku dash, she giggled. He gave a nod as he gathered up his things, soon taking off with a wave bye to his mentor and friend. And then, as soon as he was gone from their sight, he was alone once more. Tracking the streets to the industrial district didn't take too long. He was lucky to know where to go. He had spent most of last night, just prior to sleeping, going over articles on the internet and glancing at maps, trying to figure out where to go. He found that it would probably be best to just wander a radius he came up with, that he'd probably find the location that way. Of course, he did wonder how Shigi would know if he was there. Was it his house perhaps? He wandered aimlessly along the well-lit walkways and embankments by a river. He passed over bridges and zebra crossings, past lit-up stores and shady dealers, past women, children, men and dogs. The city slowly got emptier, with less light and more darkness. The light of lights began to flicker, the rubbish piled up. The warehouses loomed ahead, the thick bricks made up the shelter of supplies. The spines of businesses. The front of his goal. It wasn't long until Izuku was crawling under fences and hopping over crates. A hooded jacket wrapped close to him and covered his hair. His head was angled slightly down too. His phone screen illuminated in the dark, shining on the nearby concrete wall he leaned against. His finger trailed along the plastic screen, swiping over the map. It seemed it should be around the area he was in. A frown pinched at his lips as he zoomed out, carefully looking around, startled silently at the honking of a truck. Izuku sighed, wandering around the side of the warehouse, wary to stick to the shadows, out of sight from passing vehicles. With a groan, he transcended to the front of the warehouse door, jumping as it churned. Scared, he froze, like a deer to headlights, as the door rolled up. The metal groaned and churned as it opened it. The light from inside cascaded onto his form. His eyes cringed away from the sudden light. "Brother Dash," a voice welcomed him, and he turned to view the man standing in the doorway. With pale blue shaggy hair, dry lips and a rash on his neck. He wore plain black clothes, his sleeves bagging at the ends where they extended in greeting to him. "I'm so glad you finally found me." The man smiled, ushering Izuku in. "You picked the perfect day to find me. I've got such fun planned." He cracked open the can that he had just been passed, sitting back on the red leather settee, glancing around his surroundings. In front of the settee was a small coffee table, racked with stains and cup marks. A few cut marks too ebbed at the wood. At the left of the door was a circular coat rack which spun if one was to spin it. Across the warehouse's dimly lit back, a small bar, consisting of a countertop, snacks and a mini fridge sat. Dangling up above was a golden-looking chandelier. So then, the man sulked beside him onto the red settee. "How's school been today?" That was a really normal question. It took him by surprise slightly. Izuku shifted in his seat. The man did realize he couldn't talk yet? And then, as if reading his mind, the man smiled. "How was school?" His face lit at the familiar signing. It was almost flawlessly done. "You know sign language?" Izuku signed, sitting up, then going to the coffee table. The man smiled. "You believe it? That level took so long, but I grind for hours, days even to learn. Gaming terminology? Well, training was normal. My homeroom teacher still doesn't want me going to the sports festival dash." "No way," the man exclaimed loudly, scratching at his neck. "That's not fair in the slightest. You'd be amazing dash." "That's my thoughts too. I train so hard," he added sadly. The man then scooted forward. "You aren't giving up, are you?" Izuku shook his head. "No way. I'm going to do my best. I have my mentor teaching me and Ochako." "Man, Ochako, is that chick I spoke with at that USJ?" He nodded again, the man falling back onto the settee. "I gotta apologize to her. She's all right, right?" Izuku found himself frozen at his words. Did he want to apologize to Ochako for hurting her? He clearly couldn't have been a villain. It must have been a misunderstanding. There was no way. Izuku was open to an attack at any moment. The man was trying nothing funny. The can had been sealed. Izuku had checked. All in all, he was a good person so far. "Yes, Ochako's doing really well," he signed back. They then divulged into general chatter, Izuku listening as the man spoke vividly about games and the such, and then he asked about school, training, and his own hobbies. It was around half an hour later that he slapped down onto his knees. "Okay then, I got something really fun planned. Want to join me?" His hand was offered to him, his pinky tucked behind his ring finger. Izuku found himself eager for whatever he would describe as fun. It wasn't long until Izuku and Shigaraki, as his name had been discovered earlier, not just Shiggy, were hopping over a fence, Shigaraki catching him as he dropped from the top of the fence. Right then, the easiest way in is it's to sneak in, he laughed nervously. Izuku still had no clue where they were going but listened nonetheless. Soon, as they moved around a large shipping container, with blue swirls, the sound of music greeted Izuku. He wouldn't call it so much dubstep or electro, it was a strange mix. "Yeah, we're close, man," He just doesn't let me down. Shigaraki grinned, hugging the wall as they pressed through a gap between the shipping containers. It wasn't long until they were met with a tall metal door. Okay, now just the Mario tune. He then knocked on the metal with quick and a rhyming tap. Izuku guessed the Mario theme before the door guttered. They both stepped back as it opened slightly. A singular eye poked out the entrance. Name? 091027. Ah, welcome then, please, do enjoy. The eye then disappeared from sight. The door opening, Shigaraki turned to him with a smirk. The light above the door flickering. You first, brother. Izuku slowly shuffled his feet in, through the darkened door and into the darkness. It was only when his eyes adjusted to the light, did he see the glow of red ahead of him, the music loud and blaring, and people conversing. So then, Mr. Hero in the making, Shigaraki laughed. Tell me, what are Japan's laws on gambling? It's illegal. He signed back. Exactly. They turned a corner. However, what isn't illegal is arcades. You catch my drift? He thought he might be following on, however, he wasn't sure. However, before he had a moment to answer, another door swung open. And the previous dim red light turned violent. Lights of yellow, red, blue, purple, and pink all pounced on his eyes. Flashing in tune with the music. The shuffling of feet made him realize the number of people that swarmed around. It was a massive arcade. Machines sat around in patterns, the carpet a swirling purple. And where people weren't playing, money was being moved or drinks drank. It was almost overwhelming. Welcome, Shigaraki leant down to his ear to shout loudly, to Arcade Gamble, the only place around to offer gaming and money in such a draw. Yeah, baby, a happy voice cried out, as the giggling of coins caught his attention. The room then went up in a cheer, and Shigaraki joined in too. He looked up to the man with a raised brow. Alright, someone just hit it big, we like to keep the atmosphere happy. You see, Izuku, the best part about places like this, is I can guarantee you haven't looked at anyone's face, have you? Izuku paused, frowning. He was right after all. Why hadn't he looked at anyone's face? You see, the owner of this establishment, his quirk is a little special. It makes it so people in the radius of their vision is like the corner of your eye. You never look there, it's there, and you know that. However, never look. No one here knows what you look like. No one knew what he looked like? No one to judge, to laugh, or sneer. In here you're free. He then proclaimed, his hands to raise up. Izuku supposed he could Shigaraki's face because he came in with him then. So then, which games are you good at? And another victory to Shigaraki. Shigaraki cheered to himself. Izuku sagged in the chair. So, that's 6 to me and 5 to you, man. You're close. He laughed. A little close to my level. Shigaraki took his money, which fell from the money, with a grin. How do donuts sound? What? He asked, confused. That was random. There's a food and drink vendor over there. His arm arched above, over the bustling crowd. His eyes followed him past the groups of people, of loud lights and louder music. So, want something? Izuku shrugged. Why not? Sounds good, thank you. Shigaraki smiled again as they took off through the crowd. Coming through, he pushed aside people slightly, Izuku making himself as small as possible to fit through the gaps in the crowd. They traversed through the busy crowds, popping out the other side by a small semicircular desk. Behind it was an array of snacks in prepackaged bags, a tall refreshment fridge and a rack of ovens. Oh, hey there, a woman called out to them, leaning against the desk. He still couldn't see her face. It was such a surreal experience. He tried, but whenever he did, his eyes lingered to the side, only glimpsing an ear or her bright purple hair, which popped up in a mohawk. Yo, Shigaraki called out. We'll take brother? Izuku looked up to Shigaraki. Yes? I haven't a clue which flavors you'd like. He laughed. Which would you like? His eyes wandered to the rows of food, spotting a cream and chocolate-looking one, cream and cookie. Ha, man, that's a great pick, we'll take 2. Shigaraki turned back to the woman at the desk. It wasn't long until they both had a paper-bagged donut in their hands, alongside a drink too. Izuku had opted for water. Afterwards, they found themselves seated in a small sitting area to the side. Purple brick walls surrounded them with odd posters scattered around. In the corner, two people were making out. Shigaraki had made a face at them as they walked in, Izuku stifling a laugh. "Remember," Shigaraki spoke, the lit above shining down on him in the otherwise dim room. "No one can see." He gestured to his face. "You can eat." He offered a kind smile. Izuku anxiously held onto the white paper packaging. No one could see him. No one. "Be careful with him." His fingers rose from the paper packing, setting it down on the table, looping around the top of his mask. He looked to Shigaraki one more time and he nodded, just once, yet it was enough. He pulled down the fabric protector, it coiled around his neck. Shigaraki placed a hand on his shoulder from across the table. "Perfect, that's the Izuku I know." Soon after, Izuku took to biting down on the circular donut. It tasted really good. They had returned to the gaming section of Arcade Gamble after they had eaten and drank, Izuku bringing his mask up around his face. After a mixture of games, from Golden Era Classics as Shigaraki called them, to new-gen throwaways, they had racked up a nice pile of money. Izuku had even competed against some other people in the arcade. Overall, since being here, he'd made a cumulative 30,000 yen and a bit. He'd have to pay back Shigaraki 5,000 yen which he loaned him at the start, so he put his total at 25. Man. Shigaraki placed his arms behind his head. "It feels good to win, right?" Izuku nodded back with eagerness, watching as Shigaraki glanced at his watch. "Man, it's getting late." "Well then, suppose we should bail, it's 9 p.m. Sadly, Izuku did have to agree with him. He was going to be home a little later tonight it would seem. Just as they began walking out, something shoved heavily Izuku. He gulped as he jostled back, falling to the floor. "Watch it, punk," the man sneered. The man was then swiftly stopped with a hand on his shoulder. "What did you say?" Shigaraki asked in a cold voice, low in volume, as the crowd around them swiftly parted. "Yo man, you guys gonna fight?" a voice called out from the crowd that parted. Izuku, dusting off his knees as he stood up. Shigaraki ped his head to the side. Meanwhile, a hand pulled Izuku to the edge of the circle. "I don't know, we got a problem?" he asked the man who knocked Izuku over. He could see the man's fists tensing. "Yeah, we got a effing problem. The kid was in my way." Shigaraki smirked, stepping forward and walking in a matching circle with the man. Izuku was thoroughly confused about what was happening. The man, dressed in a gray military jacket and jeans, seemed to be sizing up Shigaraki whilst the crowd went wild. "Bring in your bets, people. Who we got winning?" Blue hair dash. Brown hair dash. The man who had knocked Izuku over had brown hair. The circle around was soon dashing with money and slips of scraps of paper. Had they been prepared for a fight to break out? Izuku guessed it was a gambling den. A hand approached his shoulder and Izuku jolted back. "Kid, your bet, and how much?" a woman asked. With long blonde hair and a red leather jacket. Izuku froze. She might not understand him. He simply pointed to Shigaraki. "Blue hair?" she asked, and he nodded. "Okay, nice, and how much?" He smirked for a second, showing off all 30,000 yen. 30,000? He nodded to her as she laughed. "You best have some hope for him then, that's a lot of money to risk." A man soon appeared at the edge of the circle, and begin. His hand fell between them both and the man charged Shigaraki. Shigaraki was bouncing on his feet, dodging to the left as the man charged, using his hands to carry him around to his side. "What's the matter?" He bounced forward and back. "You running like a bull, man. Your coding is crap dash. Demon brat." He ran with a punch, which was met with Shigaraki's hand guiding down the fist and onto his wrist. He then pulled him down and forward, parallel to Shigaraki. The crowd all cheered as Shigaraki's other arm came down onto his spine with his elbow. The man spluttered, falling to the ground until Shigaraki's foot caught him on the way down, kicking him in the stomach powerfully. He fell completely the other way, not hitting the ground when Shigaraki's hand grasped his collar. He heard a snort as the man then fell to the floor, his collar relinquished. Blue hair wins. It was over quicker than it had started. Shigaraki was swarmed with cheers, his hand reaching out to Izuku. Instead of cheering for me, he pulled Izuku forward, raising his arm up with his, "Cheer for my brother, a hero in training." The crowd all cheered. They walked out of Arcade Gamble through the front entrance, Izuku still unable to make out people's faces. It was kind of surreal. Man, what a night dash, Shigaraki sighed. So then, how much did you make? Izuku looked down at his hand. 60,000 yen? Shigaraki exclaimed as they wandered. Man, you hit it big, level up much? He laughed with a pat on his back. They wandered a little further and down a corner, past more shipping containers as a black portal quickly appeared. Izuku staggered back, almost falling over at the sight of it. The swirling black void invited itself with an aura of blue light. Easy brother, easy, it's going to take you home dash. He glanced to Shigaraki. Home? Shigaraki smirked with a nod, like quick travel. Just step on through and you'll be right outside. He paused. However, before that here dash he rummaged through his pockets. Izuku wondered if he'd make an inventory joke. In his hand he pulled out a slip of paper. Don't worry about paying me back, it's your money, enjoy it. Izuku glanced down at the slip of paper. It was a phone number. If you ever need anything or anyone to talk to, call me brother, okay? He nodded as Shigaraki then pulled out a key. It's spare to that warehouse, I don't use it often, so it's yours if you want it, whenever you need it, it's a space safe from enemies. Izuku took the key too. Thank you brother, for spending the evening with me, we should do it again sometime. Of course, he signed, I'd love that. Shigaraki smiled. Right then, get on home, have a good evening brother, I'll see you later. He waved back as the black of the portal encapsulated him. Izuku lay in bed that night, his mask on his bedside table. Jacket folded on the chair to his desk and lights dimmed. His phone was held above him as he scrolled through, idly chatting to Ochako about nothing in particular. A struggling smile on his face. Perhaps life was looking up. It was the week before the sports festival, and training had ramped up around Class 1A. Izuku was still included in the training, however, no change had been made on if he could participate in the festival. Today was the day he changed that. He was standing at the front of Mr. Aizawa's desk, Ochako beside him for comfort. Izuku gathered Mr. Aizawa was expecting this conversation judging by his reaction. If I were to say no, would you leave it? He drawled. Izuku swiftly shook his head to his teacher who swiftly sighed. Kid, listen, your performances are good, they're great even. Your neat little trick in using energy is also really good, however, it's too risky, my hands are tied, he reasoned. Izuku chose to ignore it entirely. I should be allowed to participate. He signed. Ochako at his side nodded with him. Kid, I know you feel like you should compete, however, it's a danger to you and others, and this is no insult to you, I trust your control, just not the others, I can't even talk for Class 1B, not to mention the other classes. I won't use my quirk if I don't have to dash, he signed slower. Mr. Aizawa quirked a brow. And how would that work? That would be a waste of your time and potential. It would be better to concentrate on furthering your own control, not on the sports festival dash. Izuku shook his head quickly. No, I want to compete dash. He sighed. Your stubbornness is admirable, I'll give you that. Listen Midoriya, this is a decision from the board as well. We have a lot of investors and advertisers, they sign waivers, we sign waivers, and incident, if you lost control is far beyond what they'd allow dash. Mr. Aizawa dash, Ochako stopped their teacher. Izuku has been training with me for the past 3 weeks, and he's come along really well during that time. During the USJ raid he never hurt one of our own either, he was in complete control during a villain attack. He can handle this with ease. At that moment, Izuku was thankful for her to the extreme. A subtle smile spread on Mr. Aizawa's lips. You kids sure do give me a tough time dash. He leaned back in the chair. How about this? You will be able to compete in the last stage dash. They both leaned forward, wasn't it random? So, I'm sure you both have seen the sports festival before. While that random spinning thing is a front, we have them planned out in advance, including this year. The first 2 rounds are rather messy, however, the third one, we can do dash. Izuku's face lit up and Ochako cheered, hugging him from the side. Now then now, listen, he broke up their jumping, you cannot tell anyone what the third challenge is, it's versus battles, you'll be facing an opponent picked on random, This will be randomly done, I suppose. He raked a hand through his hair. We can make the rules that because you ranked highest on the entrance exam, you get a pass to the final stage. However, Uraraka will have to compete as normal. She smiled at him. I'll do my best. And he smiled back. Well, that's just excellent to hear. Shigaraki cheerfully declared. It was 2 days before the sports festival started. Izuku had received a text from his would-be brother to meet up at the warehouse to chill and play games. Izuku currently relayed the news of the sports festival. I'll be watching and cheering you on, brother. You, the symbol of hope, he added with a grin. A nickname he'd be given by the man. He found himself grinning at Shigaraki's support, taking another slice of pizza from the box. So, when you win, what's the celebration you got in mind? He nudged him in the elbow and Izuku nudged him back playfully. Smile? He signed with a shrug. He hadn't thought of what he'd do if he won. Shigaraki laughed. That is a fun idea. How about the mask? Taking it off? He inquired. Izuku shook his head swiftly. No, he signed quickly. Okay then, how about showing them to someone new? Someone new? He nodded, leaning back, wafting the pizza slice in the air that he'd taken from the box. So, he scratched his neck. That girl, the one with brown hair? What's her name? Ochako. That's the one. He leapt forward. She's your friend, be brave, brother. One person at a time. Admittedly, Izuku did want to show Ochako them. Well, less show her and more just be honest. Hide less from her. However, it was when he thought of this, that voice in the back of his head cried at him the most, that she'd hate him, fear him, find him disgusting. He'd grown closer to Ochako than he ever had anyone other than his mother and All Might. More so than Shigaraki. Losing her scared him. For even if she only liked this version of him, the version who did hide his face, the one too scared to be completely honest with her, that was fine by his standards. He didn't want to lose anyone else. I believe she's one of the good ones, brother. He looked back to Shigaraki, whose hands rest behind his head as he leant on the settee. Many people in the world hate folk like us. They're scared by us, by what we can do, how we look. Not her though, not her. He tilted his head with a smile. I've met many people who've feared me, many people disgusted by my power. It's few who haven't, my sensei included. Izuku always felt uneasy at the mention of his would-be brother's master. The man sounded bad, he sounded mean to Shigaraki. He'd reassure him he wasn't, just tough. However, Izuku couldn't find it to trust the man. He feared what Shigaraki would face if his master learnt of Izuku. However, he leapt up from the settee and dashed a finger to Izuku. She's one of the good ones, I'm sure of it. It was the early evening, and Izuku found himself sitting beside Ochako, fiddling with his thumbs, a poor habit. So, what did you want to talk about? She asked curiously from beside him. He had taken Shigaraki's words to heart last night and spent the better of 2 hours pacing his room, worrying if he should show Ochako his scars and burns. Their last day had been spent training, and Mr. Aizawa lamented about rules and the protocol for tomorrow. Izuku worried he'd do something wrong, however, that wasn't the case. It had also been a topic of discussion for the opening speech. Technically, it was Izuku's right to deliver it, with 120 points achieving first place. However, there was an ever-so-slight language barrier, which made Izuku have to decide who to give it to. Well, it wasn't that hard, it went to Ochako. However, not without his own conditions. Ochako spoke, but he still signed. It might be an awkward setup, however, Izuku wanted to become a symbol. If All Might was the symbol of peace, Izuku was the symbol of hope. The hope for anyone out there like him, like Shigaraki. That your quirk, your restrictions, your differences, they mattered not. With a heart set on a goal, anything was possible. Such as the boy with a body covered in scars to become a hero. Then, as he spoke to Ochako that evening, he found the words fell apart at his hands. He rose them up, only to clench them shortly after. Izuku? She rested a hand over his own. Whatever it is, you only have to tell me when you're ready, she smiled. He wished he could take her words now, and yet, a small part of him desired to do this. So, he shook his head, raising his hands again, Ochako's hand falling back to her lap. I want to show . He paused. She's one of the good ones, I'm sure of it. I want to show you my scars. She was taken aback at first, as if unsure of what to say, unsure of what to do. Izuku found it cute in a way. After Ochako had finally been able to talk, which was a short while, had agreed to do it in his bedroom. Privacy, and he could go at his pace. They sat, opposing each other on his bed. He was frozen in stasis, or it felt like it at the very least. However, at that moment, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he pointed to her fingers, and then to his mask. She nodded soon after. Her fingers slowly rose with a delicate direction towards the thin fabric shield protecting the scars from the outside. He suffered a breath through his nose as his own hand grasped onto her wrist, unsure if this was the right thing to do. Izu? She looked at him with wide eyes, the same look that made him want to keel over and his knees give way. It's up to you, she blinked, her lashes fluttering as her other hand fell onto his leg, her body leaning forward. I promise, you're the person who saved my life, twice. I want to see you, the real you, but it's up to you. His eyes fell to the side of his vision as the grasp on her delicate wrist dropped too, that hand now over her own which was on his leg. A single finger hooked around the edge of his mask. He could feel the tingling of heat from her body as she leaned even closer to him. Slowly her finger lowered the gray fabric down his chin. He felt it lower below his lip and his eyes snapped back to hers. He couldn't go back now, whatever he wanted. She'd look away in disgust, no doubt. The only people who hadn't were his own mother and All Might. Oh, Izu, she softly hushed as the woolen mask fell around his neck. He could feel the back of it fall around the base of his hair too. The same finger then brushed over his lips. He took a stammering breath in through his nose as his eyes clenched close. Her thumb trailed slowly over each wider burn and followed them with curiosity too. Her thumb then slid down his chin and underneath it, his head pulled forward. Then, he felt soft contact come in with the cuts of his lips. It's so pretty. His eyes shot back to her, staring, holding back tears as her fingers rolled over the worn-down skin. Your freckles are really cute, she whispered, causing him to blush a deep red. And then, as if she had just realized what she said, she blushed too, pulling back, her fingers leaving his leg and face. I mean, she looked to the side, her fingers pressing to her face as she floated up. Izuku reached out, grasping her hand as she chuckled softly, falling back to the bed. She landed atop him, her fingers pushed to his shoulders. Her breath startled, matching his. Izuku, she spoke quietly, softly, close your eyes. With another breath, he closed his eyes slowly, tensing his body. Then, soft lips pressed to his scars, kissing slowly along them. He felt tears well up in his eyes. You can open them now, and he quickly obliged. A flush was spread across her perfect cheeks. It's kind of my first kiss, she muttered, looking to the side. His hand reached out, caressing the side of her cheek, turning her head back to him. As she leant down again to kiss his lips softly, trailing along his cheeks. He walked down the hallway behind Ochako, blushing at their activities that had just passed. Izuku having his first kiss had been entirely unplanned. Her hand was wrapped around his as they traversed to his dining room. Izuku wasn't entirely sure what this made them. Social conventions weren't his strongest in the first place, and this was just way off his own experiences. However, he gathered it might be a little beyond Ochako's too. If her constant blushes and smiles were to go by anything. His mask had been left on his bedside table, and it felt so relieving to walk around his home with a visitor over and the thing off. However, there was always that small voice in the back of his head, the one that laughed, sneered, and spoke his darkest worries. Oh, hello, Ochako, his mother smiled, before pausing instantly as she saw Izuku without his mask. Izuku worried for a moment. What if she was upset that he didn't tell her first? What if she thought it was a mistake? However, she said nothing of the sort. Instead, she smiled softly. Would you like to stay for dinner? She asked Ochako. She smiled back. I'd love to. She looked back to Izuku, and then at their connected hands. Izuku didn't think he could feel happier at that moment. The symbol of hope, it had a nice ring to it. He was angry. He always felt angry recently. Kid, one of the many agents called out to him. However, he swiftly ignored him, barging into the HPSC's doctor's office. The doctor was startled as he saw Katsuki. "Pills, my meds, I need them now," he shouted out. You've had your limit this week, Agent. I'm sorry, Dash," the doctor rattled on. Katsuki fired explosions from his hands. "I need them now. I need to be stronger. I need to be calm. I need those Dimin pills." The doctor waved back and forth at his desk. Katsuki pulled against a curtain for support, cringing as it came undone from the wire rack atop. He toppled over, falling against a metal table. Equipment clamored around him. Please, Dash," he muttered. "I need them, Dash." He looked to the doctor, foaming at the mouth, growling in urge. He was a hero. He had to be the one to stop that villain. And when the moment came, Yue, his parents, and everyone else would apologize to him and declare him a hero. She was confused. Was Midoriya bad or not? He was shy and reserved, yet had extraordinary skill. He was friendly with Ida and Uraraka, the class presidents. She was confused. If she made the wrong choice here, she would be doing the worst thing. Her thoughts on Midoriya floundered in her head. Was he a traitor or not? Was he a hero or not? She looked at the evidence, how he talked to the man with the hands, how he hid his appearance from the rest of them. Then to that Bakugo's words, how he called him a villain and would expose the real him. What if Bakugo had been telling the truth? However, if that wasn't true, that meant he had saved everyone at the USJ. And he never hurt Bakugo himself. It was so confusing. Was Izuku Midoriya a villain? Or just someone broken? She knew she had to find out before it was too late. He hated pretending. He hated lying. He hated his brother living in that world. How it irked him to watch and listen to his brother as he kept trying to fight into a world that didn't want him. Couldn't he see that the world of heroes would never accept him? And yet he persisted. His brother would be his closest ally in the coming days. Not even Sensei would be trusted with the things he'd trust his brother with. He just wished that his brother would learn to come to him, to stand by his side. It was going to be a long journey there, and he'd have to lie more, however. For his brother, he'd do anything. The day of the sports festival had Izuku awake earlier in the morning than he normally was used to. The sun has only just risen in the faraway distance, and the city only just waking up. His hands swiped over his face, ebbing at the points where Ochako had kissed him the night before. The thought brought him to blush. He stood at the edge of her apartment complex door. It had a habit of squeaking. Ochako had a large grin on her face. "I'll see you tomorrow then, Dash." She glanced down, still smiling as a blush fell over her cheeks. Izuku found that he thought she looked perfect like this. His finger extended, looping under her chin, raising her head to his. She lifted her head with his hand, smiling at him, and he found himself trying his hardest to smile back. She leant forward, kissing him above his mask's top. "Good night, Izuku Dash," she left with a wave. Izuku turned around, smiling like a dork. He wasn't sure how he was meant to act with Ochako today. It was an important day, and his awkwardness shouldn't get in the way of that. His eyes turned from the mirror as his phone pinged. Leaning over, he picked up the device. "Good luck, brother. You'll kill it. Shigaraki." He smiled at the message from his would-be brother, swiping up to the time. It was a little early, however, he was hungry now, so breakfast seemed about right. Izuku took to leaving his room, careful not to wake his mother up as he stalked to the kitchen. It was barely sunrise and still, the kitchen was aglow, causing Izuku to be thankful for not having to stumble in the dark. For all purposes, he wasn't a fan of the darkness. He could tolerate and move in it easily, however, he never liked the darkness. His power created darkness, so he hated to be around it. What happened if you created darkness within the darkness? Izuku shifted in front of the cupboards, slowly pulling a bowl from the glass vase and pouring himself some cereal. His face spotting in the window reflection. Slowly, he lowered the spoon back to the countertop, his fingers trailing along the scars. A prominent scar was a deep black groove, half a centimeter wide, which stretched from above his lip to the halfway point of his cheek. It was one of the first to form. The burns around it once stood out, but now they mingled with everything else. At one point, he hadn't bothered to cover this up. People didn't mention it, a single scar wasn't anything to look at. However, as he was faced with more accidents and the burns grew bigger, he began to hide. Now he had the opportunity to show himself. Would the world abhor him once more? Or was that just the fear of children around him, following the crowd? When he was ready, he'd know what to do. The matter was, when was he ready? Another ping on his phone caught his attention. Most likely Shigaraki sending him something. His hand dug into his pocket, fishing out the small device, welcoming the distraction. It was very odd for it to be so busy. Before he joined UA, he never had anyone message him. "Are you awake? Ochako." The message did surprise him, entirely due to the early hour of the morning he had awakened. However, quickly he replied. It turned out that, like Izuku, Ochako had awakened earlier than she had expected, nervous and excited for the day ahead. She did also have a lot more work to do, however, as she had reminded him, he had to prove to Aizawa that he could do it, and prove to himself that too. With her boredom taken over, she had texted Izuku to ask to meet him at a local park. Izuku found himself both eager and nervous about the prospect. He wasn't sure if they would face what had happened last night, at which the thought made him turn red in blush. However, he found he was nervous if they would or not anyway. "Izuku," she waved to him, her hand extended towards the sky, and fingers fluttering the air. He had wrapped himself in a dark jacket, with a contrasting white mask. Quickly, he waved back to her, setting to a light jog to reach her quicker. Her coat was dusky pink. It had a fluffy rim around the hood which covered her hair. The coldness generally wasn't a problem anymore. However, the early mornings still left something to be desired in the ways of heat. "Good morning," he signed, looking at their shoes with a blush. He couldn't even bring himself to look at her closely without smiling wildly. She giggled, leaning forward to kiss the top of his mask. He blushed, meeting up to gaze at her eyes. "Good morning too," she beamed, a large grin and flush falling across her face. "Are you ready for today?" He nodded, pumping his fist with determination. She grinned and did the same. "We've got this, and hey, if we both get to finals, I'm not going easy on you," she winked, taking her hand into his. She interlinked their fingers together and glanced at him with a smile. "So, I was wondering," she mumbled, "after today?" "I was wondering." Her stuttering was so unusual to hear, it was kind of cute. "Would you like to go on a date?" She clenched her eyes shut, turning her head to the other side, so he couldn't see the blush which spread down to her neck. Izuku wanted to laugh himself, however. Instead, as the sun rose behind them, he turned to stand in front of Ochako, his hand rising to her cheek, grazing them as he tilted her head to his. "I'd love to," he signed with his other hand, her eyes lighting up to his response. As her secondary response, she leapt forward, wrapping her arms around him. "Thank you." She squeezed against him, her face against her ear. He blushed another deep red. As soon the rose further, Ochako and Izuku slowly walked back to his apartment, mainly so they could get Izuku's bag and supplies, of which he also offered to bring some snacks for the festival too, to which Ochako happily agreed with. "Oh, hello Izu sweetie," his mother greeted him as he took his jacket off. Ochako and himself still had a clear half an hour before they had to catch the train to UA. "Oh, and a nice surprise. Good morning Ochako." His mother also greeted Ochako with a grin. "Hi Mrs. Midoriya," she replied. "Sorry for stealing Izuku," she joked. "We were just preparing for the sports festival dash." "Oh, that's quite already," she grinned. "I know my Izu is safe with you." She grinned back, shuffling around the kitchen. "Well then, you two make it to school on time, and I'll be watching you this afternoon. Make me proud." She waved to them, picking up her bag before she partook out the apartment. Ochako lounged on one of the chairs at the kitchen table, her bag left on said table. "So then, what do you have?" She grinned as Izuku opened up a lower cupboard, shifting behind a tall plastic box. He wouldn't say it to too many people, however. He tended to collect a small collection of sweets and other such foods. He could only eat so much at any single time, so that he kept for himself. "You got a secret stash?" Ochako leaned over him, her hand resting on his shoulder. With a tilt of his head, his ever-small collection was displayed, many of which consisted of the money he had won from arcade gamble with Shigaraki, which he still hadn't told anyone about. Shigaraki had texted him to tell him that he was in a bit of trouble and that his friends might currently dislike him, however, he was working on it. So, if Izuku told no one about him, that would be best for both of them. Izuku agreed with him, and that, when he was ready, he could meet his friends. As such, Shigaraki was a secret for the time being. She smiled as he looked at her, looking back to the cupboard as he gestured for her to take what she'd like. He didn't mind what she wanted, she could have it all. Midoriya, a loud voice shouted as hands wrapped around behind him. He swung around, hearing Hatsum laugh loudly. "Man, are you two ready?" she shouted, jumping off, and standing in front of both of them. She carried several saddlebags against her body, all full of gadgets. It was a lot. "Yeah, we are, it's going to be fun, I know it." Ochako replied as he nodded in earnest. "I know, I can't wait for everyone to see my babies in action. Think of how many people will want to buy them. Then I'll be the greatest inventor," she declared, her arms pointing to the skies. Perhaps, keeping the noises to a regulation standard would be practical. Ida appeared to his other side, berating Hatsum. She sighed with boredom. "I see rulebook doesn't know the concept of fun," she muttered. "When keeping to the rules, fun is optimal dash." He was stopped when both Ochako and Hatsum laughed. He looked taken aback. "Uraraka, you too?" "Midoriya, what have you to comment on in this?" Izuku shrugged. He didn't mind much. Today was a good day, a happy day. Being a little louder wouldn't hurt after all. Ida sighed. "I see I lose the majority here dash." "Oh, cheer up rulebook, just have some fun for once." Hatsum lamented. Ochako nodded. "Come on Ida, forget the rules for one day," she smiled. "Try it for once." The thought seemed to rock Ida to his very core. Izuku carefully fixed the mask around his mouth, double-checking and then triple-checking. The chatter in the hallway caused him to cringe at every second. The UA sports uniform did look nice. The colors were rather regal and the design simple. He'd much rather wear his hero costume, however, it was still under repair and they couldn't wear it anyway for the festival. This mask was special and one that would give him some benefit in the sports festival. It was customized with a zip over his mouth. As such, when pulled open, you could only see Izuku's mouth, which allowed him to use his quirk if he so desired without removing his mask. Of course, he didn't plan to use it however, for a threat or if things got dire, it would come in handy. He left the small closest, hoisting his bag behind him, making his way to the 1A prep room. He'd seen many classes on the way there, 1B, the support course which Mei was currently speaking with, well, laughing at. Izuku, Ochako waved over, sitting on a bench with Kirishima and Ida. It seemed Ida was lamenting the boy about rules, and Izuku felt sorry for him. He waved back as he tried to make his way over to the table, only to have a hand pressed on his chest. He paused, looking over to the two-toned hair of Todoroki. Izuku hadn't interacted with his classmate all that much. He kept himself to himself, and so Izuku left him alone. He also had no way of speaking to the boy, due to a certain language barrier. "Midoriya," he spoke loudly. Izuku found himself looking into his mismatched eyes. A thought did occur to him. Was his hair dyed like Kirishima's or just naturally born this way? "Everyone proclaims you're strongest within our class." That was news to Izuku entirely, and I know some of our classmates would be scared to face you, and others might take pity on you. He didn't want pity at all. "However, no matter what, I will beat you. I am not scared of your quirk, and will be stronger than you, I swear it. I will beat you," he ended coldly. "Hey man," Kirishima had sat up, pushing against Todoroki's shoulder. "No reason to go starting fights dash." "Yeah, that's kind of harsh on Midoriya," Yaoyorozu added on top. Izuku just shook his head. He liked the idea. At the very least, if he ever went up against Todoroki, it would be a fight he could lose depending on how powerful Todoroki was at full strength. Izuku looked back to the boy, a glint of challenge in his eyes. "Bring it on." They walked out of the large tunnel, all packed together. Ochako stood at Izuku's side, her hand in his as she kept exchanging smiles with him. "And now," a voice outside declared to the crowd, "of our first years, Class 1A, and then they stepped back into the light. Izuku hadn't expected a crowd this big. It was daunting to him. His hand clenched in Ochako's as the crowd all cried out and shouted. His head did a 180, looking at them all, before his spare hand flew up to his mask, making sure it was on. Then he checked his sleeves, covered, and gloves on. "It's okay, Dash," Ochako muttered as they walked forward with their class. "You're safe," she smiled again, clenching his hand. "And now, to give our welcoming address, Ochako Uraraka, alongside our highest scorer on the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya." Midnight introduced them both, and Ochako led in front of him, grasping his hand once more. Some bickering fell from the crowd of first years, but Midnight swiftly shut them down and the crowd fell silent. It occurred to Izuku at that moment how many people there were, so many lives. So many people. If he messed up once, they'd all die. Was this what Mr. Aizawa meant? Was he a danger to these people? "Izuku, you ready?" Ochako smiled one last time as she stepped to the microphone. Tenko lounged in the bar, the small television set in front of him, streaming the UA Sports Festival. How he hated these heroes. How dare they trap his brother there, lie to him, pretend to understand him. Only he understood. Only he cared. His brother would be free soon, but he couldn't rush him. He had to be careful and take his time. Sensei would no doubt take an interest too. It was a problem either way. He didn't know what to do. "Anyone can be a hero," she started, the camera focusing on the girl, Ochako, and his brother. His brother signed the words as she spoke. "And no matter what, whatever you face, you can get past it." He should be in that stadium, cheering his brother on. "Stupid. Stupid. Stupid. Your life is in your hands," his brother signed, and Tenko found himself smiling. His life would soon be in better hands, safer hands. Katsuki punched the punching bag, again and again and again. Harder and harder and harder. The radio blared in the background. That stupid chick from 1A was talking, however. Due to Katsuki's ban from participating, he was training instead. He hated her. He hated Izuku Midoriya. He hated UA. He hated them all. Anger became more a part of his life than before. He was always angry, and the pills helped. They made him feel stronger and more powerful. "You should never give up, no matter, and try our hardest." She finished the DMN speech as Katsuki cried out with a punch. The back exploded as sand poured out. His fist was still embedded through the pouch and into the sand as an agent walked in. "Agent, your handler wishes to speak to you." He groaned, his hand falling from the sand, the specks of beige falling onto the floor. Katsuki swept forward, grabbing a towel. "Get someone to clean that up, Dash." "Yes, sir." One day he'd prove to everyone he was the strongest and that Izuku Midoriya was a villain. He stared out as Midnight whipped to the large display board. Izuku found himself sitting at the side of the arena, a seating area amongst other staff and the such. It seemed he had no direct place to sit, not that he minded. The staff around him paid a small glance, however, they generally ignored him, much to his relief. It seemed they were hired for the venue, due to the fact none had hero costumes on as they wore matching tracksuits with emblems on. His eyes looked for Ochako in the crowd, feeling distant from her already. He missed her hand in his, he missed her eyes concentrated on him. He missed his Ochako. She was nervous, she was increasingly more anxious as the game was announced. However, her thoughts were still a little occupied with childish glee. Her eyes lingered over Izuku as he sat in the far distance across the arena. Even looking at him made her stomach tighten. Ochako had always felt drawn to the green-haired boy. She couldn't even remember why she had decided to learn sign language after meeting him that once. She knew he saved her, and so, the idea had tickled her fancy. Then, it had felt instantaneous to her to make friends with Izuku. They got along really well. However, during all that, she always felt something more. She never minded his mask or the different language she had to use to speak to him. She was still not the greatest with it. To her, Izuku was just like anyone else in her life. And then they got closer. He saved everyone at the USJ, heroically standing against the hand villain. A monstrous villain who was willing to hurt students to get to Izuku and All Might. She knew Izuku had gotten hurt from that, and she had been so nervous during that. During his time in the hospital, and from Mei's constant teasing, she'd realized what her feelings for Izuku were. They scared her slightly, however, she hid them away. Izuku was sensitive and he was cautious, she respected that. So, she knew he might not have been ready for that kind of step. Soon after he'd returned, they trained and she felt closer to Izuku than anyone. They spent more time together than they did with Ida and Mei combined. She trained with him, she saw All Might train him too. They spent their evenings together, all of their time together. And then he'd asked to show her his scars. Ochako had always known he'd had them, it was easy enough to guess why he would hide his face, she had never cared about it. Izuku felt comfortable with the face mask, and that was good enough for her. She knew he was nervous about it, probably fearful of her reaction. For her, she had been in awe of him. The scars looked painful, of that there was no doubt, and yet, Izuku kept on pushing forward. He kept trying to be a hero and save people, he saved her twice already. And that feeling she'd always felt for him overtook her. Truthfully, she had felt selfish at the time, but she wanted to comfort him, to show him that she liked him and loved every part of him, even if he didn't. The kisses they shared would never leave her memory. She understood he couldn't kiss her back, so she took the role. She kissed along every bump of skin and scar, and she loved it. It felt special, it felt normal. It felt right. Izuku was perfect for her, she didn't even care for what he might have looked like without the scars because that wouldn't be Izuku. The scars and everything else was Izuku, and those made him the person he was today. The amazing, kind-hearted, sweet, and caring boy who she had had her first kiss with. And she hoped for many more. However, she understood Izuku might have to take things slowly, that night had happened fast, so she wouldn't rush him. They'd take their time, and a date was perfect for that. She totally had been giddy all night thinking of it. The future held so much hope for the both of them, and she knew she could be there every step of the way. She wasn't sure what it could bring, but she'd be there for it, of that she knew. The obstacle course race was coming along rather splendidly. She was currently soaring ahead in the rankings. She was thankful that the explosive X1, a student, wasn't here either. He would be bad news. She hadn't spotted him yet, so she assumed he wasn't allowed to participate. Good, he didn't deserve to. How the school had the budget for some of these events, she'd never know. It was impressive, massive robots, a giant canyon. All of these grounds were used 3 times a year. The equipment the students had, it was absurd. And now, she was quickly turning into the last portion of the race. Surely it couldn't be too difficult. A minefield? What kind of school used a minefield for a school sporting evening? This screamed danger. As of so far, Izuku had been silently cheering on Ochako. The race didn't look too taxing for him, but he understood that he might have had trouble with it a little bit. However, he still felt like he could have accomplished it. Although Ochako was doing amazingly, as he knew she would do. No biased opinions at all. And Shuto Todoroki speeds ahead. Present Mike cried out in the commentator's booth. He'd been cheering on different students throughout the event so far, seemingly keeping an unbiased perspective. Unlike himself though, he was rooting entirely for Ochako. Sure, it would be nice to see Ida or Hatsum do well, however, he wanted Ochako to win. And Ochako Uraraka is racing ahead too. Almost passing by Shuto Todoroki. His hands clenched as he waited patiently. She'd make it easily. She stuck her thumb up to Izuku as she passed through the gate into the stadium. Second place. She actually got second place. Swiftly after she passed through, a girl from 1B also crossed over. Her hair was green with vines tangled around. It wouldn't take a genius to guess what her quirk was based upon. Uraraka, a shouting Mei cried out. Ochako tried to turn around to greet the pink-haired maniac, however, Ochako found herself being pushed to the floor swiftly by her. Mei laughed loudly, resting against Ochako. Man, all that 1A training paid off, huh? She exclaimed happily. Me dash, she wheezes out. You're crushing me dash. Are you calling me fat? She feigned hurt with a smirk on her face, which led to Ochako chucking the inventress off with a thud. Ochako jumped up before Mei could try anything again. Looking back over to Izuku, who was finding the whole ordeal rather amusing, she sighed in defeat. So, Mei sang next to her as the other contestants came through. She looked back to Mei, who was a little close. You and quiet? she grinned manically. She gulped. What about us? She wasn't that good at reading people, was she? Maybe her quirk made her look into your soul too. The training, she whined, and Ochako let out a startled breath. How did you get second? With determination and class, Ida appeared behind them both. I commend you, Uraraka, on your great performance. It was very classical of him to say something like that. Thank you, you both did great too. And it's all over. All 41 contestants to move on to the next stage have crossed the finish line. Midnight's voice split apart all the conversations being held. That left 42 still in the tournament so far. She just had to get through whatever stage was next to possibly face Izuku. Something she absolutely didn't want to do. She wasn't scared of Izuku, not in any way. She didn't want him to be put in that position. It was obvious to her and about everyone else that Izuku could beat them in a fight. It was just a matter of control to not hurt them more than needed to acquire a victory. People like Kaminari would be destroyed instantly. They were basically quirkless in a fight against him. From what she had seen with her training alongside All Might, the All Might, Izuku was a very competent fighter. The rest of the class had seen what had happened on the second day of class. Izuku was beaten by Bakugo. She hated him, however, he held his own. He only lost because Bakugo was telling those awful lies to Izuku. He doubted himself and Bakugo then got the upper hand. However, he kept standing against explosions, punches, and kicks. Izuku was resilient and skilled. This also didn't take into the fact that he stopped the entire raid on the USJ by himself. His mere presence caused the villains to run. A villain of such a high ranking to attack UA was scared of Izuku. Izuku held an aura of power around him. No one had ever seen him go all out, no one truly knew what he was capable of. Clearly, it hurt him. His scars were proof of that, so, how far could Izuku Midoriya? Was the fear to him actually warranted? Either way, Ochako wasn't scared of him, no matter what. Ochako had never been as thankful at that moment to score second as she had been in her entire life. Todoroki, who usually kept a facade of calmness, had a gaping mouth at the news. 10 million points. It seemed almost silly to her, for such a bounty to be placed upon the victor's head. She had a large bounty too, but not 10 million points. Now she just had to find a team. Naturally, Mei clung to her side the moment it was announced, claiming Huen, like a needy boyfriend. However, Ida was unsure of whether to join them or not. He didn't want to be overshadowed by herself and Mei. In the entrance exam, he fell short of Izuku. Here he fell short of Ochako. He was facing a small dilemma. It would probably cause him a stomach ache if he carried on. Rule book, you can use any of my support gear. The pink-haired girl tried to bribe him, which caused further and His eyes constantly kept glancing back to Izuku too. Had they spoken at all? Izuku watched as Ochako tried to form a plan amongst her team for the cavalry battle. However, his main concern was Ida. He kept looking over at Izuku with a worried look on his face. And Izuku didn't know why. Surely he'd partner up with Mei and Ochako, it made sense. They worked well together. Suddenly, Ida began walking over to Izuku, away from the crowd of one. Izuku froze watching as Ida walked closed. Midoriya dash, Ida signed to Izuku's shock. He was a lot better than before. He nodded as he quickly jogged up to the boy. Midoriya, I feel guilty, and I must be honest with myself dash, he started. Izuku was still confused entirely. Ida gaped and then shook his head. Midoriya, I'm sorry dash, he spoke loudly. Sorry. At first, I felt dash, he grumbled. I felt as if I had been cheated by you. He paused for a second before speaking again, as if choosing his words carefully. I thought that your free pass to the final was unfair and I felt envious about it. However, I feel an idiot now. He looked to the floor. Izuku wasn't following at all. Someone was jealous of him? It's just, I want to view you as a rival, I really do, and yet, you are so far beyond me, too far beyond me, he whispered. I can't view you as a rival for multiple reasons. How can I rival someone of your level, and then with such a handicap? Izuku looked to the glasses-wearing boy who looked to be distraught with himself. Please, Midoriya, Answer me this dash. He then looked straight into Izuku's eyes. Will you be my rival? Even if it's just for today, and if so, I promise to you I will. No, we will make it past this round. I swear it. His rival? Izuku didn't want rivals, he wanted friends. However, he saw the need in Ida's eyes, for why he didn't know. He rose his eyebrows, nodding his head. Rivals, and he held his hand forward. Rivals? And Ida shook his hand firmly. He suddenly twisted around. Uraraka and Hatsum, the girls both looked up at him. You have your third team member. The cavalry battle was well underway, with Todoroki being harshly attacked every other second by other teams. His ice walls proving to also make other teams slide around. It was pandemonium. Ochako, Mei, and Ida had been doing well, keeping their bandana keenly to themselves. The crowd had been in an uproar when Mei had set off a smoke bomb, which left everyone in the dust as Ochako floated her team up towards the sky. It was a genius move. 1 minute remaining. Present Mike called out, who was happily commentating the entire event. With the announcement, teams began defending more. All but one team, Ochako's team. She knew that they'd pass if they kept their bandanas. So, with a couple of scuffles early on, her group had stayed clear. Ida got them out of danger quickly by running, whilst Mei kept people away with the threat of explosions. However, that strategy changed the moment the 1-minute timer went off. Now it was time to attack, and her goal was what everyone had failed to get so far. The 10 million points. It wasn't personal to steal Todoroki's spot. Hey, it kind of was. He was a little rude earlier and shrugged everyone off. Are we in position? Ida called out at the front. You got it, rule book? Yes, Ida, we're both ready. He gave a curt nod as they rounded around towards Todoroki. So far, his team hadn't paid much attention to them. Thankfully. However, she knew she could beat him here. In the versus battles. Not so much though. His quirk was powerful and ended things quickly. They jolted left. Mei, check. Ochako called out as a bomb of smoke fell to the ground. The crowd all gasped and cheered as they ran right. Check. She called out again and another bomb fell to the ground with smoke. She had pulled Midnight aside to get clarity on the rules. As long as she didn't touch the floor or have to be held up by an opposing team, then she was good. Thankfully, her quirk let her float. Are we ready, Ida? She called out again. The Todoroki team only noticing them now. Mei fell back onto a jetpack from earlier, and Ochako leaned forward. Recipro burst, he cried out as they dashed forward. The startled Todoroki looked at them and Todoroki's dull eyes opened at what looked like a suicide charge. We're coming for all 10 million points, Todoroki, she shouted out, pressing fingers to her torso. The crowd all leaned forward, Izuku too. He watched in absolute shock and awe as Team Ochako raced towards Todoroki. She then jumped, floating forward with the same pace as Ida. The ice formed too slowly to stop her, instead causing Ida and Hatsum to duck to the side as they ran past their poor defense. He felt his hands clench as her fingers laced around the bandana of Todoroki's head. Would she knock him out here? Cheers erupted from the stadium as Ochako landed back onto Ida and Hatsum. A large smile on her face. She had gotten 10 million points. He fell back to his chair in relief. He hadn't even remembered standing up. And that is time, a loud klaxon then sounded. Ochako, Ida, and Hatsum were through to the final round. They might face him. However, would Todoroki too? Her team fell to the floor, panting in joy. Yes. Mei kicked up in glee like a small child, and Ochako fought the urge to do the same. A large grin split her face open, her hands still tightly clenching the bandana. And in first place, Team Uraraka. Midnight's voice announced and Mei leaped to Ida and herself. Why was she so happy? Thank you, she muttered. Now everyone can see all of my babies. Oh, right, self-interest, of course. In second place, Team Minoma. Ochako looked over to the group Class 1B students. They had tried to take their bandanas early on, spouting something about Class 1A, however, they'd swiftly ignored them. No point in attacking someone with so few points at that stage. The arrogant-looking boy smirked around, waving to the crowd with his team behind him. He soon then looked over to Izuku and grinned manically. Was he going to target Izuku too? In third place, Team Shinso. She looked over to the purple-haired boy who smiled. It was entirely forced though. None of the smile reached his eyes, they still looked dead. Was he even happy about this? His teammates looked entirely out of sorts too, they glanced around aimlessly as if they'd just been hit on the head. In fourth place and our final team. Team Todoroki. Ochako startled looking up to the points board. They had enough points anyway. Oh damn it. Mei cried out. They're still in it would seem. Ida commented too. Izuku, she happily called out, rushing over to him. He smiled as she barreled against him, pressing her body tirelessly against his, dropping all her weight. It had been a short while of watching as the press snapped photos and angled for interviews, which they weren't actually allowed to do, but the press was the press. Eventually, the collective group escaped the main stadium and rested and lounged around the place. It was unforeseen, however, the fights they'd be taking part in would be set a few moments prior to the event, apparently to not have an advantage over viewing others' styles. Although, that wasn't before Ojiro and a mild-voiced smaller boy from 1B had dropped out from the running. Apparently, their team couldn't remember what had happened to bar their leader, Shinso. Although, Aoyama didn't drop out. There had been a little scuffle about the results, and the fact that Izuku got a free pass-through, which was quenched quite quickly. Izuku returned her hug, pressing his head onto her shoulder. The fabric of his mask rubbed against her neck. I got through, she muttered into his shoulder. I got through to the final round. Izuku sat at the bench as the television screen in as room displayed the recreational activities to give the attendants some time to rest or train. Ida had taken off outside for some air, and Hatsum was currently playing and tinkering around with an array of gadgets. Ochako sat beside Izuku as they played a game of cards between them. There wasn't much they could do but wait. Izuku's own quirk needn't need any preparation to get ready for, and he didn't want to use it anyway. He'd do some stretches. For Ochako herself, she was mentally preparing herself by motivating herself with words of encouragement. She muttered phrases such as, "You've got this," and "You've trained for this," with the occasional, "You're the greatest there ever was." It was rather cute. And so, as time passed by, many of 1A kept an eager eye on the screen, preparing for the fights approaching. Hey, 1A! A loud voice split the group up who remained from 1. Standing before them was a blonde-haired male. His hair was neatly parted in the center and combed to the side. His face wasn't handsome nor slimy-looking, he just looked normal. A respective groan filtered through 1A at the sight of the boy. Had they met before? He certainly hadn't met the boy yet. So then, with almost half of your class out and half of our class through, well, not sure if Pinky counts as a part of 1. He laughed again. It was somewhat obnoxious now he did it again. Oh, hey, he said, glancing at Izuku in the most uncasual way seemingly possible. It felt like an insult to his intelligence if anything. We haven't met before, he grinned. Nito Monoma, the representative of Class 1B, well, sort of, it's beside the point. Izuku stared at him, honestly trying to figure him out. He seemed friendly, and yet his voice betrayed that. How confusing. Soon the boy, Monoma, extended his hand out, a friendly gesture, from 1B to 1A. Nervously, he extended his hand back, grasping it lightly. His hand was pulled tight and tugged up and down. A pleasure to meet you, nothing to say? Oh, Midoriya here can't talk, well wait, can you? Kirishima suddenly appeared at his side. But off extra, no one asked you, Monoma slyly remarked, pulling his hand back. Although, how interesting. You can't talk, he leaned in close, can? Still, understand. Me? He laughed as Izuku just stared at him. So, he wasn't a nice person, figures. Leave him alone, Ochako stepped forward. As the actual class representative of 1A, I'd like to ask you to leave us alone and stop playing mind games with my class. She spoke firmly. Izuku didn't know there was such a side to her. Why did he like that so much? The blonde boy was stunned for a second. Huh, so high and mighty, Class 1A of mine, he sneered, turning around. I suppose we'll wait and see what happens in the fights here. He smirked, leaving the room. Ugh, I hate that guy. They all stood in a single row of 16, anxiously waiting on the board to display the names. Izuku had his hand wrapped around Ochako's as they stared up at the board, and the first match of the final stage of the UA First Year's Sports Festival is. Midnight glared at the board. 2 sections appeared on the board, with blacked-out images of all contenders lined up which span in a circle. It counted down and slowly began to stop. The images slid by and the names were chosen. Izuku Midoriya versus Nito Monoma. She had felt him tense up as the list of names was read out, and as such gripped his hand tightly as if to offer comfort. They had both been shocked when Mei and Ito were chosen together, and then the third rotation had come. Ochako Uraraka versus Hitoshi Shinso. Her gaze rocked to the group of students around and she focused on the purple-haired boy staring at her. Nervousness built up in her throat. Fearing it'd tear it open, she looked back to the board. Well then, they could feasibly face each other in 2 rounds. That was if Izuku beat Monoma, and then Mei or Ida, and herself Shinso, and then Shudo Todoroki versus Tetsu. Oh come on. The rest of the matches had been decided in quick order too. Tokoemi versus Aoyama. Shiozaki versus Karabara. Kawaro versus Tsubura. Kaminari versus Momo. She nervously paced back and forth in the small alleyway outside of the waiting room as Izuku was wished good luck by everyone. Soon it came her turn. After extensive build-up from Mei, she wrapped her arms around him in a hug. Go get him, you've got this, just be safe. He nodded into the crook of her shoulder. Come on kid, Midnight's voice carried through the hallway. We've got a different venue for your fights. The blonde hadn't stopped sending smirks and gloats over to him this entire time, and Izuku was content to ignore him. Why was this boy so egotistical? I've got such a surprise for you, one as pet. He sniggered like a child. It was a rather tame and somewhat lame insult. However, he didn't feel like pointing that out to him. Well, he couldn't point it out to him. You know, I just realized something, he sang. You can't say anything back, can you? He pet his head as he blew a kiss. Izuku absent-mindedly dodged it, causing him to laugh obnoxiously. Like, I can say, he tapped his chin. I think you're a weak-willed child? He leaned to the side. No? Don't like that? Izuku didn't like that, however, he just idly stared ahead. It was clear the blonde was just trying to get a rise out of him, and it was tediously annoying to ignore him. Oh well, I guess someone as ugly as yourself must find it hard to reply back. He leaned backwards as he walked down the long canopy corridor, his arms above his head. How about this? After I win this fight, I'll make sure to go nice on your pretty little girlfriend Dash. And that really annoyed him. He had to bite his tongue to weather away the urge to now start retorting, and by that he meant to knock him out. I suppose someone like you would even want to be quirkless? He laughed. God, I imagine it. You might actually look normal, of course, but you'd be a freak anyway. Dash. Okay, we're here, blonde. Head towards the south entrance. Midoriya, stay here for a minute. Midnight directed them hastily. Monoma smiled politely and took off. Good luck, Midoriya, he cooed. He watched the blonde stroll away with his shoulders and head held high. Pompous much. Midnight sighed, looking off into the distance before placing a hand on his shoulder. Listen, kid, I Dash, she stuttered. Man, haven't been this nervous since my first time with a girl. Dash. What? I'm proud of what you did at the USJ. It was scary, and you held your own there. However, don't push yourself here. We know your strength and potential at UA. Don't worry about showing potential heroes what you could, for the real heroes already know. If it's too much to handle, I want you to signal me in any way and we'll stop the match. Student safety is paramount. She looked down at him with a stern expression and Izuku gulped before nodding. She smiled softly. Well, good luck out there, you'll slay them, and if you do put on a show, do give your girlfriend something nice. She winked and disappeared out of a further door. He stood there, momentarily confused before shaking the cloud that was forming above his head. With another step forward, leaning forward, he made his way to the entrance. And now, for the first time you've seen him, and the first match, we have Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced him, and his opponent, from Class 1B, he's sneaky and a bit of a copycat, Nito Monoma. When he stepped out to the pitch, he noticed a few differences from the one in the stadium. Firstly, this pitch was made of a dry mud, more akin to a building site than the sand he'd glanced to the other pitch. Secondly, it was a circular shape, with a line in the center, like it was made for a sport of sorts. Thirdly, there was no one close. Midnight and Cementos stood far off in the distance, not far enough not to be affected by endothermia, he noted. Monoma stood opposite him, smiling and waving with a smirk. Izuku just trudged forward, hoping this would go well. I want a clean match. Midnight's voice split the air. The loser is either he who is out of the white bounds or is unable to move, or forfeits by signaling either of us. Her voice carried over a loudspeaker, and now, begin. He took a quick stance as Monoma strolled forward. What I find amusing about 1A is how much more attention they all get, even you, Midoriya. Monoma started a monologue. Just that small USJ event and everyone is all over you, the press, the teachers, the public. It made nationwide news. Did? He knew he wasn't awake for all of that. Surely someone should have told him though. And you too, the only one other than 13 and Aizawa who were hospitalized, a student, he laughed. And if the rumors are to be believed, they circled one another, Izuku orbiting to the opposite side of where he started. Your quirk took the entire league down. And look upon me, Class 1 as pet, the blonde smirked. Let us see just how powerful that quirk really is, and then his fingers clicked. Izuku still didn't know what his quirk was, no one had told him yet. The answer was swiftly delivered to him. The arrogant smirk left the blonde's face the moment he shouted out victory. He had copied Izuku's quirk. He was using endothermia. Naturally, in the moments of awe Izuku had, he was able to do some thinking. Firstly, this was bad news if this boy couldn't replicate Izuku's physiology. The reason he didn't die every time he used his quirk was due to his potentia fractus, and without a potentia fractus, this 1B boy was dead the moment any volatile energy reached his body. Thankfully, they were out of the radius of the stadium, meaning he wouldn't hurt any people around. However, an electrical grid ran around the small arena to detect if they left. That would be one of the first things he'd absorb. And then he died. Izuku realized that Mr. Aizawa was right, there was a risk to him being here. And it wasn't posed by him, it was posed by others. He then realized one thing. This boy could die right now. It was very possible that someone could die right in front of him. At best, be horribly scarred. And that was something he refused to allow. The blonde fell backwards first, inhaling deeply in pain as Izuku gathered any residual energy in the air that was absorbed into him. His eyes glanced left and right, realizing that a bright ray of yellow glow was swiftly approaching. It was without a second thought as Izuku ran forward, zipping his mask across his face and shouting out. The noise that came from his mouth was more a strangled gurgle, a slight side effect from never having actually spoken properly in his life, alongside the burning of one's throat. The energy seemed to pivot between him and his opponent. It zapped side to side as an onslaught of residual energy hit him full force. Without a falter, he channeled this energy straight to One for All, feeling his Lichtenberg scars light up green as he sped forward. Sand tumbled beneath his feet and soon he was over his opponent, just in time to prevent an array of yellow striking him directly. The energy fell into Izuku's mouth with a cry. It still hurt. It always hurt. The boy underneath him gurgled out a cry, causing more energy to power forward, again causing Izuku to have to cry out louder. He could hear the shock and gasps from the crowd as an onslaught of energy approached the two boys. Some kind of skirmish and scuffle could be heard, and yet, Izuku didn't care. Izuku just needed this boy to stop crying. It was rather swiftly that the boy stopped drawing the energy in. No longer using endothermia, possibly his quirk turning off or some other side effect. The boy heaved under him as Izuku shut his mouth. Harshly, the energy still hit him across the face as it felt his closed gateway. With one last look to Izuku from the boy, of what was utter spite, he collapsed into the ground. His light breaths an indicator of life. And round one goes to Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouted out, and yet, no applause erupted. A scattered clap and muttering fell from the faraway crowd. It was a little underwhelming considering he'd just saved this boy's life. By the time he'd gotten back to the 1A waiting room, Ochako had already left for her match alongside Mei and Ida. As such, he was unable to wish her good luck, which wasn't welcomed, or the other two, he suppose. However, when he stepped back into the room went up in a roar. "Yo, Midoriya, my man!" Kirishima shouted out. "Make way! Make way!" His agent coming through, and Mina latched onto his shoulder with the gentleness of a gorilla. "Who made you his agent?" called out Kaminari to her. "Well, I'm amazing," she grinned, nudging Ida in the shoulder. "Sorry, Lightning Head dash." "Lightning Head?" he spluttered. "How dare you?" he mock insulted. All in all, Izuku was just thoroughly confused about the praise. He hadn't done much to deserve all this, had he? Hey, the next match is starting. What followed was just kind of embarrassing for Ida, and Izuku felt sorry for his classmate. He was just pulled around by Mei's gizmos and gadgets, flung from side to side as she used him as an actual test dummy. The crowd loved it though, all cheering on and laughing at Ida's misery. Even some of 1A were enjoying it. It was easy to tell early on that Mei would throw the match. Call it intuition of just watching people for the majority of his life. However, it came to be the moment Mei stepped backwards, leaving a panting Ida standing inside. She took a bow, and of course, "I can offer so much more," she ended with. Izuku looked at the screen in glee and anticipation, nervous for the next round. She was second place in the race course. She's Newton's mortal enemy. Please welcome Ochako Uraraka. That was a little over the top, wasn't it? And our opponent, who is as creepy as he is emo, Shinso Hitoshi. And that just seemed a little rude. Alas, at least it wasn't directed towards her. With a stifled breath in, she slowly took a step forward and into the light. And it was very quickly understood that however she had been before, it was tenfold in the actual arena. She could only imagine how Ida was feeling too, poor guy. Walking into the match, she felt distracted. Firstly, she wanted to pummel Monoma into a small box for saying such awful things to Izuku. Secondly, she adhered to Ojiro's warnings. Not to speak back. The same rules apply of the last two fights. Forfeit, unable to move or out of bounds. Midnight called out, "Let the third match begin." It started with a fizzle. Ochako knew she could just run at the male, however, she had no gauge of his own skill. Such a problem with not seeing much of his quirk. "Good afternoon," the boy smiled politely. She quirked an eyebrow as she slowly stalked forward, knowing she had to lure out his moves and skill, otherwise, she might as well be fighting All Might for all she knew. She needed to know how that quirk worked. The boy smirked at her silence. "Are you afraid to talk back?" She grit her teeth. Why wasn't he attacking? It was really annoying. "Well then, let us start a conversation. Let's see. Oh, I know. What about that weird kid? How did he become a student of the hero's course?" the purple-haired boy shouted. He wasn't speaking of Izuku, was he? I mean, jumps to this stage in the festival, hides his true identity? Who knows how his match with that 1B clown ended? Maybe he's a murderer. He goaded her with a smirk, his head pinged to the side. He was insufferable. What does that say about Class 1A? "Stop talking about him," she shouted back, fed up with his insults. "You know nothing about him." However, in her assault back, he didn't look hurt or offended. He smirked even more, his eyebrows raising and rose his fingers to his lips. "You lose," and then she found herself frozen, staring at him as he manically grinned. "Walk backwards." And then her legs turned the other way. Her mind slipped from her grasp. She couldn't speak or shout back. She couldn't move on her own accord. She only had one destination. Out of bounds. "What's happening to me?" She tried to speak aloud, however, the voice only bounced around her head in a gray haze. "No, please, not like this dash," she muttered, yet her voice only bounced in her head. "I don't want to give up yet. I don't want to lose." Her eyes scanned the audience, her steps taking her closer and closer and closer. The out of bounds was an impending line of what was to come. She kept trying to get her body to affirm her own command, and yet it failed. "Ochako." The thoughts that swirled like a galaxy in her mind froze, centering on the green-haired boy who stood forward, leaning against the advertisement boards surrounding the ring. Izuku. He'd see this, wouldn't he? Of course he would. She just wanted to show him that he could rely on her too. That if he needed saving, she'd be there. What a way to prove that. Ochako, don't give up. She really didn't want to. However, what could she do? I must say, your mental strength to resist my quirk is impressive. The purple-haired boy goaded her. Your hands are totally in your control now, aren't they? What is it you're doing with them? Her hands? Ever so slightly, she tried to glance down, looking at her fingers which tried to move. They fell flat again, like a muscle which seized up. She tried again, her legs stalling with the tiniest steps. Izuku. They signed the syllables aloud. Izuku's face lit up at the signing. And it seems that Ochako Uraraka has stopped completely. Present Mick's voice filled the stadium. Stall all you want, the boy behind her sneered. And yet she ignored him. Focused on Izuku. Turn around, he signed. Don't give up, not yet, he nodded. Izuku, she signed again. I won't give up. Then she took a step back. The purple boy's eyes lit up in shock, startling backwards. What the hell are you doing? I said to walk out of bounds. Another step. Her hands signed the same movement, over and over. I won't give up. With another step, the boy pushed himself into a stance. I won't give up. Midoriya? Yaoyorozu cried out as he dashed past her into the hallway, slamming into the wall and pushing forward. He wasn't going to let Ochako lose on her own. No matter what happened here, he was going to be with her. The hallway which led to the open air was a short one, thankfully. So, it wasn't long until he had pushed past a disgruntled adult and leant over the advertising board. Ochako, he signed out. However, her eyes were vacant, and all she could do was walk forward as the boy behind her goaded her and laughed. Ochako, he signed again, and he swore her eyes jutted towards him. Ochako, he signed one last time, leaning forward further, and she finally stopped. At that moment, it felt like just him and her, in this stadium of thousands. Only she mattered. Only she understood him, and he needed her to win. Ochako, don't give up. She knocked against the purple-haired boy quicker than he could react, spinning him to the side and tripping him over her foot. His expression was a picture as he fell to the side, falling to the floor with a grunt. Luckily, he landed right beside her foot, and out of bounds was crazily close. This felt like karma, and with a simple kick, he rolled out of bounds, causing the crowd to laugh and uproar in cheers at the display. Ochako Uraraka wins. Laughter fell from her lips as she span to the crowd. She'd won. Her eyes quickly scanned Izuku's, smiling more than before and giving him a thumbs up. One more round to go, and then she could face Izuku. He looked over the crowd of 1A as he sat at the back of the room, nursing his injuries. Hatsum had really done a number on him. That tech hurt. Midoriya sat in the center of the room, watching on as Todoroki beat a metallic boy from 1B, and he felt pathetic staring at him again. There he had gone and made a big deal to be his rival. Now look at him. Hatsum made a joke out of him. Midoriya saved a boy's life. He was thrown around like a rag doll, and Midoriya saved a boy's life. Would he ever live up to being a true rival to Midoriya, or was he doomed to be his second, at every turn? The rest of round 3 passed by without much issue. Todoroki wiped the floor with a 1B boy. Aoyama was able to best Tokoyami by utilizing his quirk's bright light, to the shock of many. 2 1B students fought after that, leading the victory to a girl with bright green vines for hair. After that, another 1B fight followed, and a boy with shadow powers won, which looked like a formidable opponent. And then Kaminari lost to Momo in a rather pathetic display for the lightning boy, who sulked with drool in the room currently. Well then, Midoriya, Izuku span around to face Ida, who stood standing up straight. Was he always that much taller? I do wish you luck in our round. May our fight be clean and honorable. The boy bowed once more, before striding off out of the waiting room. He's taking this seriously. Ochako was beside him, holding his hand. He nodded his head, watching the boy's form retreat out the door. It was hard to come up with a theory on Tenya Ida. He was logical, nonsensical, and determined. How would he be able to defeat him? How could he win? May I talk to you? Todoroki placed a hand on her shoulder. Ochako gulped, turning back to his gaze as it penetrated her stare. Oh, of course, she muttered, raising a hand to Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, I'll be right back. He looked back up to her with a nod, staring at Todoroki as they left the room, his arms still on her shoulder. Sorry about this, I wish to speak in private. They walked down the long halls of the UA Sports Stadium for a while longer in silence, Todoroki's hand forcefully on her shoulder. A few passers-by shared glances at the pair, but Ochako just offered a polite smile as she kept walking. Before long, Todoroki had led her to a small alcove by a water closet. He pressed his back to a wall, leaning against it for support. If I ask you to throw the match, will you? So direct. No, she plainly responded. He smirked, thought not. The smirk fell quickly. Tell me, Midoriya's quirk, have you seen the extent of it at all? She shook her head. I've seen what you've seen dash. I haven't seen him training with all might. What? How did he know that? Don't look too surprised, I hear rumors. Okay, yes, however, he doesn't use endothermia, that would be dangerous. So you admit endothermia is a dangerous quirk, he retorted as if asking it as a question. She grunted in frustration. I'm saying any quirk used in public has its risks. He sighed, folding his hands and arms. Oh, thank you. I'll let you know what I think. I think endothermia is dangerous. I don't think what happened at the USJ was a quirk awakening, and I think it has no limit. No limit? Todoroki nodded. Yes, I've been looking around for our classmates, making sure everyone is who they say they were. Tell me, have you heard of the incident when Midoriya gained his quirk? Wasn't it from birth? She'd never asked him. No. Neither has anyone publicly. The date isn't listed in the public database either. However, if you search well enough and have connections as I do, some people can find some things out. Certain events, certain quirk accidents. Have you heard of the town of Evercold? He asked. The story goes, 11 years ago, the waves crashed on the small seaside town. Hisashi Midoriya looked out to the waves far away from his life and looked further beyond the storm and into the sunrise. Do you understand, Inko? He spoke harshly. She sniffled. Yo, you can't mean this, Hisashi dash. I do. I won't waste my life for him. We won't waste my life for him. He's our son. Does that mean nothing to you? She pleaded back. From behind the car huddled was Izuku Midoriya. His quirk had manifested for a short time and the silence was dreadful. He wasn't allowed to ask Mummy for something to eat, or Daddy if he could play. It was the worst. Why did he have to have that quirk thing? And then the things his daddy was saying about him? Why would he think? What had he done wrong? A sniffle escaped his lips with a sob. Why did he have to have this? It wasn't fair. But. Izuku dash. His mummy appeared from around the car looking down at his scrunched-up face. Oh honey, don't cry, it's okay dash. She quickly wrapped her hands around him. Mummy wouldn't leave, so why would Daddy? Why would Daddy want him sent away? He sniffled, his throat hurting as the mean force hit him harshly. Shoo, Izuku, please, sweetheart, she pleaded. Inko dash. His dad walked around to the side of the car. Step away from him, please dash. No, she shouted back. He's our son dash. He's not my son. He's a mistake. And then the floodgates opened. He'd never felt such pain before, such excruciating burning. Static eloped his body and flooded his mouth. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't stop. His mother held him close as all he could do was weep. The first time Midoriya used his quirk, it affected an area of around 10 miles long, killed 67 people, hospitalized 255 people, and ruined the entire area. Rent is cheap in the locale due to the effects of the quirk. It is forever cold there. She shuddered at the death toll of it happening. So what? So what? He quirked an eyebrow. Yes. She placed her hands on her hips. So what if Izuku did that? He was a child, he didn't mean it dash. What would he do if he saw someone he cared for die? What would he do if he saw you die? That's completely different. He has perfect control. She held her ground. What was the point of him even starting this conversation? Does he? Yes. She sighed. Look, I'm not sure what you're trying to do, however, Izuku is willing to go to great lengths to save the people he cares for, while he doesn't care about his own body, which, admittedly, is a problem I need to fix with him. He won't hurt other people. And what happens if he doesn't have a choice? Why do you think that Bakugo kid was so scared? Good luck out there. She wrapped her arms around Izuku as they parted ways for their next matches, having left at the same time. He squeezed her back, nuzzling into her shoulder. A habit he was starting to begin, not that she minded in the slightest. The words from Todoroki still played on her mind, and yet, she still thought he was an idiot. Izuku knew control. Izuku was smart, he wouldn't throw himself into danger. He was a good person. He stood, once again, opposite an opponent in the far-out battlegrounds. Ida stood opposite him. The standard apparel of the school sports uniform was iron-pressed to him, and the slits in his trousers for his engines wafted slightly in the open wind. Midnight began her speech on a clean fight and terms for victory as Izuku and Ida stared off, neither blinking nor looking away. At only this moment weren't they friends, now rivals, competing for only one spot. Here there would be a winner and a loser. It wouldn't matter if they accepted their win or loss, it was that or nothing. And they tensed every muscle, the engines in Ida's legs roared to life. Begin! The moment the hint fell from her lips, Ida was already halfway across the pitch. The crowd gasped at the sudden speed. He was already aiming to hit Izuku straight out of bounds. Finishing the fight before Izuku could get his bearings about him. That was his first mistake. Izuku already had his bearings about him from before Midnight even spoke. It wouldn't make sense to hit Ida head-on. Izuku doubted he could control Endothermia. One for all quick enough to equal the momentum Ida could throw into a punch at the time he had left, not to mention dodging was easy. He leapt to the side, the moment Ida would have him, using the boy's large turning angles against him. Izuku was smaller, leaner, quicker. What followed was a dance of misdirection. Ida was too large with his speed, and if it was hand-to-hand directly, Izuku would fare far better. He was constantly behind the glasses-wearing boy to his growing frustration. Izuku also knew his quirk couldn't last forever, evident as he quickly dashed back to his side of the stage, facing Izuku. And after a chaotic dance, Tenya Ida backs away from Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike cried out from the faraway spectators' booth. He could hear from the faraway distance that the crowd all erupted into cheers and awe. Ida was panting heavily and directed ahead, and from the way he was standing, his quirk was affecting him big time. Izuku hadn't even touched his. For the next few moments, both boys just stared directly at one another. One sagged to the side, panting for relief, tensing at his burning legs. The other presented a cold look as he slowly flexed his arms and legs to relax. Midoriya, he called out, slowly limping forward from exhaustion, I truly will regret nothing from this fight myself, however, will you regret not going all out? Going all out? I wish to fight you fully, Midoriya. I wish to know the gaps between our strength, what makes us so different. He stood up straight, bowing his head slightly. Please, fight me and don't hold back. Was it okay to use his quirk? Ida charged once more at him, the bright blue flames behind his legs brighter than ever. If Ida asked him to, then it was common respect too, right? Ida's arms wrapped forward, his feet sliding along the ground now as he leant forward, crying out as the dry mud broke under his feet. Well, it would feel nice. It took only a slither of a second for him to unzip the mouth hole on his mask. He closed his eyes, hearing the steps of Ida rushing forward. Then he inhaled. The moment the noise left his mouth, he felt an inquired sense of everything around him. He could feel the kinetic energy from Ida as he rushed forward, the energy coursing through his body and the engines blaring. He felt the air that pushed against him and the friction at his feet on the ground. A low monotone hum fell over the pitch as Izuku controlled his quirk, and then, just as Ida was about to rush forward, he stopped. Motionless. The once speeding body lost all movement, his engines died in his legs and fell still. Motionless. The blood that ran through his mind suddenly lost all pull and push, slowly to a soft hum. The lactic acid in his muscles burnt without the need to finish it. Ida stammered frozen. glancing at Izuku with fading eyelids. "I-dash," his mouth hummed, "I-dash," and then he fell to the ground in a heap. The speeding form was relinquished to nothing. Izuku fell back as he was announced the winner, blowing softly into the air as the energy left his throat. It didn't hurt nearly as bad as it had last round. This time he had been ready to use it, willing to. His arms splayed out from the side of him, a smile etched on his eyes. Everyone cheered as he walked into the 1A waiting room, having been checked over and no injuries noted, because he hadn't gotten one. "Midoriya, my man." Kirishima hit on the back with a laugh. "Think of all the girls who'd want your power." "That was impressive." "Not bad." "Poor Ida." Everyone crowded around him and Izuku felt entirely overwhelmed. The press outside was bad, this was torture. Ochako smiled, looking up at the small screen in the waiting booth as she prepared to fight Todoroki. Over the course of time and preparation, she'd come up with everything she could think of to beat him. It wasn't much. Her greatest idea came to here with his quirk itself. He only used one half. Why he did this was beyond her, but she could use this to her advantage. She'd never really thought about it, however, quirks hurt their users. A prime example of this was Izuku himself. Perhaps Todoroki's hurt him too. Naturally, he had some resistance to the cold, however, pushing it far enough would hurt him, and if he didn't use that fire he had, then she was golden in a leg to stand on. From his last match with Tetsu, who she thought was eerily similar to Kirishima, he ended it in a split second. Ice shot forward and it was over. She wouldn't let that happen to her. She had to tire him out. And now, from the match of speed comes ice. That was a lazy introduction, our very own gravity girl facing off against the cool calm of half hot and half cold. I bring forward Ochako Uraraka versus Shuto Todoroki. Why did he make it sound like a card game? Forward, rising as she followed the stairs to the stage, looking at the crowd in utter awe. So many people. Although, they didn't matter at the moment. Who mattered at the moment was here and the boy ahead of her who wanted to fight Izuku. She'd stop him, or so not go down without fighting. Her hearing tuned out midnight as she prepared for the onslaught of ice, removing the thin gloves she wore. Begin. As predicted, the ice shot out completely forward, thwarting any attempt to sidestep or dodge to the side. Thankfully, that wasn't her plan. Praying to whatever deity looked down upon her, she pressed her fingers forward, tensing her arm. And so, as if being blessed, the ice curved upwards. The greatest problem with Todoroki's ice was he couldn't truly control it once it left him. She could though. She watched in glee as the glacier shifted upward, shooting into the direction of the sky, and Ochako Uraraka deflects it. With a quick mental pat on the back, she leaned forward, before running at the layer of slowing ice. As it stilled to a halt, she smashed through it. Her hands made easy work to float up every piece of ice that fell around her body. Dimon did that punch through ice hurt though. She staggered on the other side, only to have a shard of ice sailing at her once more. She dodged out of the way as it sped along, growing from the crowd. It seemed a large hit was no longer Todoroki's plan. He kept on sending smaller glaciers forward as she narrowly dodged and weaved between them. She fell to all fours, pressing on her hands to keep on dodging, using her quirk when possible to float up ice. It didn't take long for the floor to be covered in an icy field and water to drip from above. And it also didn't take long for each set of ice begin to slow down. She smirked as she dodged another, now standing up. Impressive. She looked up to Todoroki from the ice. I'll be honest with you, Ochako Uraraka, I didn't pose you to be so strong. Well, that was insulting, and yet, you are showing a better display of skill than many I have seen today. However, this has to end now. Tell me, what was your plan once I tired out? What? She stuttered. How did he know? His face remained deadpan. Tell me, your plan is obvious. Anyone would use my self-limited quirk factor against me after all. He glanced up to the audience. I don't use my fire for a reason dash. Take you down. That was my plan, so enough talking, she shouted. I don't want to talk, I want to fight, so no more stalling. He smiled as he shouted at him before shooting a wall of ice straight towards her. She gritted her teeth as she shoulder smashed through that one, too slow to dodge it. A large gasp left her mouth as she fell to the floor after. The ice she held in the air began clattering to the ground, and soon, the field was covered in a mist. Ochako stepped carefully, watching out in each direction. She had to be careful. Her eyes closed as she listened for ice. A slicing sound was approaching from the left. She sidestepped, feeling the cold brush past her nose. More ice came from all directions and the footsteps of Todoroki. He was moving around. She began running after the footsteps, her skin prickled with goosebumps. Ice to the side again caused her to dodge and run towards it. Suddenly, it latched to her side and she fell to the floor, hopping up to the floor as it cracked whilst she moved her leg. It felt warmer. He was growing weak. Another glacier set towards her and she fell back, watching as it barely missed her face. Scuttling back, she paused again as another wall fell forward as more ice fell from the sky. She gritted her teeth, slamming forward. "Come out of the shadows," she cried out, limping and out of breath. With another gust of cold, she jumped out of the way of a glacier, falling back several steps, and Ochako Uraraka is out of bounds. What? She looked down at the ground. Her feet were just past the barrier. No. She was out. "Well done, you fought well." Todoroki appeared as the ice cleared from the mist, holding out a hand to her. She latched onto it as he pulled her up. "Thank you," she mumbled, lowering her head in shame. "I promise, I won't hurt Midoriya." He pulled her close to whisper as he stalked off from her, towards the way he entered. Well, with those two uneventful matches out the way after a super opening to the quarterfinals, we now head to the semifinals with 4 young students vying to hold on for victory. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Shuto Todoroki from Class 1A. Momo Yaoyorozu from Class 1A. And lastly, Ibara Shizaki from Class 1B. Present Might called out to the stadium as All Might swiftly approached Izuku. "Young Midoriya," he grinned, "just the student I've been looking for. I hope you don't mind if I borrow you for a moment?" Izuku looked up to Midnight, who nodded at him. "Yeah, just make sure he's ready for his round before he gets there, All Might." "I promise that young Midoriya shall arrive on time," he grinned to Midnight, who promptly shook her head, muttering about irresponsibility or something of the sort. "Well then, your performance last round was most impressive," he smiled. "You've come a long way since we began." He looked up to All Might, wondering what this intervention was about. "I just wanted to say, I'm so proud of you, kid, so very proud. No matter what happens against Endeavor's son, I want to say, I'm so proud of you." He felt his eyes wetting. "Thank you," he signed before wrapping his hands around his mentor. All Might chuckled as he hugged him back. "Now go out there and show the world your smile." He tried to smile back, parting away from his mentor. A fierce nod and he took back off down the corridor towards the battle arena, for his battle against Todoroki. Over the last 5 minutes he had spent the majority of his mental ability coming up with feasible ways to defeat the boy and not kill him. Not killing someone was imperative. Defeating him would also be pretty great. However, such a combination was seemingly almost entirely impossible to not occur with each other. Perhaps, Endothermia, one for all, was the best approach for this? It was easier to control. However, he didn't have much energy in him anymore, having used it for stamina earlier. Otherwise, he'd have been heaving for air. He wandered around a corner, muttering inside of his brain, "Times like this he really wish he could make a noise." Swiftly, he fell into a large form, tumbling back. "Sorry there." A gruff voice brought his attention from the ground back to the figure. "Endeavor? Endeavor was here? Why was he here? What was he doing? What did he do?" "You're Midoriya, I assume." He hastily stood up, dusting his knees, and gave a swift nod. "I see, so then, I've heard how powerful you are. Truthfully, I see you as the only student here who can beat my son." Endeavor thought he could beat Todoroki? That was weirdly confidence-boosting. "Tell me, do you think you can beat my son?" Did he think he could beat Todoroki? Did he think he could do it without killing him? He wasn't entirely sure. But could he beat Todoroki? Oh yes, he could. So he nodded. "I see. Well then, there is nothing to say but good luck." and he strode past Izuku down the hallway he had just come from. With seemingly no more distractions, Izuku marched on, ready to fight Todoroki. The beige metallic door opened with a grinding buzz, and a small red light beside it blinked in its glass encasing. And now for the semi-finals. Present Mick's voice was carried by a small speaker inside the rising booth. Sunlight poured over him as the lift rose into the sky. He packs a mean punch, but that only matters if you get close to him. He's mysterious and someone you don't want to cross. He's Izuku Midoriya. The changing of light so suddenly caused his hand to rise up, swiping against the wool mask over his mouth, rising to his nose, to cover his eyes. And facing him, he might have a cold and hot exterior, however, that stare is all ice. He's a heavy hitter and prone to frostbite. He's Shuto Todoroki. Todoroki rose next, across the dried mud pitch, his hair waving in the wind and eyes narrowing on him. Izuku felt bile reach the back of his throat as their eyes met. He looked like an animal staring at prey. He'd known that glare only one other time. Bakugo. Welcome to the first of the semi-finals. Midnight now spoke through a boosted speaker. I want a clean fight, no throwing mud into each other's eyes, no overkill. The fight is won when either your opponent is out of bounds, if they give up, or if they are unable to move for any reason. His own eyes narrowed in on Todoroki's as he stepped forward to the small white square they began before. And now, the semi-finals. His nose twitched, his hair ruffled in the wind. Every sense felt on edge. Begin! A massive shard of ice was the first move of Shuto. Slid along the ground, growing inside as it reached further. The tip of the berg rose 50 feet high. Izuku felt his hand warm up with one for all. It tickled through his bloodstream, using the veins as conductors for the mysterious form of energy. It burst out of his hand, his gloves burning and sizzling into pieces as the green energy swirled up from the scars of his veins. Just as the ice was upon him, Izuku leaned forward, punching forward, causing the energy to burst a hole straight through. The wound of the cold creature spread forward and the ice fell to pieces, falling down like flakes of snow. Well then, he heard Todoroki mutter into the wind, "That's new." He stepped over the ice as Todoroki moved again, pressing more ice towards the boy. Unlucky for Izuku, he didn't have much energy stored in him, so he quickly unzipped his mask, getting ready to absorb more when Endothermia, one for all, needed more of it. "Come on, Midoriya," Todoroki called into the wind. "Show me the full power of your quirk, I need to see it." Was Todoroki trying to goad him? That's it. Go on, show everyone, show them what you really are. Bakugo screamed at him. He couldn't let words get to him, he had to maintain his concentration. One for all was the way to go here. Slowly, he kept punching more ice away as it drifted towards him, marching closer to Todoroki. The ice was quicker as he got closer to the two-toned hair boy, having to use Endothermia to first remove the kinetic energy behind the ice's movement to slow it down. Moderation was key. It would be his best way to beat Todoroki. "Tell me, Midoriya, why do you hide yourself?" He startled, looking on as the ice stopped, forming a circle around the boy. "Your quirk, why hide it?" "I want to see it, show me," he shouted. "I wish to see if you are evil, if you aren't our classmate but a villain, so show me." "Worthless. Fing. Villainous," Bakugo shouted insult with each hit of his knee. Just as the memory pulled him off balance, more ice shot towards him. He was too late to use Endothermia to slow it down, dim his own musings. He reeled his hand back, feeling a green energy trickle over it. Having activated too quickly, he felt the blood seeping from his skin. Hopefully, Recovery Girl would be able to fix him. Then the ice slipped forward, Izuku's hands falling up as it slid along his mask, the punch missing its mark. It happened so quickly, so cruelly, he didn't have time to even realize what was happening. His mask was hooked away from the confines of his face as the scars outlining his face were shocked to the cool air. He couldn't make a single sign as he fell back. His face on display to the entire world. Had someone seen him? Had someone seen his scars? Please no, please no. No, no, no. How had he missed the punch? Quickly he covered his body up, falling forward and wrapping his arms around him. pleading no one had seen him. He could feel the cameras clicking, he felt the eyes staring down at him. Suddenly, the barrage of ice stopped and Izuku's eyes peeked over his arms on the ground, staring at the shocked-looking Todoroki. "Midoriya," he muttered. It felt as if the entire world had cameras around him, as if he could feel the spinning of the earth itself. Midoriya," he heard Todoroki shout. Oh God, I'm sorry," he called towards him. Izuku looked back up to the boy. "I won't ask you to continue if you don't want to, however, if you are willing to give this your all, if you will truly show me the power of your quirk, what true power looks like dash." Suddenly, the other side of Todoroki burst out into flames. "I'll accept my own quirk too. You've proven something to me." The cool air swirled in front of him, and Todoroki's figure stood still in the midst of ice. The ground cracked with ice and wet with water. Quirks are not inherently evil, their nature is decided by the user, by the person. A quirk doesn't define a person defines a quirk, so please, honor with this fight. Give it your all. You deserve to be a great hero, to not hide. We both do, so join me, Midoriya, let us change the world, show them true heroism. Give it your all. And then, the walls that Izuku had built up his entire life were left in tatters. Let us change the world, show them true heroism. Every camera in Japan was trained on him, every pair of eyes. Every child who dreamed of becoming a hero. They all were looking at him. The symbol of hope. Izuku Midoriya. And so, he stood up, his arms falling to his side. First, it was his knee that rose, then his hands and other leg. His hair fell around his face and the tatters of his mask fell to the ground. He watched the fabric fall to the ground, waving side to side like a feather. A bird in flight. Finally free. He glanced back up to Todoroki, who gave him a fierce nod, ice and fire battling around him. Izuku breathed in, his scarred mouth opening as his black teeth fell on display. Now it was time to show Todoroki what he was fully capable of. She watched in shock at the boy on the large screen of her living room. Her son's face dropped as she felt the same. What kind of monster was that? Black tendrils wrapped around his lips and mouth, his black teeth grinned in the sunlight. Was this what UA let into their school? Monsters? Not wanting her child to see a monster like that, she quickly leaned over, grabbing the television remote. Perhaps some cartoons would be better watched. Daddy? He heard his daughter murmur from the living room. Had she knocked her knee against that coffee table again? He really needed to get rid of the thing. It just felt wrong to after his brothers so kindly gifted it to him. What's the matter, honey? He smiled, holding the mug of coffee in his hand. Still missing the sweetness that came with American powdered. She was sitting on the settee, knees wrapped to her chest as the UA Sports Festival was in full blare. On the screen a boy was shouting out, "Energy." Pouring into his mouth. Wait, was that a mouth? Holy shit. What was that? He felt his eyes linger on the flat screen, momentarily shocked. Was that a hero in training? Looking like that? Kids would have nightmares. Swiftly, he grabbed onto the remote control, clicking the television off. How about some ice cream? He smiled, trying to distract his daughter. Being quirkless really wasn't that great in a world like this. However, he made it work. Maybe a care home was easier, higher percentage of quirkless. Maybe those with quirks were too old to laugh at him. Maybe the nurses kept them at bay. He didn't know, but when the screen lit up with that boy from that UA, he smirked. Look at that quirk. Disgusting scars laced his mouth. It looked like the Black Plague came once more. He was basically rotting. Huh, he grumbled. Quirks, they'll get freaks like that one day. And no one said a word, all drawn to the figure on TV. Quirks, what a disgusting evolution. He couldn't be seeing this right. He couldn't be. On the monitor before him, a green-haired boy cried out, fighting a collage of ice and fire. The energy drained away to the boy's mouth. Izuku. He felt his body shudder at the name. Izuku. His son? No, he wasn't his son. Just a mistake. He was better away from him. If only Inko had taken the deal, then they could have stayed together. Oh, no point in looking back on bad memories. However, he couldn't keep his gaze off him. Izuku. A hero in training at UA. What a cruel joke on the kid. He looked worse, he looked so much worse. Disgusting. And oh my god. We can't believe this, the radio blared. Who would have thought of this? He takes on the flames and ice. Katsuki grunted as the machine clanged against the metal frame. Pausing to listen to the radio. Christ, the scars, what has that kid been through? Scars. He clambered to the radio, turning it up. Shut up. He swept a hand over the training gym. Let me listen. It seems that the UA student, Izuku Midoriya, seems to be suffering from some kind of illness. Well, I'll say dash. It looks like rot, the plague perhaps? What has happened here? This is beyond the expectations we had for this UA sports festival. He'd shown off his scars? Out there? Had he gone insane? Katsuki smirked. It was finally time. Time for the world to see what Izuku Midoriya actually was. And he'd enjoy it so much. She gasped at the sight of her son on stage. It was so strange to see him like this in the daylight. The sun sparkled on his face and lit him up. The way his hair wafted in the wind and how his body lit up with endothermia. Izuku, she smiled, happy for him. Finally, he was showing the world who he was. He could finally be who he was and become the greatest hero he could be. She thanked herself. Hisashi had been wrong all those years ago. Go on, son. She laughed with a grin at the television screen. Her son, a great hero. He felt his ice falling into mist, the activation of his quirk despairing with the power of endothermia. A smile crawled onto his face. A realization of his mind. Quirks weren't the problem. Midoriya's power battled against him in fierce conflict, each side powering further. Midoriya's body swarmed in green. He could feel his body going light, the weight of his body both more powerful than the earth itself and yet entirely weightless. His eyes glanced at his arm, watching with keen interest as it almost seemed see-through, a static feeling casing over the limb. The air itself was splitting, he was sure of it. Midoriya's power so far beyond comprehension. How wonderful. Disgusting. It would be that word he'd remember, that single phrase muttered by someone far away, just loud enough and at the right pitch that they could both hear it. Just 5 syllables and one word. And everything fell apart. It was too late for him to stop his quirk as Midoriya's face fell in shock. No, he wanted to scream out at the green-haired boy, begging him not to listen, that this person was wrong. However, it was too late. Endothermia stopped, and ice and fire quickly rushed to Midoriya's body, throwing him far. And that's game. Shuto Todoroki wins. He startled forward, Tamura leaning into the TV screen. Please, could you dash? Shush, shush, he shouted back to Kurogiri. His brother was there. He was on display, properly. The brother he knew. He was finally showing himself to the world. He had done it. A grin spread over Tamura's face. Well, that saved a lot of work for him, didn't it? It was finally time. Izuku would be his. The world wouldn't accept a person like his brother, but he would.